Okay, and I'm back up on this one. I already recorded one on the other one. So I'm going to do my callbacks to the Sheriff's Department in Arkansas. Darn it. I wish I could match up. Okay, we for sure called this person. Or for sure email this person. Hard to tell. And now the sound is not so good. I just need a normal microphone. I thought that was, but I just need like a, I don't know. Get off me with that thing. Okay, Association of Arkansas Counties, Mark Whitmore. Where he manages legal services, acts as contacts for county judges, sheriffs, and coroners, and serves as fund counsel for risk management and workers' compensation. Provides legal advice for Association of Arkansas Counties, boards and officials, sheriffs, coroners, and judges. Okay, so you get behind his phone number. Because I definitely emailed him. It says it is.
Thank you for calling the Association of Arkansas Counties. Our offices are now closed. Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday. Your call is very important to us.
Oh,
Please leave
duh.
your name, number, and a brief message, and we will return your call.
You just leave a message. I should leave a message. Okay, I'll do that. Because it's Sunday.
Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. Your call is very important to us. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message, and we will return your call as soon as possible.
Hi, my name is Lauren Casper. My number is 725-252-7261. And my email is mikesn@cox.net. I'm calling because I have a very serious criminal issue going on. I'm having a problem with a stalker, and I can't get the stalker. I've been stalked for years by this man. It's a I'm a low class sounding man, I believe. It might be a corrections worker or a law enforcement security maintenance man. It's a very schizophrenic man. I've been stalked for years. He stalks on my cell phone, and I'm going to need a call back because I can't get this man into custody fast enough. He's also saying he's stalking other people, and he says he's a pedophile. I know where to look for this man. He's been very open, and he has some kind of technology that can enable a microphone on your cell phone and laptop, and he can. I'm calling because he is a town employee of some sort somewhere. He is employed, I'm pretty sure, or was by the Arkansas public sector in where I said. And he enables a microphone on your cell phone in your laptop, and you can hear the SOB. And it is he heavy breathes, and he talks about stalking other people. The same little group of men have stalked me for a long time now, and I have not been able to get him in custody. That's why I'm calling the Association of Arkansas Counties. If you could give me a call back or have the sheriff's departments check if there are other people calling about, I know who the man is, or I know very closely where to look, because this idiot monster he says he's terrorizing other families, and I know how bad he stalks myself. And he says he's sexually abusing children by stalking them and being an online predator, and he is way too technologically able to do this. I have evidence in the case. If you look up my name, it's Lauren, Lauren, Gaycasper. I'm still very much being stalked by this man. And he talks to himself because he enables a microphone and talks on my cell phone. I recorded it. You can hear the guy just fine. But it's a really schizophrenic bunch of men that is very dangerous. But if you have the sheriff's department, check if there's other people calling about this man stalking them and this little group of men, because he hangs out with his friends. They're absolutely idiots. You can hear them also. I know where they are in Arkansas. So thank you very much. If you could give me a call back tomorrow, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Bye. Oh, they're in Carroll County, Arkansas, but I can't get the authorities in Carroll County, Arkansas to help me. Thank you. Bye. But you need to get him away from children, because also, as well as myself and anybody else has got, they're absolutely, to say the least, if you're a woman, he's the most evil stalker in the world. But you have to get this man away from children right now. And after being stalked by him with this development in the many years of stalking, I've never met the man in person in a proper way. He has nothing to do with me. He's just a stalker. I'm an attractive woman, and he's very actually, and he's very schizophrenic. But you have to get him away from children right now, because I'm sure he's stalking children. And so I know their families are going to be calling. So you need to check like APP's out for who in the world is this guy. I know where to look. So thank you, because it's very important to get this monster in custody. Bye. Please give me a call back tomorrow. Okay. Well, it's Sunday, duh. I don't know. Most of the police offices will still be open, I think. Let's see. I don't know, a lot of stuff is gonna be closed. Sorry to be saying any cigarette again, but I've almost, this is a refill of a, I've almost, I can quit smoking by the end of the month, so I need some check. Because I was fortunately dealing with the situation, by smoking cigarettes a little bit. But yeah, hoping that, I mean, it's been, I mean, easy. This 2 months will be over, and I think it's pain, really, yeah, I think it's sort of the pain. But I've actually really gotten it down, that the e-cigarette I'm refilling there is gonna break. My other e-cigarette broke, which they eventually do, and the Chaptics, this stuff, there, I have another refill of it, which should get me through, CVS just called, but this stuff, maybe I shouldn't, I guess that's okay. But they, but I should be able, well, I don't want cancer. Oh, don't want throat cancer or cancer, or that would be horrible to survive all this and then like be diagnosed with like, because you were sitting there through all the like horrible stress of it, smoking cigarettes. So I apologize for, you just look like a punk. What do you do though? Probably, I don't know if cops have. Also, the golf course and the police. But actually, I'm doing well with the not getting kind of throat cancer. It's just tobacco. So, great. Okay. There's another one here. Oh, I'm so tired. And then I ate this whole sushi like plate. I'll post it. But kind of came back up and then like months like some months it was I actually threw up a couple hours later. Oh well. It's too raw, it must have been a little turned or something. Tasted great. I was trying to say this and not this. I already knew I did. And there was a nice memo pad. It's right in here if it's in here. I'm just gonna have to like ignore it, but Grace under pressure, I said that, it's not applying being tased and then electrocuted in the crotch. Okay, like I just isn't, and I mean, I've done this for a long time, and I've been quite good considering as far as what you can expect out of, someone that is appropriate, like I said, no one's ever called the police on me in my entire life. And they can, of course, in a normal amount. So that says that, we have the one time I said, but that was like, that's a traffic problem. When I was 19, I hit a parked car and then I got trained to park, parallel park or something downtown. It's not funny, but I got out and I looked and there wasn't really like a scratch on the car, maybe like a tiny scratch. So I got back in and I just turned 46. To the car drove away. When I got home, my dad was getting angry at me because the police had been there. But in my entire, so that says that I'm normally appropriate for all the people going by. And you really know I didn't do anything here because the evidence is created. So the situation is such, you have no idea how bad it hurts to be electrocuted by that thing. I cannot imagine what is going on even, but it's in fact the case. And I've never experienced such a thing before in my life, and it's definitely that. Oh, and it's definitely all the things. Please, somebody go check and get this freak off the streets because the guy is really, really bad. Then the whole time he's been sitting there, the whole like since this started, in the last like 2 years, really. I'm not terminating children on this. I'm not terminating children on this. It's like, I'm sure somebody's family is calling, right? Of course, because it's like unbearably bad. You'd just be freaking out. You'd be calling the police yourself if you were, over 8 years old and 7-year-old call. Really, yeah, I mean, it's really, really nonsense. 911 got it. So, I mean, there's people in Arkansas, maybe because even though, I mean, the guy is a jailer of death. I mean, it sounds like the most evil security guy, the maintenance guy is handicapped, heavy breathing. But because he's got access to law enforcement, I think what they're on is they're on law enforcement's like website or whatever database with the apps, and they maybe have like stolen passwords. They say that they've got an access, and then law enforcement, security, maintenance men, or these like warfare elements have gotten into some kind of law enforcement and gotten access to the passwords, and now they do this with us. That is actually what they've said about it, which actually kind of makes sense because this is actually off of like law enforcement websites. But if you have passwords, then you can access all this stuff. So the schizophrenic Google is over there stealing or something weird. Somebody gave him access, but he wishes he had it, and now he can't get him to stop. They can get him in custody or just something. But it's somebody that was like law enforcement, security, and maintenance, and now works in law enforcement and security. So it's the maintenance thing, and it's the corrections workers at the jail from the men's side of the jail that are very wrong. And somebody that he's a magistrate, but he actually just has a real estate degree. He's not like, he has the equivalent of like a paralegal degree, but not even. He has like a notary. But because he was hired for the company, he is now working. So he has like no corrections. No. Oh, well, he's in fact the case. But I mean, I'm not sure. This is just what the person said. So what these guys have said. But the whole time, I am also doing the same thing I'm doing to you, to children, and I'm there like, I'm gonna talk louder because the microphone is like, I need to figure out microphones. Maybe not podcast microphone, just microphone, really, yeah. Like a woman on YouTube had a to catch bird calls microphone. That would be pretty good. So next month, that's what I'm gonna have to do next month paycheck. And I'm, what on earth am I gonna sing now? This is ridiculous. Oh, I mean, you can tell I've been sleeping laying down for the entire thing and not having any problems there. That's the point, or at all. Oh, I mean, sometimes at 2 a.m. I jump up because like something would be like stalking in the room and there'd be a big fuss. But then I just go back lay down and go to sleep. But or I was already sitting in the bed like, hey, I'm laying down or something, yelling out. Really, this is completely, now what and how is this? Really, and he's gone and on and on. Yes, also little girl twirls, I'm doing it too. And one boy toy, because the one guy likes to do that to boys too. So, yikes. So that somebody has to end this now. I mean, if it's never gonna end, it just can't continue like this. It's absolutely hideous. I cannot imagine, but it's as real as the nose in your face. And you need to go check and prove it, please and thank you. All law enforcement and other watchdogs and such. Let's send it out to them right first. I think we have already, this is DEPT, but I spelled out of here. You have to get Mr. PDO, which needs to be over, okay? That is a bad apple, to say the least. It's nonsense and it's gotta go in as far as these men go, obviously. It's just, it would be a very normal day without this, that man doing one. Trails to Trails Conservatory. Your zip code does not qualify for a lower rate. You have a free $10 Bath and Body Works item for your birthday that you purchased. Next door. That's the best restaurant ever. Also, I've been like in a bubble, really. Yeah, it's like the Truman Show over here. Really, like nothing can get through the cut phone line, and these guys talk me all the time. Really, yeah, they're unbelievable. And I mean, nothing ever happens. It's absolutely horrible. It's just, it really is weird. Just to God, to have this end. It's very serious, people.
Thank you for calling Dewey Police Department. Please hold for the next available agent. All of our agents are busy helping other customers. At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press the pound key for more options.
Hi, my name is Lauren Casper. I will give you a call back. My number is 725-252-7261. My email is mikesn@cox.net. And I'm calling because I am having problems with a stalker, and I can't get the authorities in Carroll County, Arkansas to help. If you look up my name, Lauren Gay Casper, there's links to Dropbox. I just emailed you at the email jcheek@arcosheriff.org. I may have called you earlier. I'm going to the Arkansas Sheriff's Department. I have had the worst stalker for like a million years now that I've reported and they won't get in custody. And the thing is actually hideous. And he gets worse and worse. It's just amazing. He has not been arrested because this guy is completely a dirtball and like absolutely schizophrenic. And it sounds like the worst janitor. There's a hobo that sleeps in trash in the alleyway. But the problem is he's the worst heavy breather and then stalker ever. He's absolutely schizophrenic. And in the last a new development in the stalking that's been going on for so long is the guy is just really, really, really bad. But he won't stop talking about molesting other people and stalking other people. And because it's a complete schizophrenic. And you can hear the thing. He has some kind of enable microphone on your computer, in your cell phone, where you can actually hear the guy. So people wouldn't think I was crazy. I recorded it, and thank God you can hear him just fine. Which is why when I said if you Google my name and then I emailed you, there's Dropbox links. They're not like malware or anything. They're just to a private Dropbox site. So if you click on it, there's all this recording because the guy will not stop talking, and you can hear him talking. And I mean, it is the worst schizophrenic man ever, but he will not stop. This has been going on for like 18 months now, and I called a whole bunch, I emailed a whole bunch. He will not stop talking about TTT. I'm also doing this literally. He's the most evil man on planet Earth, that he's molesting children, and he's stalking families, and I know where he is. He actually is like tech advanced. I don't know how. He's actually a public sector employee or was, and he works for like town maintenance, law enforcement, security, or corrections. He just does. And even though like I think this is the janitor at the county jail or something. And he's because of that, maybe you can't even like check telephones to see because he might have stolen something, somebody might have worked for the cable company, I don't know. But he's got friends with him and they're all really schizophrenic and they're all neighborhood pornography. But in the last 18 months, it's been going on and on about how he's molesting children. And it's so bad on the same kind of stalking. I knew the families had called and you gotta get this guy away from, it would be an incredible godsend if he was arrested. Like I can't believe like this forever, he's really a stalker. He stalks so badly. The families of the other people he's doing this to are gonna get called, and then the other people he's doing it to also links women. So if you wouldn't mind checking APBs to see if there's other people calling about this man's behavior, because you can find out exactly who he is by looking at the evidence I've collected as him. And otherwise, they might not know who he is, because even though he sounds like just the worst schizophrenic retarded hobo that sleeps in the trash, the guy's tech advanced due to like access to things he has that he shouldn't. So, but you can find him just on if you look at my website. So anyway, if you could give me a call back, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. And again, my number is 725-252-7261. Thank you. But please check to see if there's like APBs out, because you have to get this guy off the streets because it's a crazy monster. I mean, it's just not never a normal day, and he's incredibly dangerous if he's like around children and stuff. We don't believe the thing that's popping on this guy. We'll go listen to the recordings. It's unbelievable. Okay, thank you. Bye. Okay. There's free puppies and kitties on next door. Here's a free puppy and kitty. I like this site, it's fun. Explorer site, it was fun in Las Vegas. You get free parakeets. What heck is that? Civil wars will continue on my points, absent corrections. Yeah. I'm very concerned about sewer wars. I'm just very concerned, somebody needs to go check on sewer wars. I'm very concerned, so you need to just see if this is isolated event. There's just one crazy monster hobo nest. And then other people both have stumbled upon the same thing, that whatever these guys are doing, there's something wrong. You look like the security guards and the corrections workers that are security guards or something, get access to law enforcement technology that normally you would have to sign off on this stuff, except it's for like in progress numbers, probably. Or in progress, somebody sends a child from Walmart. So the security officers can do stuff with it. But they didn't realize that things were like, who would do all this with it? They should have checked that these dirtballs in the basement that are like so motivated, somewhere off by themselves. There needs to be like cohesion as far as where are all the like police departments in the city, or police offices, or places you can access this technology, since apparently you can access it in the security office, which has led to worse security maintenance men and corrections workers smoking together. Which apparently they hooked up to a truck grounder and have been raping people on, or something weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Adorable chocolate duckies. Chocolate duckies. Oh, Alan Marshand right here walking across the lily pads. So cute. I don't see any red-winged blackbirds. There were red-winged blackbirds, like maybe they migrate. I love red-winged blackbirds, and they're always in the cattails normally. I mean, it's unbelievable. No, that's like gorgeous, that beautiful noise the red-winged blackbirds make. So neat, so nice. Everything would be so nice and happy without this going on. No, I'd be pretty much completely kosher as far as behavior or law-abiding behavior and normal without this going on. Not necessarily, of course, but as far as just the population. I mean, just there wouldn't be any loud noises, there wouldn't be loud parties. Strange things going on in here. No, please adopt rescue the stray kitten. Aw. Exactly. That's actually the mother of the new one. It's cute. It's yeah, fiery fighty teeth. Yeah. Well, it's just so creepy, really. Always. I don't always. Really? Yeah, like the disembodied voice is always like, I don't know. Well, from Haunted Hill House story. Yeah, what is it called? On Netflix, The House on Haunted Hill. I like Kingdom and The Empress. I watched both of those. Kingdom's good. It's like a Korean, and there's a zombie outbreak, and the costumes are really good, and the zombies are scary. They're like The Walking Dead, but it's good. It's quite good. As far as Netflix shows go, I was watching Stranger Things. I don't know why there are no men in the Truman Show, okay? Is the guy actually experiencing their love life down here? Like, I don't smell bad, in fact, I smell good. Let's go perfume. I showered and use it. Okay. And it looks just fine. And I'm not bad company or anything. So there should be somebody for me, but there just isn't. Okay? It's like the Truman Show, it's awful. It's depressing, you stop thinking about it, and then whatever. But you're absolutely hideous with everything. I don't think anything's ever been more hideous than whatever it is you're doing. Actually being in the room, yeah. John Ray Gacy's bathroom, and basement. Well, you're so explicit, and they can't hear you. Oh, I'm brain tumors are evil. They say you're hallucinating, and otherwise you're normal, and it's horrifying you. Yeah, but no, it's not a brain tumor. They're absolutely alien. Why isn't it my brain tumor? I don't know what my brain tumor would do, but it wouldn't do that. That's like somebody else's brain tumor. Very much so. What's attacking you? Oh, I think it's alive. Really? Yeah, like I think it's a disease. It's a bacteria. Yeah, that's why everybody spits this issue back up. Because it's foreign. There's a foreign guy in there. Can't put up with it. Barely can talk. Oh, it's awful. Try not to talk to it. Okay. Could be a bacteria. It like eats children like a disease. It's horrible. I'm not sorry. There's the isolated diseases and occasionally what's going on in Yellowstone videos, really. I think so. I hate you. If there's anything like you, then I'm like, which I said, you're quite the rarefied breed, and that is what I said. Well, whatever I was saying, you're all like tasing me and tasing my crotch. Sexually something to do with tasing. Completely.
Please hold for the next available agent. View Police Department.
Hi, my name is Lauren Casper, and I just emailed you. I wanted to see if you got the email I sent. It's very important. I sent it out to B. Stevens at argosheriff.com, or I'm sorry, argosheriff.org.
You said that went to who?
B Stevens at arcosheriff.org.
Are you trying to reach the sheriff?
Well, I'm trying to actually get some help with the crime, and I was wondering, I wanted to make sure you got the email I sent as to the crime.
I didn't receive any email. This is the Hewitt Police Department. The sheriff's office is closed until Monday, so
Okay,
their calls will look to us. And I don't know, Steve Stevens, I'm guessing that's Riley Stevens, one of the
okay.
deputies.
Yeah, it looked like it would be.
Okay, so what's the crime that you're referencing?
Do you have an email? I could send it to you.
You can send it to dispatch@DEWITAR.gov.
Dispatch at DWIT.
Yes, ma'am.
So DISPATCH at DEWIT.
T2T.
Okay,
.gov.
.gov. Okay, great.
Or, I'm sorry, DEWITAR.gov.
DWITAR.gov.
Yes, ma'am. And what was your name?
Lauren Gay Casper. Lauren.
Okay, and do you live here in the county?
No.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm actually out of area, but I'm getting stalked out of the Arkansas area. And actually I was calling and again, it was dispatch, DISPATCH at DEWITTAR.gov.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is going on is actually I'm being stalked very badly and very criminally. I have a crime and I can't get the criminal arrested or off of stopping offending. And I've got a really bad stalker on my cell phone and internet accounts and like accounts. I've had the same stalker for a million years now. And in the last like 18 months to 2 years, and he's just been getting progressing, he's come out as that he's stalking other people. And he's got like 5 or maybe more friends with him. He's neighborhood pornographing, and it's a completely schizophrenic man. It always has been. And he stalked me for a million years. I do not know the man. I've never had any chosen interaction with the man. I'm actually a nice, normal person with a college degree, and you know, a great class person. And so is my family. And this man, he sounds like he sleeps in the trash out back in an alleyway. He's a maintenance or security person or corrections employee. He is employed by public sector, I believe, at the moment, or he was, and has stolen access to like things law enforcement, security officers, and law enforcement have access to, and is now, he could also be, but it's definitely something out of that. But he could also be some kind of like a cell phone or cable employee. Because he has professional knowledge of an ability to stalk via cell phone and internet. And he's come out in the last 18 months, it's just been this whole hoopla out of them again, out of the stalker again. And you can actually hear the guy. He enables, I wouldn't really think this either, but he enables, I looked it up, it is actually quite plausible, and it's just there. I recorded it, and I was so relieved. I mean, I knew for sure because I just knew for sure, but because it was there, but I was so relieved that you could hear him just fine when I recorded it. And I uploaded everything I recorded out of this guy. It is unbelievable. It is the worst schizophrenic stalker ever, which is what I said over and over and over again. Because he would do the same thing, but not as badly. I mean, the guy is like evolved unbelievably. But he's extremely, like, the current is so bad, and the guy's been so bad. But he talks constantly now on enabled microphone and talk in a low frequency noise, which I think he's put some kind of masking over top of. But he talked, and the thing is just talking, he's completely schizophrenic. He's probably got like 4 friends with him at least. He might give out links to other men to neighborhood pornography. He's absolutely psychotic. The thing just talks about neighborhood pornography and how he likes to sexually abuse women and children, and constantly, and that he's good to stalk forever, and he's never gonna let him get away. And I'm actually alerting the sheriff's department in Arkansas because, to get this man off the streets would be the most unbelievable. It has to be done for me because he's just really, really stalking me and abusing me and breaking the law. But,
You said you don't happen to know his name or anything.
no, but I know exactly where to look, because he stalked me for so many years. And I'm thinking because he's tech able, even though he sounds like the worst schizophrenic hobo, this man's like a janitor or a maintenance man, for corrections or law enforcement security. I know for sure, that's actually the problem with getting arrested or something weird. And also because he followed me home from like a criminal case where they did something really, really strange and, to say the least, 15 years ago. This is actually how I met the man. And he's some kind of correctional worker in Carroll County, Arkansas. And I alerted the authorities over and over and over again that I really getting stalked by this man. And the original wasn't stalking. Apparently, he is simply a bad apple or bad egg or something. And the guy's unbelievable. He is so ridiculous. It's not even funny. I've collected tons of evidence as to the guy. But you're gonna have people calling because what he's doing, not to take up any more time, but to elaborate further, he's so extremely bad as to his stalking. There's just no doubt people aren't going to be calling. So if you're looking, I was hoping the sheriff's department or the police departments could check if there are APBs out for us. Does anybody know who this freak is? Because there's multiple people calling after 18 months of putting on my headphones, because he does like a video game walkthrough or like you're watching. Have you seen those where you're like listening to your headphones and I can hear the man talking on my account? I said that before. Or I'll be sitting next to my cell phone and laptop, and he enables the microphone on my cell phone and starts heavy breathing. It's always heavy breathing. It always has been. And stuff about are you sleeping and just really
He said,
explicit.
He said he was out of Carroll County?
Yes.
Arkansas?
Yes. So if you
Okay, so,
check and see if there's APBs out, that's the guy they're looking for. This guy, he's unbelievable. You wouldn't believe this dude. He must be I think it's a big man, and he's real rough actually. Like, and he's got a schizophrenic brain tumor in the size of Texas. And he's been stalking me for a million years. He's got some kind of imprint that going on, and I report him, so it makes him mad. Because he did something really weird, to say the least, and I have all the evidence of it. To begin with.
You said, are you just calling around to all sheriff's departments to inform them?
Yes, because
Have you contacted Carroll County, Arkansas?
I have.
Sheriff's Department?
I have, and they won't arrest him. And actually, what I'm thinking now, because he's been doing this for the last 18 months at least now, with the TEE in the background. I'm doing this to all these other people, yada, yada, yada. It is so bad, like I'm just sitting here with my cell phone with it on. Again, like I said, I hit record and you can hear him just falling. It's unbelievable. He's completely schizophrenic, or his name is. But he just talks away to himself about molesting kids and stalking other people. So therefore, I know, if you wouldn't mind checking if there's like APBs out for a perp that is stalking these families, but they can't find him because he has access to law enforcement technology, and somehow, even though he's gotten into law enforcement through corrections or security and maintenance, or he's gotten access to law
Okay,
enforcement.
so I have not heard of any other instances such as this within our town. Unfortunately, I'm only able to do anything about someone within our town or our county.
Okay.
Arkansas County. What I would recommend would be going to, you said you're in Carroll County, correct?
No, the criminal is in Carroll County. But I'm thinking is that other people are going to be calling about him, and they're not going to know where this is or who it is. But if you look at my pile of evidence, like I sent out, it's definitely, you can find the guy. So, and he has to get taken off the
I'll
streets.
send that over. I'll send that over to our deputies and see if there's anything that they can do, but unless he's here within our county, I don't know if they're able to do anything other than contact, the other counties it's in. What I would recommend would be going to your local sheriff's department and filing a report with them for the stalking, and
Okay,
they might be able to do further into that.
okay, great. Thank you very much, and just maybe check Carroll County, because he's in these surrounding areas, like Fayetteville County and Harrison or something, to see if, like if there's like people, 50 different police reports as to a stalker doing what I'm describing, and then also targeting, really stalking children, because he's constantly in the background, and you gotta get him out of people's houses with the tech he's on. It's really, really bad, so, as the guy experiencing it, and away from any children.
Yes, ma'am. I will send that information, as soon as I get it, I will send that information over to our deputies, okay?
Okay, yeah, because the guy who's doing it is definitely in my pile of evidence, I just sent you an email. Did you get the email? Would you mind
I
checking?
have not received it yet.
Would you, really?
Yes, ma'am, I have not received it yet.
Okay, so I sent it to, let's see, dispatch at DeWitt with 2 T's, ar.gov.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me try it from a different email address.
Let me put you on hold for just a second.
Sure.
Alright, are you still there, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay, and where did you say you live?
I live in Florida now.
Okay.
I actually just moved to Florida too from North Las Vegas near Nellis Air Force Base, because my grandfather left me a house, and then before that I was in Cary and Raleigh, North Carolina. Let's see, but he's definitely, the man is in, see, I just sent it out, dispatch, dispatch at DEWITT, DEWITTAR.gov. Very,
Yes, ma'am.
very
I'll keep an eye out for it.
important.
I haven't received it yet, just sometimes it can be a little bit slow. But I
Why?
would definitely recommend, contacting your local, police department or sheriff's department and filing a report with them, for sure.
Okay,
Because you're in that town so that they can do further investigation of that.
okay, because it says very important alarm day cast for crime still is in progress. Would you mind checking your spam box for it? I just really want to make sure it's getting handled also. Because I'm having weird problems with like internet stuff. I'm getting problems with like phone line cutting, to be honest with you. I'm positive. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, I did receive it.
you did receive it? Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'll do so. So,
All right, thank you.
thank you. The sheriff's department is closed. I'm so tired. What are you saying? All right. Get off my crotch with that thing! Please get this freak show into custody. Not me. You disgusting trash. Would you get all the men involved in this, all of whom are absolute white trash? Is correct. Into custody. That goes for all of the men that are responsible for all of this. No, they are. They're absolute white trash. Honestly. Okay, going back to the normal recording. Since it's Sunday, everything's closed. And I'll call tomorrow. Would you get them into custody now out of Arkansas? Would you get the schizophrenic retarded janitor into custody now? And off out of the Wildwood, the Villages, Florida summer vacation with the kids in Orlando to Disney at Grandma's house. Also, would you get these absolute lowest white trash criminals possible into custody? Now, out of the men who created my evidence here, kidnapped me, and were watching me through a two-way mirror, would you get them off whatever sexual assault device and go check if these freaks actually have a sexual assault device? My evidence is created as possible. Get these men into custody now. There's no such thing as this legally, obviously. And it is real men actually doing what I said. No! Well, you can't sit down. You should go do something. You gotta take it out. I get to make choices like that because gang rape, God is a beast! The animal Nano! The lowest man as our boy was brought into communities! The most evil criminal since the lowest man in Nazi Germany and the lowest country that would employ animals as low as these that commit the incredible, hideous acts of rape, gang rape, sexual abuse, pedophilia out of the lowest white trash and the lowest white trash. Kidnapping, car theft. You're running loose in like Locklear and McGregor again with Otis Toole gang raping children because a bald man with a like neck roll and an earring from trucking is not arresting him. Who is one of the dirtiest criminals you could never imagine also. The worst rapist, robber, gang rapist, pedophile, Class A felonies at a minute out of Hudas over there needs to go in. That's the end of it. It is actually a real thing. It has been before they had the sexual assault device. This has been going on a long time. You need to stop electrocuting and kidnapping your victim while the absolute lowest, dirtiest trash, unimaginable, the police department, the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, and police departments and court systems and FBI involved in this. Would you get these men that created my evidence into custody and out of my house doing what they're actually doing? The rest of it was actually, before the sexual assault device started to be used in the last 2 years, it was really reported properly. Get off me with that thing. There is actually a sexual assault device. It's actually hideous. Would you get these freaks into custody now? I told you to get off the law enforcement tech act site. Tony is a gang rapist like an Neto when the dirtiest man in the world, the lowest class criminal, unimaginable. A home invader, a burglar, a gang rapist, a robber, a pedophile, the worst sexual assailant possible, the worst burglar. You're a completely innocent person in the United States of America in their house in Locklear, okay? And McGregor. you didn't stab anybody, which would be the only concern. Your insane mouths, all of you, have got to go to prison now. Apparently, there are people in the world that are capable of complete criminal insanity and absolute hideous acts of crime because you are actually committing, all of you, the hideous acts of crime that you did technically, legally all commit. So you all have to get the hell out of my apartment now. Okay? And the ones committing the hideous acts of crime right now that are actually going to get all the rest of you put in prison for life, technically, legally, and have already, need to be in prison, arrested. There's no such thing as what they're doing. If there is such a thing as what they're doing, then that's just simply the legal facts. Okay, don't tase the woman via cell phone or whatever it is you're doing. You're correct. I mean, because they were able to stalk this long without the sexual assault device, as far as we can tell, being used at all, it's just awful to be stalked by these men. And then there's just something so wrong with the whole darn thing, really. Yeah, which is how I experienced. I mean, it's hideously wrong. But I mean, there's no magical force field. But I mean, there's all sorts of magical force fields everywhere. And then, as far as science goes, and I sound like an idiot. I don't sound like an idiot. That wasn't exactly the greatest thing to say. What are you talking about? Oh, someone go check if there's technology that can do whatever it's doing to me. No, I don't want to. Well, you have to because that's the facts. Unfortunately, there's some kind of body scanner and like a sexual assault device now hooked up to it. And I'm being really badly electrocuted, like beaten and sexually assaulted, as described. Okay? And that can't continue. As if the stalking was not bad enough. Yeah. You got to be kidding me. And you can hear the flipping thing all the time. I'm sorry you're experiencing a something episode. Really? Yeah. And then the guy on the heavy breathing, on speakerphone is like the dirtiest schizophrenic retarded man ever, which he always was. Apparently, these guys kidnapped me in Carroll County, Arkansas, because I came in over on a holiday, I guess. It was just notable, I did. And there's always holidays, but there was a two-way mirror. The mirror had like a camera in it, which I had no idea. And these guys were sitting around. I was already like hiking in Umstead as much, and then I was at the NC State, and they had a really good gym. I used to use their gym all the time. Really? Yep. I had that's not whatever. They comment on that, but I thought that they got it somewhere else. They're kind of cagey for how completely insane they are. I mean, all that comes across is just complete insanity. But I had a breast augmentation, and it would have been, it kind of wears off. Really. I mean, I had no idea. And first, I definitely wasn't, for most of the time I'm just sitting there in like a jumpsuit with really, really long hair and at 29, really. So, I mean, I was really pretty, and I must have been like, I don't know, like 123 pounds. Well, when I came in, right? So, I mean, it's got to be, so less like, I'm not sure, where is the camera? He's very insulting in his, his narration or something. How did you know which t-shirt I picked up in the hallway? Really? Yeah. You have no idea what I've been through with this. Really. It's so incredibly bad. This has been going on for like 2 years. Really. Yeah. You need to get their South Park spaceship app. You need to get their sleazeball tech in custody. That's actually true. Really? Yeah. That means there's a camera in your, really, yeah, it means somebody broke into your house, in your new house. How motivated, the thing followed me the entire way, really, the entire way. To just the whole, the guy always talks to my cell phone. mean, it's just like an app on his phone and his friends, and I mean, it's this guy. Like, it's absolutely awful. Would you leave me alone? You broke into my new apartment and put a camera in your clock radio? Yeah, or something weird. I tried to find them. Well, that's why that's why the fire alarms had like little hats, so it's a tinfoil hats, which didn't really like to break up the signal or something. Like, I mean, it has to end already. Really, yeah, it's really evil. Okay. It's actually a real thing. There's like a guy that somebody used to do this via cable and satellite. Is what I'm trying to say. A long time ago. So that thing about like nasty, some kind of pornography, like some kind of like Showtime, yeah, like something actually has. And then I said stuff like, well, they actually had stuff like I was in we were in Boca Raton, and then like downtown Tokyo when I was growing up. We were on Orchard Road in Singapore. So I mean, well, it's the security and maintenance men and corrections workers, security and maintenance men. Right? Yeah. If they have white collar with them, it's like Charles Manson, the Syracuse Dungeon Master. The guy is a psychotic sex offender. Now he's really, really into kids. Really, really into kids. Why are you breaking me into my house if you're into kids? Man, I don't get it. I should. Well, you said it. He sensed it. Oh, well, that's not incredibly creepy, and I don't want to think about it. There's no such thing as sensing it. I reported it, fine. Oh, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's absolutely hideous. Hideous, hideous, hideous. Hideous, the psychotic Charles Nang and Syracuse Dungeon Master. Why is it? Well, the Dungeon Master. You're like a serial killer over there. Jesus. I mean, like, actually, and then you, like, narrated all the serial killer stuff in totally schizophrenic guy and crackheads for some reason. I'm trying to figure out, like, and then you said you were, like, part of, like, organized crime and you're going to murder everybody. But, I mean, it was so much in, like, I'm not sure. Schizophrenic, retarded, absolutely evil crackhead that sleeps in the dumpster. It was hard to take. But I mean, you just kept up with it, and then you made like this like Ed Gein quilt of like. I mean, I think you're actually a serial killer, and then you did stuff with like kids. So who in the story, and you started doing that in Las Vegas. Let me get out my like. Let me get our calendar. I see. I can't even like sit down right now. I'm so tired. I sat down in a chair at my parents' house and then fell asleep. Like bent over again. I don't know what to do. I'm absolutely dying. I was hoping the police would show up already or the FCC or something. You definitely can't do that on Showtime or with everybody out there. There is a reasonable amount of interest in stuff. There's pervs out there, and there's just conversations overheard and things done, and but I mean you're such strange criminals. Well, and actually that's correct. Like to summarize, I stand by everything I said, and I swear under oath because I just felt like talking about it, or it was there. There's a red-winged blackbird. Because it's actually the case, and then I'm really, there's also a lot of people out there. There's a lot of things that are actually quite high functioning. There's a lot of tech. There's a lot of tech is doing electricity waves and force fields, and police tech is going to have stuff like scanning. It's going to have lots of it. Mm-hmm. So is other kind of technologies. So, I don't know. It's actually evil. It's like as illegal as possible. Oh, and you're a total criminal. So you are unbelievable. Unbelievable. What in the world is that? That thing is like just I hope you didn't break it. He could have broken in and put something in the house. But I mean, I can't. He followed me. What the hell is the thing even doing? Really? Yeah, like I get to Vegas and it's like, and it stalked me in two locations in the summer of 2013. That's what I want to write down. Write it down standing up. Did it ghost you? And electrocute me, and it's you get the thing. You need to get the sexual assault device he's on and get it on the news. Everybody on the news, everybody in the media, the whole email list has it. I'm positive, really. Yeah, like I've never experienced any psychosis or anything before, and I've never experienced like mental health issues, or disease or defect or whatever schizophrenia is. So I don't know. No. I have to leave it on. It's so incredibly creepy. Well, it's been on for 8 months, 7 months. Why? I was gonna turn it up because it's Sunday and take a nap. Oh, because I'm so tired. Sitting in the chair, and it goes me really bad. Oh, so now I'm standing up. Well, it has been like, and I'm mad. And maybe I'll all adrenaline because I'm so sleepy. Let's see about this. Because it gets blocked because it's someone else's comment. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna call all the sheriffs there tomorrow. Because yeah, there we go. The sheriff's page just has their emails and their names and the phone numbers. So do that on Monday. Because that would make sense. No, it is what it is. Oh, I'm not stupid. We're not stupid, but I'm not stupid or crazy or anything. The factual things are what they are. The facts are someone used to enable cable via satellite on your television and cable box when I was a small child, which was many years ago now since it just had a birthday. Okay, and which is true, and no, we've had perv stuff. I mean, in just perv psychology, whatever it was, was very different. You know, you're not a mind reader than anything you've ever. If the man was a lot like these men. It used to scare children, like he would like purposely scare children, and it sounded like crackheads or something, really. Okay, and the verdict was it was some kind of town maintenance man, and that they were doing the same things as these men. There was someone cruising the airwaves that would it was a complete pervert. Yeah, like I mean a complete pervert. As far as yeah, the same as really, yeah, like it's not quite that. It was so bad, but it was a complete pervert. Really, it was very interested in children. Really, yeah. Even if it didn't have like, or wasn't just it always said stuff to children that was so bizarrely bad. Oh, yeah. And I hadn't seen this guy as to the specific perp, it kind of, or the specific crime, except when you think in passing, and then everywhere since then, always what I'm telling in the story. Like I can just remember sitting on the floor playing with my toys in the house in New York while my mother and father called the police because called the police about it. Really, yeah, which is all I'm talking about. Because Um, and no, it didn't have the sexual assault device. I encountered that like briefly in Boca. I'm actually positive. So is everybody else in that story. In my story, because it was so there. And then talking about other places you encounter it, really, yeah. Uh, it does say the same things. Like, what the hell is it? What it's going to be is like a camera hooked up to a microphone in a bathroom, hooked up to a device, is what it's going to be. And then it's going to be a camera hooked up to cable and satellite in, bathrooms in the hotels, in the motels, at the beach. It's going to be microphone hooked up to camera, hooked up to a device that does that. That's hooked up to the cable box and satellite in the place or nearby or out of some kind of a technologically advanced more situation like a law enforcement security hub or wherever the heck you monsters are. It could be, a police kiosk station and nobody goes in there. That's very rough somewhere, and that is guarded by a guy that's very sketchy, or and that isn't supposed to be. But where in the city is he? And he does this. It could be like a Zeke's pawn shop because he has cable experience, and this is actually a thing people do. It's the security guard at the motel, something like that. I think, or the security guard in the building. Uh, Apparently, it's real technology, and I'm positive because it's like quite distinct. Really, it's sort of the difference of being able to. I didn't know you could exactly sleep sitting in a chair. Up, I sleep sitting up in a chair. No, I tried at the airport and I couldn't, or something. I tried to sleep at my desk as a child and I couldn't. Maybe if I was tired enough, for goodness. Um, I don't want to get murdered by it, whatever it is. As described, it's an awful story, but it's so bad. I mean, I'm so stalked. He stalked me 2 houses in the summer of 2013. And then he stalked me the whole time in North Carolina. You can tell very badly when I went back up. And then he stalked me the whole time I was here in Florida after release in 2022. I mean, just went right back to doing it. How does this monster even get? He has access to like, they can follow you home on your cell phone, and they can pick up your cell phone number from like, from down by going by on like a party strip downtown, on like a party strip downtown. Because they would follow you home that way. So they can, if they have your cell phone number and your address, they can do it to you. Is the problem on these things. They get your cell phone and your address, they can do this to you. And they do, whoever they are. Someone was probably cruising the neighborhoods in Boca Raton. Or if they get your cell phone and your address, I think back in the day. Well, if they had your address, they'd be getting your house. Or they were just simply cruising the neighborhood. I'm positive someone would get on your cable box, and it was like they could see you. They could tell your mom wasn't there and things like that. But yeah, very much so, very much so. And they would very much interact, like it was like, hey there, little girl. But you could hear it on the television, and if you notice, like it might not have been reported enough because it's kind of subtle. But once you realized it was there, I would just. And like I said, I've never heard a voice before or anything like that. He was coming from the cable box. I mean, this is a long time ago as a child. And then I've met it briefly, really, yeah, and ran. So, and it was kind of brief there. I think it was simply in the neighborhood, which was like that Royal Palm and Yacht and Country Club neighborhood. And then the other one was like Palm Ridge, New York, with North Salem, New York, which is in Westchester, New York. And then Orchard Road, Singapore area where I lived in Singapore. And then these guys. But it was like a home invasion axe murderer, really. Yeah, and it was like kind of the same characters. It did seem like it had like the three. It seemed like I had a handicapped Italian American, some kind of security law enforcement officers. Sort of like a Three Stooges family. Really, yeah. I mean, they could be like this, but they were very strangely interacting with, or just in general. Well, I mean, it was really, really hood dudes. But like, I mean, the guy was so creepy. It would just like say things that would scare the absolute bejesus out of a child. And you'd always be sitting next to. Back in the day, you had to be next to the cable box, or there had to be some other, or you had to be next to the television. Otherwise, there was some other device in the house or some other way. But it's just going to be V-chip enable and cable box and microphones and cell phones and satellite and cable. Internet, of course, laptop. Of course, my dear, you haven't gone insane. You've gone insane. They're driving me insane. Before it was like, oh, okay, because I'm sitting on looking at Google Map and, well, something's wrong with me on Google Map. Or like my cell phone goes, yes, my dear, I'm following you on Google Map. Then there's absolute schizophrenic wazoo as always. So how schizophrenic wazoo is this? It's a schizophrenic wazoo of some sort. Absolutely. And then it is like all around. But I mean, whatever it was, just followed me so doggedly the entire time, like as badly as possible. Really, I mean, it has not. You need to get some work done wherever they're actually paying you to be somewhere. You need to get arrested and fired. You need to get Otis Toole and the rest of these guys into custody already. Or the man I'm calling that, because that is one unbelievable freak. Very pervy. The same as these dudes. Yeah, which is why you need to get them off the airwaves. Well, if you don't get that from all of that, I think they can jump ship very quickly. They can just like scan the neighborhood. It must be their own tech police use to get in houses quickly as far as scanning, to see what's going on in there for in progress arrest, or somebody snatched something and ran into a house or something. A mugger ran into a building. And what's on his cell phone and stuff. Which, I mean, listen to these guys. These guys can't have. No, you can hear him just fine. Like if you listen to it, you can hear he talks constantly in the background if you leave it on. I mean, my cell phone is just sitting there. I'm over here and I can hear him, so you could hear him just fine in law enforcement tech. Here, put the cell phone, because he'll talk on the cell phone first. You can tell. I have no idea, but it's very much the case, and I've been getting stalked so badly by this. It's more or less the death of like everything. If anybody gets that's a criminal gets access to that and does this with it. It's actually, unfortunately, extremely dangerous. Apparently, if you are stalker inclined, it's too easy access. And then there's other stuff out there if you're stalker inclined, which someone is, and there's actually a thing of it. And whoever gets into it is very dangerous. They might know other guys that get into stuff like this, and they might have hooked it up to like cable and satellite. That might have been something. A satellite back in the day, Showtime, something. It's a body scanner, truck scanning. I have no idea. Scanning package boxes in trucks and whatever it is that's generating the electrical is tasing me as what now? And sexually assaulting me. Get the device they're on. They're on body scanning and they've turned it into like a pulse therapy device and they're electrocuting and sex. It's absolutely hideous. You have to get these men in custody now and get their tech into custody and get it on the news right now. So everybody knows it's out there. Because they can just follow anybody into like a bedroom or something, you know. I mean, there's all these houses over there. I would never do such a thing. Apparently, you have to have like a sign off by. I mean, there's no such thing as just you run around with law enforcement tech all day, not or any such thing. Doing absolutely anything illegal with it. But I mean, I guess you can get, who would think to do that? It's just a man running into a house. We have to see, so we need to know if police have like GPS for a mugger. He ran into that building. Oh, there he is. How bad is it? I mean, it's got to be this like blurry image of a dude down there. Oh. No, they have stuff they can like see if he has a weapon and it's like a X-ray or something like that. I'll go to Google Map. I can see the man is on the toilet. Well, it must be kind of good because you like comment on things that are like really up my butt. Oh. Really, yeah. It's really bad. Oh. I don't think anybody can see up there. It's too far away. I mean, maybe slightly to know if a bomb is up there or something, but I mean, you're kind of just making it up. You have a gun up your butt. Something funny about up your butt. It's just like you literally, everything has to do with like, really, yeah, you're unbelievable. I hope they can hear you. I can hear you over here. So wherever you're broadcasting from on the microphone, it's a microphone. I'm not hearing any other voices. Only these guys on a microphone. Really, yeah. So therefore, it's somebody on a microphone somewhere. No. There's a camera in your clock radio, probably. Definitely. I mean, there's no doubt whatsoever. And it would just be a man on how does inaudible noise work? Really? You're shouting dirty words, really? Yeah, like I'm in the bathroom and I come out of the bathroom and there's like a crazy man shouting dirty words. Really? Yeah, I mean, okay, so you can see the guy enough. Then you realize that actually it might be very clear. Sorry, I'm going to stop eating while I talk, but I've been up for 8 months of this. If I drive in the car, the thing will stall the car the whole way. I don't know what to do. The police have to arrest you now and get him out of my house. The incredible amounts of crime that have occurred here. But you need to get the body scanning device on TV. Right? Well, just don't grab something and run away, or grab something and run away. Don't commit a crime and then run into a building. or when the police are trying to arrest you, you're ready to go. Because they can see you, but they're just gonna get you. It's probably gonna happen anyway. So the whole rig needs to be on the news as far as everybody knows what it is incredibly important due to the amount of crime that thing has committed. Actually, in all of that, really, yeah. And then just other, because it's the facts. Poor him, he was sitting there watching. Would you get out of my house? If you don't want people to report you, oh, how does inaudible noise work? Yeah, it's men with some kind of a tech rig thing they're doing. Really? Yeah, there's like a camera, a microphone, they're enabling on the television and laptop and computer. Is originally what it is. And they enable it, they can talk on like your internet account. So like you'll be watching something on the internet and you can hear the guy on like YouTube. They can talk on YouTube or something. They can talk. Well, actually, they can just talk on the microphone when you have headphones in, on your microphone. I used to watch YouTube original a lot. Doing something wrong. They sit around and like watch music videos with you and stuff. And you can hear them. They say like whatever this kind of stuff is. But it's actually just they have a microphone enabled. Oh, and then they have an audible noise and they use it to heavy breathe, which is how you could hear it back in the day. And then I would say it's actually heavy breathing. Why? Because it was heavy breathing every time it landed here. Oh, and the story is actually correct. And then it was heavy breathing when it's on television back in the day, which is actually correct. But it was heavy breathing back then and then just terrorizing these people you were stalking. It was a very weird interaction because you were actually interacting with someone, really, as opposed to like, it was pretty bad, really. It was very strange. It was weird because they had microphones so they could talk on the microphone. And then there apparently is such a thing as inaudible noise because that is actually what's going on. There's a microphone. That is why I'm not, that's correct. My brain is not picking up all the magical radio waves in the air. Okay. I'm from the cell phone tower and everything else. They are going through a microphone. So, that's a man talking on the telephone and speakerphone. On the cell phone, on a microphone, which he won't stop stalking on. Would you all I have to do is turn this off in your house, and I didn't do it the entire all these years. Yeah, which is why you owe me life in prison. And that's me assaulting you on that thing. This is in it. Oh, it says unbelievable things. That was last night again. The entire your Nazis are unbelievable in that they're all you, and they all live in a sewer where they kidnap people, have hostages, and they're all going to sexually assault you with the thing. What it said last night. It does that, it said that a whole bunch, really, yeah. Because it gave your link out to all the other guys, because you'll never get away from this. So I'm tired right now. Very. Because that's not very nice to fall asleep to. Or sleep through the whole night. He did that. Because whatever her also and all those I mean, he's wearing a headset, I can tell. Well, but you hear weird noises in the background, right? I've heard a child screaming, I'm positive, which means their parents called the police because there is no child screaming that badly that parents are not calling the police. Because it was screaming and screaming and screaming like I do. That sounded like somebody dying in Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Because you could hear it through his headset. It was so loud. So it was real muffled, but it just went on and on. It was like just screaming. It was like high-pitched child screaming. Maybe someone has a child? No, it was like a child screaming. I've heard it a bunch of times. So the parents is in relation to what he's saying. I've heard men and women like very faint, like it's coming from the other guy that walked by and like sat down next to him. Really, yeah. Oh, like or somebody else he's doing it to or something like that. His headset or the other guy's headset is screaming. But while he leaps and jumps around, you'll hear for an hour, for 6 hours, 10 hours. The other guys, it's someone else is screaming as badly. It's male, female, and child. So I mean, and the child screaming and like a woman and stuff like that, like a woman's voice in the background screaming like very faintly, like it's on a headset, it's coming through, but you'll hear like the other guy's wearing, even really, yeah, but like faint, but the screams go on for the 6 hours that this is a whole idiot interaction that you are forced to have with this man because he's electrocuting you. Which I mean, I don't know how to handle this situation. What should I do? This and then on tomorrow I'll call the whole sheriff's department and you're gonna have to spend another day exhausted and electrocuted and sexually assaulted. Okay. You could be crazy. But I'm not. No. But I'm not. You're actually doing that. Would you get these men into custody with this? They can't sit around on a massage therapy device attached to a body scanner and some kind of grounder that grounds in the body and zap people's genital area. It's unfortunately what's going on. You would like that. That is psychotic. What did it just say? It said something about leftovers, and then something about like one guy raped somebody and the second guy is like going to sleep with the lady. And that's leftovers. He says that before. Like if there's a man, so it's two men having sex with one woman is leftovers. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Would you get them? And then he zaps your crotch. Hey, which means I gotta get up. No. Okay? That's why I'm so mad. Also, I'm gonna kill everything. Everything. Well, can you please get these men out of my house? Like, that's how bad that is. And those men are. Really? Yeah, they are. They're like whoever uses this technology. I've never encountered it anywhere other than it doesn't do something like that and you run like hell. Oh. Which is like, it's unusual to encounter, but it's kind of a lot. Really? Yeah. Oh, thank God. The guy on the cell phone tower also, he's a beast. Really, he's a monster. Really, it is a creepy pulse with it. No, it always like it'll say something. Yeah, it's quite full of itself. No matter what is it going to next? Isn't it quite that bad? It might. Really, yeah. I mean, it's a hot mess. It is the nastiest hot mess of crime in dangerous people. Very, very dangerous men that are completely cracked and sexually insane. But it's an insane person. Really, yeah. Oh, it's a completely insane man that's very bad. This is the Huda. It has Huda overtones. It has Huda overtones. Right? Yeah. No, for sure. Also, do not make just run like hell. Oh, that thing is the most evil mankind has ever been. Really? Or could ever be. Really? Whoa, what was that? A gay G-A-N-G rapist. It's going to go into kids and have kids next, for Christ's sake. Really? Yeah, like it is the most evil animal in the history of mankind. You could get in trouble. It just is, okay? It just did that. Well, I know. I agree. Oh. Would you get this freak into custody? That's not at large. Well, I mean, that's what it does. Then it says there's like 5 of them scanning a child and like 10 therapying the crotch area with some kind of grounder that he's actually like making contact. And then it's like disembodied voices popping out that says something absolutely hideous or really, really terrifying. Really, I'm gonna go tell her that. That's so scary. That would really scare a child. But I'll say that was same back in the day. Like you'd be sitting and it would try to like massage your crotch. Oh, and your mom is not there or something. Or it would want you to do something sexual and you'd be sitting in front of the television by yourself. Yeah. I'm absolutely positive. But you rarely encountered it. I used to sit in front of the TV by myself all the time. It followed us in from the swimming pool in Boca and it wasn't there for a year. And the one in New York didn't have the sexual assault device. And it stalked us for like 4 months there, I think. And that's probably correct. Maybe a little more. It's really insane as to stalking. Like 4 months. Oh, that was actually correct because it had all Boca Raton. It was running around doing stuff in. But I actually there was nothing really in the property. Absolutely frozen in fear. I said that monster snorkel when I was referencing it because I thought it was a ghost. I didn't think it was a ghost, but like I was scared of ghosts. I was scared of the crypt keeper and like monsters and mummies and scary ghoulies and stuff. I was scared of it like a scary ghoulie. Oh. And my mother called the police again and said there's a pervert on the cable box. So she's something. There's like a lurker, like a really bad lurker. Again, like that's very bad. The same as in New York. Well, and she and my dad discussed it and then as such. So, nothing. It's like John Wayne Gacy walks through the door or something. It's basically a man is able to enter the premises and like, okay, there's a family over there in that house and something is going on. It could see you. Maybe it could enable a camera on the televisions. Probably. I mean, I'm not sure. It was different back in the day, but I'm positive. Exactly as I described, if you listen to what I described. No, I was aware if it was like really faint or just something, it scared me. I ran. Really, yeah, it's in the room. Oh, and the television, like I said, in New York was downstairs. There was this big window. It was in the finished basement, and I'd be down there by myself or something, really. And my parents were having this huge war with something, because they called police multiple times, and it was actually a huge war because my mom was there all alone with it during the day, and our house had been empty when we went to Japan, the entire time we lived in Japan, when we lived there like 4 years and some change. And so we moved back the summer I turned 9, I believe. It actually might have been the fall and I'd already turned 9. But we were preparing to move, whatever my passport says. And our house had been on law enforcement security, the maintenance roster, because our house had been empty for a long time. So we're back in the house. My parents had lived in the house. My mother was like quite pregnant, and then got even more pregnant, and she was very pregnant, and she was in her early 40s, and my brother was like 9 pounds and 6 ounces when he was born. So and the house had been empty. So somebody was scanning like the airwaves in 1989. I'm absolutely positive, because it was like a horror movie where you move into the empty horror house or something. And my parents were very happy there. No, my parents were very happy there, but for years they were perfectly fine there. When I was a baby, and they didn't have that much trouble with crime. There was somebody stalking the house, and it had something to do with it being left empty, obviously, and it being on some kind of, or just somebody noticing that. And so my parents, we immediately had like a heavy breather that was very strange and very extreme. And so my parents called the police about the heavy breather. And then there was somebody lurking around the house and doing stuff around the house. My mother heard something. She said there was something like stalking via the cable box, via satellite. My grandfather was on the phone. He worked for Nellis and stuff like that. And it was like a cable guy was stalking. Jim Carrey, the cable guy. From it sounded like mentally retarded, like the Three Stooges and the Wet Bandits from Home Alone. Only they were really like rough and dirty. So somebody was stalking on the cable box, and they called the police. So burglars were scanning the airwaves in North Salem, New York, which is like Pound Ridge, New York, in Westchester, New York. So it was quite. They thought there was lots of like normal stuff, but there's quite affluent neighborhoods and stuff. And then it's actually very nice and suburban and rural. Our nearest town was like Ridgefield, Connecticut. So very affluent, suburban, and then rural. Lots of horse farms and kind of like estates. We were, so burglars might be interested in it. So my parents called the police multiple times. The police said, okay. Then my mom had the baby. What did we watch? The Fall of the Berlin Wall, Tiananmen Square. I can remember watching it on TV. I remember watching Tiananmen Square. I was very happy in the school. There were like school concerts and stuff. So I had a life. I really liked my school. But only there for like a year. And I was in the school play, and I don't know. I remember it was like steamboating, and they let me be like the old man that narrated the whole play and had like a beard and everything. And I remember all these lines. But so I was having a great time at PQ Elementary, Pequannock Elementary, and my nice friends up the street that had taken our golden retriever and all this other stuff and still had it, that we could ride your bike or walk to their house. And the neighbors across the street my parents had been friends with, and so on. So, but there were burglars skating the airwaves, and I mean, it was creepy. It was just creepy. And then there was like lurkers. My dad said the same thing when he came into the courthouse here in 2021. We have like lurkers of death. I mean, they're like on the roof, which is what I described. And you could hear them sometimes on the television. My grandfather worked for Nellis in Air Force engineering for his whole life, career. And he was on the phone because my mom was having his grandchild and stuff. So But I mean, my parents, it was very creepy, and they were really ominous and threatening. I mean, there's nothing really to steal in the house. It was sexual. There's nothing really to be sexual within the house. My dad, I remember, put everything in a safe. But they were kind of younger. They might have inherited some money from my grandfather who died not long before, and my aunt and uncle recognized them completely right away. Apparently, these guys were on the phone. There's burglars or something like they thought, but they're really rough and creepy. I remember the guy talking like or I just remember it. They use inaudible noise and VCHIP enable to cable satellite scan the houses or something weird is what was going on. And there was a sexual assault device hooked up to. It went away in I can remember standing in the cop lights. I mean, it just got weirder and weirder on the lurkers. And I mean, there was no reason to lurk as far as except my parents might have had some money in the house. I guess they put it in the safe or some jewelry. I know they had bought stuff because we're traveling overseas. They bought a big black opal, and maybe they wanted the black opal. Maybe my mother has some jewelry also and things like that. They got diamond tennis bracelets the grandparents left them, things like that. Things like so anything. I mean, they're stealing wedding rings because they're worth $8,000 or something, and they're pretty easy to. You just kind of melt the gold and move the diamonds around. I know that wedding rings are very much something people want to steal because it's easier to pawn. It's difficult to pawn, and they're small. Really. I mean, it just could be anything, but it was just creepy. It was so creepy. It was creepy how personally, like, kind of the sadism of stalking. Oh, not kind of. Really? Yeah, that is notable. It was notable that the sadism of stalking and stalking itself really, yeah, that it was like serial killers on the other side for absolutely no reason. My parents didn't know them. I actually don't remember when the heavy breather showed up. If he showed up a couple months and like halfway through or something. I'm trying to remember. I know we had a heavy breather. I picked up the phone once and it was really creepy. It sounded like somebody with the same kind of psychological disorder and type of person as these men, and very, very similar because of that. Like it was like a guy from To Catch a Predator, and they are quite similar. So it was very creepy. It wasn't geared at me. It was geared. My mom and dad aren't here, is I think what I said or something, or my mom and dad aren't in the room. Let me go get them. But it was creepy. It was a serious stalker, and it was really nasty. And I remember standing in like cop lights at various times because my mother was up at different hours of the night with the baby. Really, yeah. And I could just remember standing in cop lights also at it's getting because they're very nocturnal on these men. Really, yeah. It's like a completely nocturnal animal. I mean, I know no. They're very active. Also, it's really strange. Like if you ever work night shift, you're winding down by the end of the night shift. These guys are like, maybe it's early. They're real active at like 3 a.m. Really, yeah, like the dead of night too. It's the weirdest dead of night. Really, yeah. Like I mean, it's really strange. It must be complete. It's like schizophrenia on crack or something. I mean, it's really strange. I mean, I don't know, but they're not that weird, really. But like really odd hours of the night. I was just anytime I encountered it, I was frozen in fear. And the televisions upstairs were all like really. The one downstairs was like a big new TV, and I remember it on the one in the kitchen that was like a smaller TV, but it was new because you could play like it was newish for the time. Really, yeah, it was a. I used to watch like a Nickelodeon on it in the kitchen, and I think I'm trying to remember what it had. Like it had a VCR and stuff attached. I think all that. It's a long time ago. So, no, cable and satellite was a big deal in the area because because actually, I'm not sure it just was, but actually because it was a bit rural where we were in Hilltop Drive where we lived was the highest point in, I think, Westchester County. So it was a little bit up a mountain or something. So sometimes it was hard when they lived there before to get some cable reception. So like just the cable we have nowadays was still quite, or just, I mean, it was really fun. Like an American TV was quite fun also. But we had completely like, we had cable, but the cable was really like modern, getting back. And I remember actually being like, because they don't have American television. So it was completely the exciting American cable that like when we got back in North Salem, which it hadn't always been. And there was lots of satellite and cable and stuff like that. So somebody was on Comcast really badly, somehow piggybacking, really, yeah, via satellite. And Westchester, of course, is in New York City, and White Plains, New York, and lots of city, lots of stuff. So, but it was a very, very creepy thing. Whatever, and whoever those people were and what they would do in relation to having the ability, that was absolutely an enormous and very, very dangerous and evil thing and crime. Yeah, like, I mean, this is just, I don't know if, yeah, I don't know if the cable guy can ever like, see it somehow, what the technology is, that if you could VCHIP enable somehow and like somehow there's a family in there eating dinner and then just pass it. I don't have really, yeah. Maybe that guy's ex-girlfriend called once, called the police once, but like whatever this is it very, is it very interesting? Do these guys really have a racket? Because they hung out. Yeah, I mean, it was creepy. It was very creepy, which means that we're in the vicinity, I think. That's a true story also. Oh, we've heard it from your parents, that these monsters are going to say. Like, somebody got shot. A town maintenance and security officer that was like, I don't know, Lenny got shot or something. And he was, there was a man that was a town maintenance worker of some sort, and a security guard that was shot behind one of the estates that were, and wandered off into the woods and died because he had walked 2 miles or something and then he was shot and he died in the woods. But it was after we moved to Boca, and that is actually a true story because your mother and father were talking about it. So they thought he was the lurker. Somebody had shot at a dog or poisoned a dog or something weird about a dog getting shot too. I don't remember at this point. Because I don't know why that guy would be shooting at a dog. Somebody killed a dog or something. But that is actually a true story. My parents have told it, or talked about it. That there's people that's whatever the technology is must be understood. It is a hideous juxtaposition, and people really do it out of whatever groups almost are doing it now, as far as these criminals here maybe, or to catch a predators do it. And they're really like they go to catch a predator, they're all similar, and they're really icky. The ones that actually come to the house, they're like really, yeah, they're actually whoever does it is actually that bad. I mean, maybe there's just something where maybe somebody like the guy's ex-girlfriend called. I mean, there's all sorts of people and worlds and everything out there, and however these people are getting in the house with the ability to know how to do this. But the ones then we encountered, because you could hear the thing, were absolutely hideous in the time periods I described. Really, then anywhere else I've encountered this heavy breathing in an audible noise is the and then the and then like or talking in an audible noise while piggybacking off of and stalking on things. Really, yeah. He would follow people home from the party strip in Boulder, in Colorado, and also from, I remember it once in like New Mexico or somewhere else. Really, very bad. Really, yeah, guys on the other end of it. Really, just really bad dudes. They would do any of the things I said. Really, yeah. Or whatever. They'd be drugging people or something like that. These were very bad men. Very bad men. Whatever what I'm absolutely positive, because actually motels, motels might have them. There might have been stuff around colleges and things like that, college students, but around colleges, people, some kind of pervert might be interested in those. Oh, quite your Ted Bundy, around, but and just something really. But that is what actually the flipping thing said. I'm absolutely positive. And then something's like, that one had the sexual assault with us. Really, I'm absolutely positive. That's actually one of the few times I've encountered it. Jumped 8 feet up in the air. No. Or I ran. Really, yeah, it was really dirty. No. So which means there's like a camera in your room. Oh. Well, that's how bad they are. It is really, yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, I'm not same as this, right? Yeah, that is how bad whatever the other thing on the other end is, which is incredibly, in context of anything as far as a legal system, a normal day reality at all, versus what that thing does, and any law under God or man, insane behavior. No, I haven't ever encountered it. I've never, like, because I don't, when it's there, it's a man on a microphone with an audible voice. You should have left that night. I think I did. No, really, yeah. No, I'm positive though. Mm. It means there's a camera in your bathroom. Really, yeah. Or the mirror of the motel up near the beach in North South Carolina. Wilmington. And we all had cell phones. That was whenever I had other 20-year-old friends. Really, yeah. But we all had cell phones, old cell phones. But it had something to do with the fact that we were in a motel down by the beach. I don't believe you. You need to get these men into custody now. The men who neighborhood pornography on the technology these men are using now to neighborhood pornography, all of it, which is all they've been doing day one. In fact, the entire case apparently has to do with neighborhood pornography and these extremely rough sex criminals. And then robbery, stealing, and they're very, very schizophrenic men. The technology they're on, which I'm trying to say, did I have to repeat something those things said? Did I repeat something those men said? I'm absolutely positive. I remember it. I think I was standing I was standing there in a towel. Really? Yeah. I was like, what the hell? Oh. Or something coming out of the bathroom. Really. I slept with the lights on and I might have fallen asleep in a chair. I should have driven away. I think I might have. Really, yeah, I'm trying to remember. I know I got out of there so fast. Really, yeah. Oh. It's very inaudible. Really, yeah, and you'll hear like very, and I think they have some kind of like, they don't want to get caught. They're criminals. But they want to have you breathe and interact with the people they're sexually abusing and want to sexually abuse. They're some kind of neighborhood pornographer. There's always, or not also, or also, there might be people who use this stuff to do like burglary, of course, or whatever it is they're doing. Nothing good. You should have alerted the public better if there's calls about this. The problem is Huda is going to have to go to jail. Our Huda needs to go to jail so many times in this. Then, okay? if Huda's going to jail for like, the detective in charge of your case said no because he felt that watching little girls in the shower was acceptable on that device, which is all he does on it. He sits around and so he's in on it, and he's also a man that has been stalking and sexually abusing me and the rest of the people. Because as the guy attached to the other end of speakerphone, holy Christ on what they're doing on the other side. Yeah. Because I'm just stuck here on speakerphone with this guy, and he is talking about like doing, I get completely what that guy is doing over there, really. And he's the most, because he's doing it to me also. So, I mean, okay, so we came into work at about like, I'm working night shifts. So I came into work at like, whatever, 5:30. Okay. Sat down, I started doing this, started talking in my total schizophrenic ramble over there about all these. I may have been sleeping in the back. Oh, my friend was here all day doing the same thing. I mean, where are these dudes? Oh, I don't believe the law enforcement is obstructing. Like, it just says you're in the room with these guys more than you were aware you were. Really, yeah. So they don't want to deal with they all need to go to jail. They were supposed to, or something, but you have to get in here and get Otis Toole off the police scanner for in progress arrest because he's sexually assaulting children or something. He says that you could be an in progress arrest for mental health because he stands with what the other guy did. Okay, I'm very sorry I did that. Like, maybe done it once, for heaven's sakes. Those men are out of control. I don't know, absolutely dirt low hood something that is a complete criminal. I mean, and it was always about. It is here also. It's always about crime of some sort, really, which is open about. Hi, I'm going to scare you, straight and murder you, and something about sexual abuse. Really, yeah. Whoever uses these devices is really, really, really bad. It's a man in a creepy white van, very badly. Oh, he hurts, really. Yeah. He said there must have been men that have used this. There is very bad, like very, very bad corruption. I'm gonna need to wind this up on you. Do you understand that? You've basically like turned the American legal system into a mess. So you're gonna have to go to jail. You can't sexually abuse women and children and terrorize the neighborhood. You can't make decisions to kidnap and steal a car. You're all going to prison. Because the evidence, you can't suppress the Casper's evidence is the problem. In my case, my evidence came back as created a very long time ago. And then it came back consistently. The phone line's been cut and this crazy man has been stalking me the entire time. Your use of law enforcement tape to cut the phone line, whoever you are, is really bad. To just move in and commit the hideous acts of crime that you're completely filthy and saying bots did. I mean, you're actually a real man doing the real things because you did all of these things. You've been cutting the phone line and going through just stalking me 24/7 while I get all those emails out. Yeah, you sure? I called the emails back already. And they all got it. You need to get out of my house now. Get off of me with that thing. Do not body scan me and attack my crotch. Would you please help me? That's correct. It is what it says a lot. Are you reading a prompter kind of stuff too, slightly, or something weird? I'm not sure. They picked up the sexual assault. They did. This started in Las Vegas, And Las Vegas can be a pain in the butt, like where we are is very nice. And then Las Vegas is just fun, and nice. But my mom comes back and somebody like from Las Vegas like has collected their credit card number and charged up a bunch of in hotels in like I'm not sure Greece or something. Really, yeah. No. This was the last one. Collected their hotel that happened the last time, or because my mother would go out there frequently to visit with my grandfather and help take care of him because he was so old. Yeah, it's just the dog. Like I said, a whole bunch over the years, but one time she went out there and recently, relatively, somebody charged up a bunch of hotel rooms or something in like Greece because they collected her they collected her MasterCard, Visa, and credit card. They were all out of country, as far as I remember. But yeah, the big TV was down. The television was downstairs, and I would. I don't remember it being in my mom's room. I think there was a TV in there. It was a long time ago. But the TV downstairs, there was a big window, and the window overlooked the woods, and the woods went back for like a long ways. And then there was like a crawl space that had a bed in it. It was right up pressed up against. That was locked, and it had this. The door was kind of ominous and like, it was just kind of funny looking. Yeah, it looked like a place a ghost would hang out. Like, and I was a little spooked by it, and it backed right up against where the TV was backed up against the wall. But the basement was completely finished, and the laundry room was down there, and it was very nice and had a couch. And so I'd be sitting down there and watching television or playing with my toys on the floor by myself and working on my homework or something and watching my hour of TV, which I was very interested in because it was American TV and it was fun and, totally normal cable and Nickelodeon and all that. And working on my homework, and you would someone would be on it. One of the stalkers, my parents were fighting. There was hoopla about it. Really, yeah. Like my dad would come home from work, and my mother was like, "We are moving right now." Really, and they'd have this. My dad's like, "What? Why?" And there would be this like whole hoopla about it. There's a lurker, and there was a lurker all day. And there's like a dude, and it's really dirty. Really, yeah. Their parents did the same thing. Oh, now we have the, and I mean it was a really rough guy, and she was a little confused about it, but it got very clear. So was dad. By the time the lurker comes back, like the horror movie, like you're in a poltergeist or something. Yeah, like, mom's there all home alone with it all day with the baby or pregnant or something, and then like you and dad come home from work. By the end of it, dad got just fine. I did not want to move, and we looked at houses in New York, but Boca was very nice, and then we looked at all these gorgeous houses in Boca, and we moved it to Royal Palm Yacht and Country Club, which has lots of nice normal, but it has big Palm Beach mansions in it and all of that. And about a year later, the same thing as far as the same tag. He did a sexual assault device. That's actually rarely have had character that, but I'm positive. People say, I'm sure will say the same thing. Really, yeah. That the sexual assault devices, whoever these men are, you're having some kind of very serious corruption issue. Okay. Out of all of this, and you have in various places and in general, no, it's just there's a lot of corruption in public sector as to crime, okay, in this. And there's a lot of very bad characters, and there's no argument that this is not bad character and corruption behavior. It's also complete corruption. Like it should have just been taken care of by the legal system properly at every single move and step of the way. Every single thing done and said, it should have just been taken care of properly by the legal system because of the evidence being so created, and then just because everything done and said was so criminal. Really. So it just should have been stopped all throughout. No, you can't follow me into the house. You had nothing but parent interest on everybody involved in following into the house. I mean, there was nothing going on as far as like really, going on in this. You'd be interested in the swearing, really bad swearing, and the schizophrenic emails that are I didn't send, so or I didn't send you to forwarded like that with whatever he did there, and then they created crime scene photos. I mean, you'd be concerned about the stabbing. There's no such thing as closed case out of who does and all the rest of this. Like this is really nasty hood corruption, and underneath the nasty hood corruption, these guys have offended 24/7 underneath it, as badly as possible, as entitled as possible. I mean, they've just been. You've been. That's correct. Also, like I am completely law abiding. There's nothing going on. I'm a very very normal person. You're in McGregor. You're in Lockmere. I'm a I mean, there's nothing going on. My world is over here where there's, nothing going on. I would have been living this very nice, normal life. You are absolute low lives. There's and your crimes are so incredibly extreme, low, bad, and just viciously predatory, and you won't stop. I mean, it's unbelievable. I'm not doing anything throughout all of it because there's not really anything I do. Also, which is a normal person. You needed to get these men out of the environment that they had invaded. So totally, kind of all throughout. You have extremely bad crime. This has been an incredible amount, and is an incredible amount of crime against myself and my family. You committed incredible all these years, all 15 years since your original kidnapping, which was the biggest, roughest, dirtiest, psychotic, and the Syracuse dungeon master and corrections workers or something that are with a two-way mirror with a camera in it, who created this evidence, followed me home, and have been following me ever since. And these are the men, or something. And you did this to me, which I described, I reported this crime to you completely appropriately because, that's all that's going on with me. Like there's nothing going on that, or something. Of course it was appropriate. I mean, I'm not sure. Because it's actual crime. How about that? But I mean, I'm not sure. And I'm the victim of it. So, but I mean, you can't do this to your anyone. But I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. All of it. Like it's all completely incoherent. Why are you attacking me? My evidence is created, and I've actually people have verified that this evidence is created, and I'm a kidnapping victim. It's so many times all throughout. My phone line is too cut. Why? I mean, I'm not sure, but really, yeah, you isolated me completely in all of this. I'm actually a person that you are committing all this crime against, which makes it very, very serious crime because, which we don't have a lot of. You're sure arguing there's worlds of this. There's not worlds of this. There's no world of whatever all the crimes you've committed anywhere or any of the things you've done. I mean, there's just kind of no such thing, all of you, as any of this. If evidence comes in this case where a crazy man that's handicapped kidnapped myself, then you're just going to give that evidence to myself and my family. I mean, there's no such thing as all the stuff you did here, especially if you're being alerted of it, like, every week or every month, and then you do something, and the guy does something, and the guy does something. So then you're being alerted of it because I'm constantly, contacting people to help the situation because it's so criminal. I have to, okay? Because I'm being absolutely hideously stalked throughout. The guy followed me right home. I have no idea what this man is doing. This is the man, okay? This is the craziest man ever. I mean, it's like the schizophrenic crackhead that lives in the crawl space or something. Really, yeah. I mean, the guy he's 300 pounds of like Ted Bundy, John and Gacy, and Jeffrey Dahmer, heavy breathing over there. I mean, I don't know what all that is. Old school. I really meant to try to kill me. Yeah. Really? Yeah. I mean, okay. So I have no idea what that is. A guy who murders you, but he's not going to stop stalking me. I think. Really? Yeah. I tried. Oh. So I turn in this created evidence everywhere constantly, and he still does this, right? Or he does this 24/7, no matter what, right? Because it's a guy that just is doing all that, whatever that is. So I'm not supposed to report it anymore. I mean, he doesn't stop doing this. It has some kind of thing to do with like a crush. Sure. So if you stop reporting him, he'll stop doing this. It's a chicken and an egg situation. He really doesn't stop doing this. No matter what you do. Trust me, I've tried everything because this is so bad to get this dude to stop doing this. He does not stop stalking this badly all the time. No matter what. Okay. So I mean there's no so I kind of can't not report it. So I mean the fact that all of you have been getting it every month because this is what's going on. It is you need to do something about the stalking I'm enduring over here. And give me all the evidence that you've had the entire time in various offices of like the original crime photos where Mr. Kreider and Miss Fisher, who is not that woman, which lots of people have verified, my phone line, you've held me hostage with these men sexually abuse stalking me 24/7. And I told the police about it. There's actual men actually using technology they shouldn't be allowed to use, stalking on my cell phone and calling police and courts to arrest me and all this other crazy stuff. No, he's not going to stop electrocuting you, and that's very easy, Jordan. I told him to use the sexual assault device on her, not you. It's probably not actually you. Yeah, I mean, okay. No. For some reason, Carroll County law enforcement won't investigate further on your case, but they're going to have to, if he's actually doing something to children in the background, maybe he's doing it to people in Cary, North Carolina. They beat in Arkansas. I don't know what to do. I can't. I mean, I'm alive. That's about it on this. But that was the other. Like the stalkers on that are some of the most evil animals to ever happen. Really, I don't know where those men are, but that is an incredibly evil man on the other side of it, and that is an incredibly evil thing that those men can get into the house and really whatever you encounter stalking on the technology, the same rigs, like whatever the rig is that these men use to stalk, however they're doing it, and whatever the is incredibly evil. Really, it's incredibly bad. The criminals on the other end of the whatever these men do to stalk are incredibly bad. When it goes bad and they use different stuff, quite obviously there's not usually a sexual assault device, which has been since the 1991. We didn't have the satellite cable stalking, cable box stalking, or which is what I think that was. It was quite bad. Yeah, I mean it was really, really bad, everybody said. That thing would just move into your house for no reason. We have no idea why. And it was just that there have been sightings of the space aliens. It's not space aliens. It's extremely bad men that you need to get that in like to catch a predator that use this device to commit the crimes. Use the technology and the rig to commit their crimes. Whatever it is. What are you using right now to sexually assault people? Is it my car? Here we can go take a drive somewhere. I don't know. I should probably go get up and do stuff, but I'm so tired. It's not even funny. Okay. The sexual assault device is what? Is it like is it police scanning? Is it truck grounding? Car grounding? The car stalls I mean, or we could go take a ride in the car. I'll get my dash camera hooked up. But the car stalls constantly. Or it just, we can, maybe if you can catch it on the dash camera, it's unbelievable. See, I bought this. So, Hobby Lobby. Go to Hobby Lobby. And Starbucks. I'm so tired. It's awful. That's actually what's going on with me looking like a crazy person and passing out on the steps or something, having like an epileptic seizure, which I don't through the entire 15 years prior or something, or 13 years prior. It hasn't been on that long. It's been on since 2013 and 2014 on the stalking, really. I mean, I documented everything. And if you look at the Dropbox site, he will sit around and overwrite it. I actually need to go through it, but I'm too tired. It was unbelievable what he did when I was arrested in 2021. It was so strange too, because of course it had been how it was. And I mean, I just gone over it again in the last year, in 6 months. And then he altered it after I was kidnapped, and I had just gone through all the email lists, called everybody. So he puts on this big show in front of, because he's retaliating for me sending it out or something. Because I sent it out to just all of WRAL. Yeah, so the crazy man then does this in front of everybody. The phone line is cut the entire time. I mean, it was quite no, for sure everybody saw it. They just can't get you not doing this, apparently. Which is how corrupt it is. At this, which is incredibly corrupt and incredibly dangerous, which it is other places and other things. I mean, it's really, but they, but you can't, the corkscrew stairs here are messing it up. I don't know why. Because that's what I said. That was like the when it landed, and I was like, well, I could get in the bedroom if you're just laying on a bed, really. So, I mean, I ended up like fighting the thing as far as the, it's from the light. That was, no, you're like, I can remember sitting, I'm moving from like chair to chair, to bed. Then you could sleep in the bed in the like living room. And then, like falling asleep in a closet, that kind of stuff, really. Yeah. Until the son of a bitch got like the whole house gridded or something. Like there was nowhere in the house in Vegas that you could not get away from the flipping thing, which is at the end here. So I managed to go through the whole email list or make the whole new email list and everything else. And the sexual assault device landed like 2 years ago. Yeah, you can see the point on the Dropbox site if he hasn't altered it, but it's been up for ever and a while now, years now. Okay, and it's the same on there. It's stuff. So the you can see when the sexual assault device landed. If I got out there in October 2023. The sexual assault probably did it landed what, October 2024? Yeah, about then. Really? Yeah. But I mean, I'm dead now. Really? Yeah, that's what I said when I started recording these, like 6 months ago here, because I record all throughout. But I mean, it's like, I don't know what to do. Really? Yeah. Like, this guy is like so determined. He's got something. He's like, really? Okay, I can't sleep in this closet anymore. Yeah, I've enabled something else where now I've got just a complete grid. No matter what, your pants are going to start vibrating no matter where you are. Really? Yeah, and it's incredibly bad in the house. Then it also has cell phone fondler. Now it has cell phone fondler. It can scan your body and it can fondle by a cell phone. So if you go and try to go to the library or just go anywhere, it also has throw your cell phone away and stalk the perp. Right? Yeah, which is how we end up with old cell phone, which is how I was able to sit in it and go through all those email lists and get all this work done. I need backup and cavalry to arrive on this. These men have got to go to jail. They can't be, they found the incredible evil and amounts of these men's crimes. And how it turns out to be who it is. And what it's been since I've been the guy attached to the other end of it. I mean, as just incredibly evil and criminal these men are. They have not had one smidgen of respect for the American legal system whatsoever. No, I mean, just anything. They're unbelievable. Unbelievable. They're just as criminally offending as humanly possible and have been since day one. I'm absolutely exhausted. It is so bad. The thing must be screening my emails and just all this other stuff. It's like, you can see, I'm trapped in Big Brother House of Death. I don't know what to do, for heaven's sakes. Would you please get these guys into custody? This is absolutely hideous. That's what it is. Oh, it sounds like the drunkest person ever on the other end. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's the highest, drunkest man ever. Well, I cannot imagine that it's the case.
Want to make your home feel instantly more comfortable? These Amazon finds bring cozy upgrades, smart convenience, and effortless relaxation to every room. From clever gadgets to comfort-boosting essentials, they transform your space fast. All product links are in the description below. This concept recliner combines comfort and utility by integrating a compact kitchen right into the seat. Designed for modern living, it saves space while keeping everything within reach. It's a sleek fusion of relaxation and practicality, perfect for homes that value smart, multifunctional design. Spice up your kitchen and keep everything within reach. These 8 magnetic tins stick to any metal surface, so your favorite herbs and seasonings are always at hand. Each tin has a clear window to see what's inside, and 2 types of pour openings for easy use. Strong magnets keep them secure, while the included labels make organizing simple. Stylish, practical, and perfect for a clutter-free cooking space. Turn any room into a calming underwater scene. This LED bubble tube lamp fills with colorful lights and gentle bubbles that make tiny fish appear to swim in slow motion. The soothing hum and soft glow help melt away stress, perfect for relaxation or bedtime. It's also great for kids who love sensory play or need a peaceful focus aid. Just fill, plug in, and let the bubbles work their magic. Your yoga mat just got an upgrade. This heated stretching mat massages while it works on your flexibility. It inflates and deflates in cycles to gently stretch your back, hips, and lumbar area, while soothing heat melts away tension. With multiple modes and adjustable intensity, you choose exactly how deep you want the relief. Fold it up when you're done, and your personal massage studio disappears in seconds. Looks like a regular entertainment center, right? But with one smooth pull, the whole thing transforms into a full-size Murphy bed. The built-in TV and sound bar make it look like a sleek media wall when it's closed, blending perfectly into your living space. The thin connection system keeps wires hidden for a clean setup. And when you're ready to rest, it unfolds into a cozy, comfortable bed in seconds. This bed isn't just for sleeping, it's a full-on upgrade for your room. Built with a sleek metal frame, it features 2 tiers of headboard storage for your nighttime essentials and extra space underneath for boxes or bags. The built-in LED lights let you set the perfect vibe from calm to colorful. Plus, it has USB and Type-C ports to charge your devices right beside you. Strong, quiet, and effortlessly modern. Swish, rinse, done, without ever lifting a bottle. This automatic mouthwash dispenser makes your bathroom feel like a hotel. Just press the button and it pours out the perfect amount every time. Choose between 3 volume settings depending on who's using it. It's wall mounted to save space, comes with magnetic cups, and charges up for cordless use. Sore muscles don't stand a chance against this powerhouse massage gun. With 6 interchangeable heads, it tackles everything from stiff shoulders to tight calves. 9 modes and 9 intensity levels you choose between a deep tissue workout or a gentle recovery session. The ultra-quiet motor keeps things relaxing, while a long-lasting battery means fewer recharges. Movie night just got an upgrade. This recliner adjusts smoothly from upright to fully laid back, letting you read, nap, or watch TV in total comfort. 8 massage modes and 2 vibration settings target your back and lumbar area, easing away stress while you sit. A cushioned footrest adds extra relaxation, and setup takes only minutes. Small in size, big on comfort, it fits perfectly in any space. When your books start piling up, this clever tree-shaped shelf steps in to save the day. Its 6 branches give you plenty of spots to stack books, movies, games, or little decor pieces you love. You get a sturdy base and a built-in drawer, so you can tuck away the small stuff you don't want lying around. The design looks rustic and warm, making your room feel instantly more organized. Best of all, it takes up hardly any space, giving you storage without crowding your home. Laundry on the go? Just got smarter. This portable washing machine packs a powerful 4,000 milliamp hour battery and a bright touchscreen so you can wash clothes anywhere, anytime. Choose between a quick 5-minute rinse or a deeper 15-minute clean, powered by a high-speed motor that spins at 2,000 RPM. It's splash-proof, compact, and perfect for travel or camping. With gentle hand wash motion and blue light sterilization, your baby clothes, socks, and delicates come out fresh, clean, and hygienic every time. Clipping nails doesn't have to be tricky or stressful. This smart nail trimmer does the job safely with its hidden blade design, making it gentle enough for kids, seniors, and even babies. A built-in LED light helps you see clearly, while the whisper-quiet motor keeps the process calm and easy. 2 speed settings let you choose your pace, and nail scraps are collected inside for mess-free cleanup. No more fumbling in the dark. This motion-sensing nightlight has you covered. It automatically turns on when you walk by and shuts off once you're gone, saving energy while lighting your way. You can also switch it to dusk to dawn mode for effortless nighttime glow. The warm, glare-free light feels cozy and gentle on the eyes. Compact, adjustable, and smart. It's perfect for hallways, bedrooms, or stairs. Keep your seasonings fresh and right at your fingertips. This 3-piece glass container set is perfect for salt, sugar, spices, or even coffee. Each jar has a clear, thick glass body, an airtight lid, and a retractable spoon for easy scooping. The wide mouth makes refilling and cleaning a breeze. Stylish enough for the table, and practical enough for everyday cooking. Its storage made simple and elegant. Turn any corner of your home into a personal spa. This portable bathtub heats water to your ideal temperature between 30 and 42 degrees Celsius and keeps it perfectly warm the whole time.
Would you get this white trash freak criminal out of my very nice house? You disgusting man.
Folds up in seconds to save space. Perfect for small apartments or travel.
Because
Its hooded cover to trap
did
steam,
you get this freak monster making all that awful noise?
muscle relief, and spa-like comfort anytime you
Please
want.
get my perp into custody already.
No more flying nail bits or weak clippers and struggles. This heavy-duty nail cutter was built for tough nails and clean trims. It has a built-in catcher so clippings don't end up all over your carpet or bed. The curved stainless steel blades are really sharp and precise. The ergonomic lever has serious cutting power. Comes with a pouch too. Perfect for travel. Awesome little trick. beach days, concerts, camping, or a cozy date night. When your bed can move with you, even rest starts to feel smarter. This electric frame lets you lift your head, raise your feet, or tap into a weightless zero-gravity position that takes pressure off your joints. You can charge your devices right beside you. You can install underbed light at night and adjust everything with an easy wireless remote. It works with most mattresses, keeping them secure so you stay comfortable in any angle. This extendable drop leaf table is the ultimate space saver for small homes. It easily transforms from a compact console to a full dining setup that can seat a group when guests come over. The built-in drawers and shelves give you extra room for cutlery or kitchen essentials, while the lockable wheels make it easy to move around. Sleek, sturdy, and multifunctional, perfect for modern apartment living. Turn your bathroom into a private spa retreat. This whirlpool bathtub surrounds you with warm water and soothing jets that melt away tension and ease sore muscles. Built-in chromotherapy lights create a gentle glow that boosts your mood and rejuvenates your skin as you soak. The sleek rectangular design with blue glass sides brings a touch of ocean calm right into your home. Lean back, stretch out, and let relaxation take over. It's your personal getaway at the end of the day. Tight on space, but big on organization. This slim 4-tier cabinet fits where others can't, turning narrow gaps into handy storage zones. The drawers hold everything from towels and toiletries to cleaning supplies, while the top tissue box keeps essentials close at hand. Built from waterproof, sturdy plastic, it handles humid bathrooms without warping. Wheels make it easy to move for cleaning, and its sleek design keeps your space tidy and safe for the whole family. Here's a bathroom upgrade you didn't know you needed. This smart toothbrush station cleans your brush and dries it automatically, so you're never putting a damp bristle in your mouth again. You get a clear LED screen that shows battery life and the cleaning status at a glance. It fits most toothbrush styles, from manual to electric. And the wall mount setup keeps your counter tidy while giving you a fresh brush every time. It's a walking stick and a chair. This clever design gives you support while hiking or walking, then flips open in seconds to become a sturdy seat when you need a break. Made from lightweight aluminum, it's easy to carry yet strong enough to handle the outdoors. The anti-slip rubber feet keep it steady on different surfaces. Perfect for camping, festivals, or just having a portable rest wherever you go. Small room? No problem. This clever folding wall desk gives you a full workspace that disappears when you're done. Just pull it down to reveal a sturdy surface, storage drawer, and built-in shelves for your essentials. When you're finished, it folds up neatly into the wall, leaving your space clean and open. Perfect for studying, working, or even doing your makeup right where you need it.
I had this idea to go back to the raw material and make
lifting or touching the toilet lets you lift and lower the seat completely hands-free. Just step, and the lid moves smoothly thanks to its leverage design. The strong waterproof adhesive keeps it secure, and installation takes only minutes. Perfect for keeping things hygienic and making life easier for anyone who finds bending tricky. A true design classic that folds with flair. This vintage folding chair turns simple functionality into art. Created in the late 70s, its sleek lines and clever folding mechanism make it both practical and collectible. Lightweight yet durable, it's easy to move, store, or display. A perfect blend of mid-century design and timeless innovation that still feels modern today. Cold toilet seats are the worst. This soft cushion fixes that fast. It sticks right onto your toilet lid, giving you a warm, comfy seat that feels way better than bare plastic. Made from waterproof EVA, it's easy to clean and built to last. The slim, push-shaped design fits most standard toilets. Just peel, press, and enjoy the upgrade every time you sit down. Rain sounds, calming lights, and a cool mist, all from one sleek gadget. This 3-in-1 humidifier also works as an essential oil diffuser and a white noise machine with 10 relaxing nature sounds. The raindrop LED effect adds a peaceful glow while hydrating the air and lifting your mood. Use the remote to tweak mist, lights, or sound from across the room. It's the ultimate little escape for your nightstand. Turns your phone setup into a mini entertainment station. It's a wireless speaker, phone stand, and ambient light all in one sleek design. Just place your phone on it, and the induction tech instantly boosts your sound. No cables or pairing needed. The base lights up with colorful modes to match your mood, and the 300-degree rotation keeps your screen at the perfect angle. Music, movies, or calls completely hands-free. Here's a cleaning tool that makes grime disappear, literally. This handheld steam cleaner uses powerful high-pressure steam to cut through grease, dirt, and buildup without a single drop of chemicals. With multiple attachments for every surface, it's perfect for kitchens, tiles, upholstery, and even your car. Lightweight, fast heating, and totally eco-friendly. It's cleaning made smarter, faster, and a whole lot more satisfying. Here's a gadget that turns your room into a tiny spa. This humidifier sends out a cool mist while raindrops swirl under a rotating umbrella, giving you soothing sound and calming visuals in one spot. Add a few drops of oil and you've got instant aromatherapy. The soft LED lights let you set the perfect mood, whether you're winding down or reading. And with a quiet motor and auto timer, it keeps the air comfy while you relax or sleep. Ever wanted to film hands-free, right from your point of view? This magnetic neck mount lets you record exactly what you see while keeping both hands free. Just snap your phone on. The strong magnets lock it securely in place. No wobbling or slipping. You can switch between portrait or landscape photos in seconds for vlogs, cooking videos, or DIYs. It's flexible, comfy, and makes filming effortless wherever you go. If clutter's taking over, these collapsible storage bins are here to save the day. Each one folds flat when not in use, stacks neatly, with rollers on wheels for easy moving. The lockable design and dual access doors make grabbing what you need super convenient. Perfect for closets, bedrooms, or even offices. These bins keep everything organized without taking up extra space. Beat the heat with a fan that adapts to you. This power fan pivots and oscillates 180 degrees to cool every corner of the room. 10 speeds and 10 noise levels let lets you go from whisper quiet to powerful breeze in seconds. Its bladeless design makes cleaning a breeze, an adjustable vent, control over airflow. Stylish, versatile, and efficient, it's perfect for bedrooms, offices, or living spaces. Who says relaxation can't look dramatic? This essential oil diffuser creates the illusion of a cozy, flickering fire while filling your space with soothing scents. It works as a diffuser, humidifier, and nightlight all in one. Ultra quiet is while you rest. When the water runs out, it shuts off automatically. Sleek, stylish, and effortlessly calming. Small kitchen? Big solution. This clever space-saving dining set gives you a full table and 2 stools that tuck neatly underneath and you're done. The drop gate opens up extra space for meals, coffee breaks, or even a quick work session. 2 built-in drawers keep your utensils or napkins right where you need them. And with smooth rolling wheels, you can move it anywhere with zero hassle. Turn your room into a relaxing oasis with this volcano-shaped essential oil diffuser. Ultrasonic technology transforms water and oils into a fine, fragrant mist, filling spaces up to 35 square meters with soothing aromas. Choose between flame or volcano mist modes, and switch the LED light between red or blue to set the perfect mood. The 300 milliliter tank runs quietly for hours. Shuts off automatically when the water runs low. Struggling with pill packs? This clever little tool pops tablets out of blister packs with zero hassle. Just press and go. No more sore fingers or flying pills. It's a lifesaver for seniors, those with arthritis, or anyone who finds packaging a pain. Compact and super lightweight. It fits in your pocket and even includes a built-in storage box to keep pills safe after popping. Small space? No problem. This compact dining set for 2 makes the most of every inch with its built-in storage shelves and tuck-away chairs. The thick wood tabletop brings a cozy retro charm, while the cushioned seats keep things comfortable for long chats or quick meals. It's sturdy, stylish, and practical, perfect for apartments or kitchens where space is too valuable to waste. Say goodbye to digging through dark, messy cabinets. This expandable pull-out organizer slides smoothly forward, bringing every pot and spice right to you. Its adjustable width fits snugly into different cabinet sizes. The smart raising tabs work perfectly with frame cabinets. Built with triple slide rails, it glides quietly even under heavy loads. Best part? It installs in minutes. No tools, no drilling, no stress. It's a mirror, a jewelry box, and a touch of luxury all in one. This wall-mounted cabinet hides a full jewelry organizer behind its sleek, rounded mirror front. Open it up, and soft LED lights illuminate your collection so you can pick the perfect piece with ease. There's room for every necklace, ring, and bracelet, plus a smaller mirror inside for quick touch-ups. Elegant, secure, and effortlessly space-saving. Late-night bathroom trips just fast forward. This toilet light activates automatically when you close the lid, using UV technology to help freshen and sanitize the bowl. No sprays or scrubbing required. When the lid opens, it shuts off instantly for safety and efficiency. It's waterproof, easy to install, and blends right in with your bathroom setup. A clean seat, a soft glow, and zero effort required. If you love a kitchen that feels high-tech and organized, this sink turns your workspace into a full workstation. It gives you a sleek, waterfall-style flow, a digital water display, and a pull-out faucet so you can switch tasks smoothly. The nano-coated steel resists scratches and stays stylish, while the included accessories, like the cutting board, soap dispenser, and cup washer, make prep and cleanup easier. Styling your hair without holding it close. Wall-mounted hair dryer bracket. Apply a face mask or even groom your pet. The adjustable arm lets you aim the dryer exactly where you need it. It installs easily without punching holes and can hold most hair dryers securely. Stylish gold and practical design keeps cords organized and adds a chic touch to your bathroom. If you're short on space, this slim rolling storage cart is the perfect fix. Its three-tier design easily slides into tight spots beside the fridge or next to your desk. The smooth 360-degree wheels make it effortless to move, while the mesh-style shelves keep everything clean and dry. Lightweight yet sturdy, it's a clever little helper that keeps every corner organized. Stressful day? Let your scalp melt into relaxation with this cordless shiatsu massager. Its soft bristles knead in 360 degrees, mimicking the feeling of real hands while boosting circulation and easing tension. You can even load essential oils into the built-in chamber and apply evenly while you massage. Fully waterproof, it works just as well in the shower as it does on the couch. Keeping track of your health doesn't have to be complicated. This wrist blood pressure monitor gives fast, accurate readings in seconds. The big LED display makes numbers easy to read. And there's even a voice broadcast option if you prefer to hear your results. It stores up to 240 readings for 2 users, so you can track progress over time. Rechargeable, portable, and simple. Perfect for at-home monitoring. Need extra storage but short on space? This folding ottoman bench is your new secret weapon. It opens up to hide away blankets, clothes, or books, and it folds flat when you don't need it. Strong enough to hold up to 660 pounds, it doubles as a comfy seat or footrest. With its tufted linen look and soft foam top, it adds both style and function.
No! Would you get these animals into custody already?
Just got a lot more fun and a little wild. This crocodile-shaped veggie chopper slices, dices, and grates your ingredients in seconds. With multiple interchangeable blades, you can prep onions, peppers, or salads without the mess or the tears. The sturdy base keeps everything stable, while the catch tray collects your chopped ingredients neatly. It's the quirky kitchen helper that turns meal prep into pure enjoyment. It's not just a coffee tablet, it's a complete...
God, he said he was a southern man.
Multifunctional...
Would you get this freak show into custody and out of my house? Again. They don't want to because they're allowed to like sexually abuse women and children and families as much as they want.
And the wheels make moving it effortless. Smart, sleek, and endlessly practical. Your living room just got more versatile.
You need to get all these men into custody because they are too unfit and unsafe to be at large in the community with the capacity to offend and access to anything they can offend with. Because they are all the highest class A felons, every one of them. You need to get everyone obstructing justice in relation to arresting these men right now because they are such bad criminals into custody also, or fire them or get them out of the way and tell them they can't obstruct justice. Who would want to even? I just assumed nobody knew where you were, that you were doing quite all this in here, which I tried to tell everyone. And then I didn't know exactly what. I knew enough, and you needed to arrest these men. You needed to arrest the men that kidnapped me day one. Instead, you left me. I report it to you every week. Right. I mean, I report it everywhere. You need to get the men that kidnapped me in 2021 out of office and into a prison cell. All of them. Also, all of them. These animals cannot be. That is the incredible evil. No, and it is not an isolated incident. There is like no quality of life if these men are allowed in communities. And these things are allowed in communities. No, it's the facts. They are extremely dangerous predators. All of the guys discussed. They will not back down on that thing. Okay? You need to get whoever is obstructing justice in relation to these animals not being arrested day one into custody. This has to go down right now for her, apparently. Okay? That man cannot sit there and sexually abuse a 14-year-old girl all night as badly as he is. These disgusting trash obstructing justice need to be removed. Also, all of them. You do not bring men like you brought into communities like you did. All of it. There's no more of any of this filth. Absolute, the lowest criminal animals possible. You're bringing like Smee from corrections in who sexually abuses and domestically abuses into close proximity. It's with communities. Whatever the Wake County Prosecutor's Office and the Wake County Sheriff's Department office and did in this case has to be held accountable. They have to serve time in prison for what they did to me. The Wake County authorities involved in the incredible amounts of crime against myself have to spend the rest of their lives in prison for their crimes because of the incredible amounts of crime they committed in communities that these absolute interloping, bestially criminal, monstrously evil, and low animals, the lowest animals that could ever criminally, due to their incredibly hideous criminal actions. The amount of crime on a daily basis, bringing those animals and putting men as low as the men in the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, as the men in the Wake County Authority. All the authorities involved in the Wake County law enforcement, Sheriff's Department, FBI, the Prosecutor's Office, the incredible filth of their crimes and the beast in the skin of the lowest criminal animals that could ever possibly exist. The most evil and low men that could ever be brought into communities. There could be no lower men or more evil men than the men who committed the incredible, hideous acts of crime against myself through the 15 years of the crimes against myself. To have those beasts, the lowest men, you can tell. Who are the men that committed all this crime? Where in the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, the Wake County Sheriff's Department, the Wake County Police, the Cary Police, did these animals, where are the animals? The lowest, everything done and said, that the lowest a legal system, the incredible acts of crime committed by the bestial monsters, the lowest rapists, gang rapists, criminals, robbers, carjackers, sadists, sexual abusers, pedophiles, the lowest men that could ever exist, animals so hideously criminally low brought into communities that no lower beast in the skin of the lowest the human race could ever sink as far as bringing crime and criminals. So it's about the individuals, the lowest criminals that could ever possibly occur. Animals so criminally low that no lower beast or criminal has or could ever exist. The Nazis and the the incredible, hideous acts of crime on a daily basis. There has never been lower crime than those men and these men committed. For 15 years of the lowest horror. Why is the Wake County Prosecutor's Office obstructing arresting Otis Toole, who is sexually assaulting a child? Yes, he feels that when a hoodoo it will do that a little, is what he literally is like emailing around saying that perhaps the woman in this case was in fact wrongfully arrested. But he himself, the schizophrenic monster thing of a man that committed the incredible, hideous, malicious, sadistic, sexual torture and abuse of the lowest, most degrading sexual abuse, stalking, an animal that everybody on the phone said they have ever seen. Because this monster, this beast, the incredible filth of everything done and said as to crime by these incredibly evil, sadistic, psychotic, psychopathic, schizoid affected beasts, so low that no lower animal as far as a legal system or a legal system monstrosity of the lowest an employee could be. Apparently you needed to get the man out of the woman's house, especially if the woman was the victim. So actually law enforcement is incredibly poor quality. Like the law enforcement in Nazi Germany was probably about the same. Because the lowest criminal behaviors, animals. Who is in the Kerry, Lockmere, and McGregor police depot over there? They want to know. Okay, on that. This man has been called like thousands of times about removing Otis Toole from the neighborhood. He just said, no, I'm going to let a gang rapist, sex pervert, pedophile have total access to the whole community because they want to watch a lady and that case ain't ever getting overturned, even though we have the evidence she's totally innocent. We admit that to everybody on the phone. But Miss Casper's phone line's cut or something. Yeah. I'm the dirtiest dump truck driver that can't talk. I'm mentally deficient employee so low that there has never been a lower bunch of men brought into communities. There has never been a lower, more dangerous bunch of men. There has never been a lower sexual abuser, a sex offender, or a criminal brought into a community. I dared to back other law enforcement in that, I thought. Even though the evidence was created and the most evil sounding men I have ever heard in my entire life were loose in the multi-million-dollar community that I was hired out of a truck depot in Arkansas to be law enforcement for or something. Out of a truck depot in Zebulon, North Carolina. I'm very sorry the prosecutor's office in your hometown, which obviously didn't like you very much, that was the most evil mankind or men could ever be. The incredible crime, the beast incarnate, John Wayne, the animal, gang rape, ghetto, the animal, Anetto, the lowest men ever born as far as rape, kidnapping, robbery, car theft, the dirtiest and lowest criminals ever born, brought into communities by the lowest crime this country has ever harbored. The incredible filth of bringing your employees into American life, into people's lives and homes and communities. The incredible filth of the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. No men have committed more or worse crimes than these animals. I don't care. I'm not going to arrest Todieto because we believe in Detective Dirty Dump Truck Paint. Do you realize people in Carroll County are normal? Well, really, that there is no one out there as low as Otis Toole that you've employed in a county jail or something that committed all of this evidence. You are required by law when the evidence comes back in as created to investigate why and who. And then when I contact you every week about, the fact that I'm being stalked by this, I'm a nice, normal person. No beast in the skin of a lower animal or criminal could possibly ever exist than every man who maliciously and intentionally committed the crimes against myself in 2021. They are a complete psychotic, sexually abusive sadists, so incredibly evilly low that no men have ever been lower or more dangerous or more evil criminals.
It's all in one, so you press, fill, and seal in the same spot. Comes with reusable, EPA-free pouches that are freezer and dishwasher safe for stress relief. Meet the heavy-duty stainless steel paper towel holder that makes one-handed tearing effortless. The spring-loaded tension arm keeps your roll from unrolling or flying away, while the weighted non-slip base ensures stability during use. It fits all paper towel rolls, so you're never limited by size or brand. The ergonomic top handle makes moving.
You let the dirtiest and lowest men into things. They have no credentials, and they are incredibly dangerous.
Keep your kitchen smoke-free.
You need to get these men into custody as soon as they are. You get like basic training grunts raping a 10-year-old, it says. Well, he can mock that. Well, Tony Edo felt that when you're in a $500,000 house in Lockmere, okay, or an $800,000 house in Lockmere, okay. You have. You're in a gated community, and you know, well, the dirtiest dump truck driver in the world. A child molester as low as these men would never be. Okay? Except that you're incredibly filthy and corrupt and criminal. Public sector brings monsters of sexual abuse and pedophilia and the lowest hood classes and neighborhoods that could possibly exist into communities. I would laugh at that, to say that the American public sector harbors some of the worst crimes that animals have ever committed by bringing the individual lowest and most dangerous criminal classes of men and things into communities. It is the individuals here. It is the crime, or it will turn out not to be. Yeah. And you have to arrest the individuals. They don't know how to do that. That could be a threat. Maybe I tell them to do that. The dirtiest, dumbest man, he's good. Maybe I do that there. That thing has to be out of the community now. Yeah. Because it dared to do that there. Maybe there's a reason. The dirtiest and lowest man. Why is the thing being combative with a woman who is reporting a crime in her community? Will he do that there? Well, they could even, nobody thinks to threaten the Neto. They're not sure how I politely and civil. Well, noted. I need that man in custody right now. You do not bring that into a community. Okay. The incredible crimes of those incredibly low men in my police station. Would you go in and see what is in the goddamn police station in McGregor and Lockmere then? The Huda needs to go to prison now. We're in the South. We use the Huda. Why hasn't anybody intervened? Does it say we use Huda in WRAL? Well, that's what people say. You need him in custody, not sexually assaulting these women and children and men and everything. Then you need to get whatever these men are on the news. I was told to tell the woman no because the person in Arkansas created our evidence, which that man knows, told him to, which is why that man can't be in your police station. Why? That's a criminal, and you're in a very wealthy suburban neighborhood. No, we asked, you're not allowed to do that. And that's not the case. It is not like he is hired out of somebody in Palm Beach that wants him in there. He's hired by somebody else that wants to be in Palm Beach on that or something. You need to get the Huda-Its and the Todietos out of everything. They're criminals. The incredible amount of crime they committed. I'm sorry. I was nothing but nice and appropriate. The incredible amounts of crime. Whoever is responsible for my 2021 kidnapping needs to spend 25 years to life in prison.
Built tough for outdoor use and moody enough for larger dogs.
Because it had been such an ongoing long case where everybody was aware of it and you all knew I was completely innocent, and then you conspired beforehand. It came out in court. Like Sarah Whitaker Howard. So why are you holding me? Why did you arrest me? Because these men called. Okay, well, you need to get these men in custody because these were the men that were stalking me. Do you realize I woke up every day calling the police saying I'm being stalked? You had my stalker on the phone. This is my stalker. Instead, you arrested me for my stalker. I called you in the absolute criminal horror of being stalked by these men. Every single goddamn week on your disgusting, lowest bestial animal sewer of a swastika of the lowest sexual abuse and domestic violence animals have ever engaged in. I called you every single goddamn month. Or I emailed you. You knew my evidence was created. The monsters in the Wake County police stations. These are men that are so incredibly evil and dangerous. I interacted with them consistently all throughout also. They have to be removed. So we decided to rule against overturning it because a man named Neto could get in trouble. A mentally and physically deformed monster so low. The 300-pound man that looks like Mama June that committed so much crime in office. I don't think anybody's.
No mess, just press to open or close. It fits most standard sinks and saves you from reaching for the drain cleaner ever again. Neck pain doesn't wait, so why should your relief? This portable neck massager brings instant.
Because I woke up to this. So you had my stalkers on the phone. They said no. This is my stalker. Do you realize the absolute horror I lived in all these years?
Until it feels just right. It's super quiet, fits naturally around your neck, and works up to 2 hours on a single charge. Soap getting soggy and slipping around? Not anymore. This clever leak-safe holder tilts at just the right angle to let water drain off instantly.
A man named Neto said no to that. Where are the police besides these low-class criminal men? A man named Neto said no. Filthy Zeke said no. Smee said no. Yeah. Okay? Is all I've encountered. Huda has to go to prison. And what would possess you? You kidnapped me in 2017. I was polite and civil enough. Huda, I don't care. I had to spend all night with these men and was kidnapped, which you knew at this point, but you're absolutely disgusting. Lowest criminal corruption that has or could ever occur.
And can even target shoulders or calves. Total relaxation. Anytime, anywhere. Ever wish your sink could double as a mini shower? This sprayer attachment set makes it happen. It connects right to your faucet and gives you 3 spray modes: massage, rain, or mix, for everything from washing hair to bathing pets. The 9.8-foot hose gives you room to move, and it comes with multiple adapters to fit most sinks. Quick install, no tools needed, and way more versatile than your average tap. Cleanliness just got an upgrade. This smart fit AC lets you enjoy a refreshing, hands-free experience every time you use it. The LED display has real-time settings, while the foot sensor activates the flush without touching a button. You can adjust water temperature, pressure, and even use the remote to control everything from your seat. Made with premium ceramic with a powerful siphon flush, it keeps things spotless and efficient, all with a touch of modern luxury. Your monitor deserves more than a basic stand. It deserves freedom.
As described before you altered it. I mean, I did not do anything here, but I woke up in this every single day. Well, that's why the incredible amounts of crime. I actually just couldn't go anymore because the thing over there was threatening me too much.
When you want a chair that feels like your own little escape, this recliner delivers. You can swivel all the way around, rock gently.
Get these men out of the Casper's $750,000 bank account right now. Do you understand me? You shit stain of the dirtiest and lowest animals ever brought into a community. Any community. Raleigh is otherwise a perfectly nice community. You need to get these absolute lowest criminal white trash thugs and thieves and rapists, robbers, carjackers, and absolute sexual abusers, neighbor pornographers, sadists, criminals, thieves. You need to clean up a little on this one. Okay, does that make sense? No. Your crimes against myself in the 2017 random hood nonsense kidnapping.
Choose your favorite color and make fitness.
All you did was send it out to everyone at WRAL. The man in there admits to that, which is way too much going on with that dude. There is no such thing as how goddamn insane that man is. And retarded or something. Really, that is way too, that's correct, that's way too hood or something. That is way too, like, you just, get away from that man if you're anyone. And he goes back to, working in construction or something wherever he works, that is too weird to drive a truck all the way across America. It just isn't going to work. The man did you hire someone with mental deficiencies to do something for you out of some kind of organized crime? The man is a very dangerous abuser also. I mean, there was nothing going on with myself or what I reported.
No fumbling required. You can create temporary access codes for guests or deliveries and check entry history right from the app. The auto lock feature secures your door.
Well, see, they could get that. They could get that for the lady instead. And then the house burnt down 2 months later. Okay? Or 4 months later. And I was very upset. Okay? Or you can tell this woman is being absolutely, and that man was one of the most disgusting displays I have ever seen of criminal law enforcement behavior. There was nothing going on in your behavior in any of it, nor had you talked to any of them prior. They were some of the most domestically abusive, randomly abusive and criminal hoodlums possible. I was told to tell this woman no emphatically because we at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, yes, her evidence has been created in that. We felt that the man made good points about, he said they knew that the evidence was created when they kidnapped you in 2017, which is why they do in fact have to serve actual prison time. The group that has been doing all of this, whoever they're accountable to also has to serve prison time because they were made aware of it by the entire public. Again, you do not go against public demand to investigate further. Well, it's been a long time. Now, if you're still on probation for it and it's still going on, is correct? Okay, Huda, you lost your mind. I don't know if I said something to you. If I did, this is why. I don't even know you. Okay? The woman is actually a victim of a crime. So, and the criminals are interacting on a daily basis, constantly. You have not turned off neighborhood pornography at my house in 13 years.
Creates an elegant glow that instantly elevates any dining table or coffee nook. It's easy to assemble, stable enough for pillar candles, and doubles as a cozy statement piece for dinners, celebrations, quiet nights in. Simple, stylish, and effortlessly classy. Turn wasted underbed space into instant storage. These folding bins move smoothly on 360-degree wheels, so you can slide them out without lifting a finger. Made with sturdy.
No, that's what I what, like the guy in the motel. I remember that. I didn't mean to. That is actually what the damn thing said. Oh. No, I didn't. Maybe I scared it or something. I probably went for, I probably called someone and was like talking on the phone, like, I think I heard something, you should leave. That's what it said. I have never, like the rest of this conversation with this thing. Oh, that's the thing about it. I have never heard anybody say anything like that. I have never heard, no, just in the voices in your head. Yeah, I've never heard anybody say anything like that anywhere. Really, yeah, like you're gonna be careful repeating what this guy says or what the really, yeah. So when you're like your cell phone will start heavy breathing is what is going on nowadays. Really, it was then. Oh, we asked. It was your smart TV. It was an enabled microphone on the TV, so the TV would start heavy breathing. That means there's a camera in the room, and I don't know. Oh.
You can stack it or mount it on the wall, whatever fits your space best.
But nobody has ever said anything like whatever the heck comes through this on that. Whoever does that, okay, so whoever, I mean, there might be other guys that can figure out enable smart. These guys are really slick and really have access, okay? That's correct. Somebody in White Plains, New York, or Boca Raton, Florida, or Orchard Road, Singapore, we lived right off, not far away from, you could walk to Orchard Road, Singapore. So, in a very nice neighborhood. But they, but whoever has this ability is real, seems pretty, entitled to it. Like it's just their ability. Yeah, I mean, other people might have to work at it or something to enable a microphone on a cell phone to talk dirty. Really, this guy's got a whole rig. I mean, it's just his. Really, yeah, he turns it on. He's got the whole thing set up. Really, he's got B-Chicks talking like down. I mean, he's got a whole game room with it. Okay. Really, and always seems like that. And the thing that whatever pops out of that man, whatever pops out of it, always has. Whatever the hell is on the other end of that, ain't nobody ever done that. Ain't nobody ever said that. Ain't nobody ever done or said that. Yeah, like, and if somebody ever does, it means you oh, you're about to die. Something. You got like, I don't know, an actual serial killer on the other side. I mean, nobody's ever done or said all that. And he says all of it, all the things that if anybody ever said or did that, then it means you're about to die. I mean, badly. Oh, and it's definitely a rapist. There's no doubt. Oh, and like the worst rapist ever. Why? I mean, if it's a heavy breather, sometimes you just say no and hang up. Or something. Yeah, I mean, that is the worst bludgeoning hood rapist nobody's fortunately met. Oh, really? I mean, oh my God. No, that I'm sorry that is totally all the other side. Really? But I mean, that is literally, I swear under oath. Oh, I remember that, Bell. That is what the thing said. No. Really? Yeah. These ones, same thing. Really? What? Oh, what you just said. No.
Days of tracking. Ever wish grooming your pet felt less like a chore and more like a spa day? This 4-in-1.
Take a photo, add a price, and list in minutes. Turn clutter into cash without overthinking it. And with 0 selling fees, you keep all the money for the things you actually want. Millions of users across the U.S. are already looking for what you're about to sell. Start selling on Vinted today.
Darren Soto knows when politicians side with corporate billionaires, Florida families lose. That's why in Congress, Darren stands up for us by taking on drug and insurance companies to lower prescription and healthcare costs, protecting Medicare and Social Security, and brought both parties together to ban congressional stock trading to limit politicians using their office for personal profit. Darren Soto is working for us. Call Darren Soto and tell him to keep fighting for Florida families.
One steam brush is the upgrade your cat or dog didn't know they needed. It detangles, removes loose fur, cleans teeth, and even massages, all while releasing gentle steam to soften coats and calm your pet. Anti-static bristles keep fur sleek, not frizzy. It's quiet, cordless, and makes every cleaning session feel like paperwork.
Would you please get my kidnappers into custody finally, you disgusting monsters? I don't know, and everybody else, anybody else. I'm nice enough. Oh, I don't know what in earth. You know, I was neighborhood pornographied and stole more hideously by my kidnappers in this with the created evidence the entire time. It was so bad that I woke up, every day. You would not let me report it to you, so I reported it everywhere else, who then called you, which I reported it to you appropriately. Well, that's what I'm like that, because he told me to completely discourage you from reporting. And also, you're well off aging parents, because they said the same thing.
Install it in minutes and enjoy a cleaner, calmer space. Turn your living room into a wellness studio. This red light therapy panel uses a powerful blend of red and near-infrared LEDs to boost energy, ease muscle pain, and improve skin health. Just a few minutes a day.
Get off me with that thing!
Sleep better and feel more focused. You can run red, infrared, or both at once. Quiet, flicker-free, and easy to use. Wellness has never been this simple.
No, I will never turn it off at your house, is what he says next. He says, he's going to sexually torture the Casper family from UNC and McGregor. That's correct. My brother was graduating from UNC and was in UNC. All through this kidnapping. The kidnapping is in fact how it is. Otis told the janitor and corrections worker kidnap me.
Goodbye, dimples. Hello, smooth skin. This deep fascia massage roller targets stubborn cellulite while giving your muscles a much-needed release. The textured wheels work into the skin to boost circulation and encourage lymphatic drainage. Use it on legs, thighs, or glutes for a sculpted, refreshed look. No batteries, no cords. Just a simple tool you can use anytime for firmer, healthier feeling skin. Your workspace gets a serious upgrade the moment this desk enters the room. With the push of a button, you glide from sitting to standing, letting you move the way your body actually wants to. You can save your favorite heights, so you switch positions instantly without fiddling around. The steel frame stays rock steady even when raised all the way up, giving your monitors and gear a solid home. When space is tight but shoes keep piling up, this foldable 5-tier...
Why is this man still in my house? Because you called the police and you were told not to. When a tornado tells you not to do something, it means no, man.
Just the tiers you need, or collapse it flat.
The 2017 assault case, we admit, was dismissed, but he was concerned about public safety in relation to you being at large in having a missed for extra probation. He gave you anyway. We didn't understand completely why you were given any extra probation if you hadn't assaulted anybody. We also didn't understand why you were extradited. A man in the Carroll County courts demanded your arrest or something, we thought, but we didn't understand what that meant because the person wasn't a community corrections worker, we thought. We don't understand why these men were able to continue to interact with you out of the Arkansas legal system if they did not have a reason to request your arrest.
Built-in shelves and hooks keep books.
We had to drop the charges as to conspiracy to
dorms or bedrooms. You'll love how it turns even the smallest corner into a functional workspace.
do it.
Baking just got a serious upgrade. This 2-in-1 mixer works as both a handheld blender and a stand mixer, so you can whip cream, beat eggs, or knead dough without switching gadgets. Built-in cooking window lets you watch your back.
He's massaging a little bit. Is that bad? You know, Vegas, would you please get this man away from me?
Even the lid doubles as a dough cutter and bench.
So we need to I'm not doing anything. I reported you to the proper authorities. You know who all said no a little? We said time and jurisdiction. We said jurisdiction. When a man says jurisdiction out of his courthouse, out of his FBI, out of every federal office in D.C. has a copy of this, we asked. Every police department in the country almost has a copy. Every single one. Both of you.
Saving just got a techie upgrade with
Him, not me. I actually have no idea what's going on. Yeah, like I called back and they all got a copy, but it's absolutely surreal. And I haven't called everyone back, really. Yeah. So like I actually call all the proper offices that you're supposed to call. Like or whatever. I call like the whole legal system. We've done this for a million years now. And I say, my evidence is created. Could you please, help? I know for sure, yada yada. Did you receive the link I got? I'm being stalked. There is not one person I have talked to on the phone that I have not the second thing I say. I am being stalked. I am being stalked by like the worst stalkers ever who match this created evidence and this kidnapping. I know I did not do anything at all, and I'm being stalked. I'm being stalked like so badly, and I'm being stalked. I mean, oh my God, I can't spend another day being stalked. Could you perhaps help me with the stalking? I can't handle any more stalking. Oh my God, am I being stalked? It is absolutely hideous how badly I'm being stalked. I'm being stalked by the most evil and disgusting men to ever stalk. It is these incredibly rough, like jail and prison guards and like Dennis Rader or something. Would you please help me? I'm being stalked every day and night. I'm living my life in absolute horror because I'm being stalked. And this evidence is created. I need this beast, this monster, the man that just said I can, massage your crotch and I'm just going to do that. I need this monster in custody now and out of my house. And not stalking me every second of every day in my nice apartment. Because I'm being stalked. Would you please investigate that I'm being stalked out of this created evidence? Appropriately. There's appropriate is to be stalked by this. The police just get the stalker away from the community. And the person that they're stalking and kidnapped. You were appropriate for that.
Falling asleep just got a major upgrade. This 3-in-1 mask blocks out light, cushions your eyes, and plays music through built-in Bluetooth speakers. It sounds crisp and immersive, helping you drift off faster without faulty headphones. Its 3D design gives your eyes room to move with zero pressure, perfect for side sleepers. Soft memory foam and breathable fabric keep you cool.
Get him! No! Okay? You are not allowed to sexually assault me! You gang rapist freak animal! Every day it was the same men. I mean, gang rape, sexually abused, stalked. Oh, so incredibly badly on this technology these animals have access to. Well, maybe they didn't like that. This is his stuff in there. Tony is allowed to sexually abuse in here. He's allowed to do anything the lowest men ever brought into a community could possibly do.
No tough, no problem.
That's law enforcement on that thing, on this. Okay, it seems like, I don't know what that is in there. A beast, an incredibly evil man, a schizophrenic, a retarded man. Because you didn't get it? There's nothing not to get. And I was as appropriate as possible about it. It didn't have anything to do with them. They hadn't done anything. Well, they had, but it, maybe they had done things also. But I mean, that doesn't make any sense either. Okay? As far as like people, you can't employ people. It's like jury duty that are so off the grid, or not grid, but off both, but off the map. If the person does not have a normal response to something, or a criminal one, then you can't employ them. These men did incredible acts of crime, okay? They are incredibly dangerous criminals, okay? That they are incredibly dangerous criminals. You have them running around, like right now, they are in Wildwood, they're in the villages, Florida. I'm in Pinellas Village, is Florida. And I'm at a summer vacation visiting grandma to go down to Orlando, Florida. Okay? It's very nice, and nothing here, you're going to encounter almost no crime there. You're not going to encounter any crime almost. Really, yeah. And instead, there are, you got to be kidding me, okay? Detective Pate goes to jail, and the, kids living next door to me are not molested.
Wrinkled clothes while traveling? Not anymore. This ultra-light mini iron heats up fast and smooths out creases in under a minute. It's designed to work anywhere in the world with automatic voltage adjustment.
It's just, we all know that. If you don't know that, people that are dangerous, I get it. Oh, that thing is really incredibly low class and dangerous. That is an incredibly dangerous man. After the many years of interacting with these men, I'm a woman, and whatever. Oh, I'm a man and I have money. Oh, you wouldn't believe what white trash like that do. Oh, they're unbelievable. No, all around the world and anywhere. Oh, you cannot have things that are too hood. Oh, in a community. You cannot bring people. You cannot bring people that will bring other people. You cannot have any broken windows. You cannot have, if right away you notice something, I've never really seen anything like a man like that before. I've seen a guy that never really quite seen this before. And
fast heat up in super hot steam that melts through sticky grime.
This person looks too rough, then they are, or especially if they do anything, unless they're cleaning an oven or something, maybe working around or something. If you notice something like that, that thing does unbelievable stuff. How's it been here? Okay, that is a very rough and dangerous man in that. You cannot have him. Where did he come from? Where did the men in the Wake County police departments and authorities that caused this crime, okay? All you had to do, all of you, okay? I'm a woman. I live in an affluent suburban neighborhood. I am the victim of the crime because the evidence is created, and I did not. My evidence is created, and a crazy man made this evidence, and then this is the actual evidence. Which all you had to do was call and ask around. Okay. Whatever's going on in law enforcement and the courts is too corrupt. Somebody's gotten in there, and they're criminals. There are also lots of people, and they will run around and get into ungodly things as far as criminals from bad neighborhoods. These men are too rough. These things are too rough, and these men are too criminal. That's a hood criminal with us. That is a burglar, a robber, a criminal, a rapist, a schizoaffective, a schizophrenic, a sexual offender, a pedophile, a wife beater. That is too rough. whatever's going on with the entire thing is too corrupt and too rough. It is not that hard to get the stalker, Adam McGregor, that is in relation to this.
Okay.
I woke up every day in absolute criminal, highest felony horror because of these incredibly low-class, dirty criminal, Granger, the Meineke men or something. We're in my police station with Huda the It.
These gadgets for tiny homes. They're clever, space-saving, and make everyday life way easier. Designed for small spaces, but big on usefulness, they instantly upgrade how you live. All product.
Or when Aaron did all this.
Below.
I said no to overturning the case because he spoke to me and he said that who the hell are you again? You need to go to prison for the rest of your life for what you did to me. Goya's ghost is right. You had to get the man away from me that had committed the crime of evidence creation that was stalking me. That I, as a completely nice, normal, in sound mind and body woman, was experiencing the interaction with of being stalked by the same men that created this evidence and was reporting to you, which you could actually hear sometimes. Okay, which pretty much just okay, that is one heck of a dude on the other side. Which I reported to you over and over and over as completely coherently as possible. You are the worst. You are lied to commit crime. There is no time in prison you could not serve for the daily crime. That would be enough that I endured. That the crimes I endured because of you. Because no time in prison for the endangerment of the community, much less what you did after 10 years of sexual abuse stalking by these men, where they did not turn off their stalking device on my house and me one time. I don't think. I spent 10 years stalked and sexually abused, interacting with these monsters so incredibly, hideously low. No, you can't check in on people's houses and sexual abuse as much as I want to. Well, I'm allowed to do stuff elsewhere. All right. You never know. Really, yeah, probably. Okay? You really bring predators into what and always have. That is a predator. The sexual assailant in your bedroom when you are a child, that is these monsters, is in fact a predator that otherwise would not be in the community. Which is very much the case since you are at the moment with all police watching saying that you get to keep this sexual assailant in my house who is as open as possible about being and actually capable of sexual assault, and near a whole bunch of children and says he likes to watch them at the swimming pool or something. Because he can GPS scan everything somehow. As the person experiencing his sexual assault, it is some of the most hideous acts of crime an animal ever engaged in as far as sexual abuse and assault. Which I told you had my emails on that filthy son of a bitch, which I said. And then I said, please go find them. He gets as aggressive as possible with that man. I have never seen a man get more aggressive when a person called you about a break-in, which there was then an arson fire, which you knew was arson, which you covered up on that disgusting animal. I mean, that is a lot of crime that we did not know existed out of your people. No one would ever think that the Raleigh Police Department, you're just in suburban Raleigh or in Wake County, would suppress an arson attempt for the guy that falsified this evidence, which is these men, the schizophrenic janitor. The manic depression checks needed to quit out of you if you know the evidence was created. There's nothing going on in any of the Dropbox site or anything else that would imply manic depression. Because the man that created the evidence told you to say it. Which is also incredibly weird.
Yeah. Your desk doesn't always need to take up space. Sometimes it can disappear into the wall. This fold-out workstation opens into a sturdy writing desk with shelves. then folds back up into a sleek cabinet when you're done. A built-in blackboard lets you jot down reminders, lists, or quick notes. Side shelves hold books, decor, or office supplies within reach. It's compact, clever, and perfect for maximizing small rooms.
You're an absolute white trash criminal male, but you're a male in your house all day and night. That's a complete stranger that you never would. Would you stand down in relation to you haven't committed any sort of crime also in this story? And you are the moral authority. Your abuse of a power position that the person can do nothing about, which is your ability to stalk on that thing, is so epic. Day one. Yeah. Then who you actually are is, you can tell this is the lowest class man and the most dangerous criminal man possible. You know, Huda, I need you in custody now also, and you do actually have to pay the Casper's damages for everything you've done.
Or change the vibe right from your phone, or even with your voice. Want cozy?
You have to pay the apartment complex damages.
In seconds to match
The fire is arson in that.
and
Okay, so you didn't bother to text the arsonist. You're in Lockmere, where she lives, okay? You're anywhere in Raleigh and you didn't bother to catch an arsonist at all. You did not bother. The thing is, the Raleigh police says you come in and you pull rank. And I mean, you are so totally, you're not allowed to hang out next to the wealthy parts of town, on whoever the hell you are, with all this.
Preset programs and a delay timer, you get bakery quality results on your schedule. No early mornings required. If your tea stash keeps taking over your counter, this spinning tower is the hero you didn't know you needed. 3 tiers rotate smoothly, so you can spot your favorite flavor in seconds. 9 removable compartments keep everything sorted, holding up to 108 bags without looking cluttered. The metal frame stays steady as you spin it, and the slim design saves tons of space. You can even use it for sugar packets or creamers, whatever makes your tea time easier. Your place instantly feels calmer the moment this fountain turns on. Water glides down a mirror panel, giving you a moving reflection that looks both cool and relaxing. Soft lights glow behind the screen, so you get a peaceful vibe whether it's day or night. You can hang it indoors or outside, and it fits almost anywhere without taking up floor space. And upkeep is
There's like people on the back porch, I think.
Fill it.
We don't shout in a Nitto. Yeah, they could shout at a Nitto. Then I could beat that up, because I'm a wife beater. I'm the worst wife beater that you could never imagine.
Giving up space. This foldable desk opens up into a roomy workstation and tucks away.
You need to get the group that sexually abused me for 13 years in the most hideous ways animals have ever sexually abused a woman, and domestically abused, out of office.
From room to room. Simple, functional, and perfect for small spaces. Keep your bedding neat, dust-free, and easy to find. These sturdy plastic organizers stack securely without tipping, and the double-sided clear windows let you spot exactly what's inside at a glance. Snap closures keep everything protected, while side handles make pulling them from shelves effortless. Fold them flat when not in use, or stack them to save space.
Please get them out of my house now. All these men, they feel you're in progress because you talk back to it in a Nitto. That was the entire thing. I mean, it's actually insane.
Yes.
Yeah, you talk back to Gacy on this one. Is all anybody has to say. Really? Yeah, we have like 1,500 people on the phone all the time. I'm not sure what that he's doing with that many people calling about. He expects to just never get arrested, or he doesn't stop unless he gets arrested. Who are you and where are you? Okay, you realize you're in houses in Orlando, in America. We're just like an hour away from Orlando.
Regular nightstand when this one powers your whole bedside setup. It comes with built-in outlets and USB ports, so you can charge your devices right in the drawer. The sliding top and smooth rails make accessing storage effortless, while the colorful LED lights add a fun, cozy vibe. You can control the lights with a button or your phone, setting the
You know,
mood
apparently she went from an
however you
episode of
like.
Helen Horror every day and emailed the entire world about it because she couldn't call her
Maximize
local
every
police
inch of
station.
your kitchen with this hanging storage shelf.
And the same in Las Vegas, because you intervened on Miss Casper gave these men not stalking her in Las Vegas because you said she's crying wolf. Did I seem like I was crying wolf? That guy's gotta go out of the police station, really, yeah, in his first 30 years, got.
Easy reach. Struggling with a crowded
Well, if there is such a character, whoever's responsible for that is whoever, the malicious parties and this has to end, it's actual crime, you're not allowed to do any of this. No, the problem is that the evidence is, he goes, no, you could like Mr. Kreider. It goes back to doing this. He's done that all these years. Like, he argues the case and then he's always just doing this. Really? And all you have to do is go check, which is all I ever say. I just ignore him and then go tell people to check. And then I go and tell the police to check.
This isn't just a bed. It's an entire bedroom built into one. You get a massage chair for ultimate relaxation, Bluetooth speakers for music, and even a charging station so your devices never die overnight. A built-in bookshelf and desk keep everything within reach, whether you're working or winding down. There's hidden storage and even a chaise for lounging. It's comfort, tech, and style, all in one futuristic frame. Bedside magic is real with this smart nightstand. It charges your phone wirelessly while you sleep, so no more tangled cords. The LED lights shift between warm, cool, and natural tones, creating a cozy vibe for winding down. A sleek glass top and gold finish make it a stylish accent anywhere in your room. And the drawer keeps your essentials tucked away neatly, all while taking up minimal space. Why waste space under the bed when you can turn it into hidden storage? This modern lift-up bed frame uses a hydraulic system to reveal a roomy compartment for bedding, clothes, or anything you want out of sight. The sturdy build makes lifting effortless and safe. A tall wingback headboard adds elegance, giving your room a sleek centerpiece. No box spring needed, just a smart, stylish way to maximize bedroom space. If you're short on space, this slim rolling storage cart is the perfect fix. Its three-tier design easily slides into tight spots between your washer, beside the fridge, or next to your desk. The smooth 360-degree wheels make it effortless to move, while the mesh-style shelves keep everything cleaned and dry. Lightweight yet sturdy, it's a clever little helper that keeps every corner organized. Here's a smart little sofa that works overtime without taking up much space. It starts as a comfy love seat, then pulls out into a cozy sleeper in seconds whenever you need an extra bed. The backrest adjusts to different angles, so you can sit upright, lean back, or stretch out completely. Soft velvet upholstery and 2 plush pillows make it feel extra inviting. With a hidden side pocket for remotes and essentials, it keeps your space tidy while giving you flexible seating. Never worry about feeding your fish again. This automatic feeder dispenses flakes, pellets, or powder on a schedule you set every 8, 12, or 24 hours. The 200 milliliter container holds plenty of food, while the moisture-proof lid keeps it fresh and plump-free.
It's just that
overfeeding, and you can even feed manually anytime.
The thing is too, I'm certain people saw that.
Vacations, weekends.
Well, it's like being in the Truman Show or something. It's absolutely horrible. It's a bubble. It's gone on for years. It's so depressing. Really? Yeah, it's just unbelievable. My phone line's obviously cut because I called all the numbers back and they all had gotten it. Really? And on that, but I mean, I forget actually that everybody is watching, but if they are, I don't know how enough people have it. Really, I'm going to do more Because it gets, like I said, I was going through the email list.
Kitchen mom.
That's actually, he was already doing all of this. Yeah, like, I mean, there's nothing,
You just
Oh.
press this button. and
he was doing whatever he was doing with the licking and they got a sex offense, then the sexual assault,
You're gonna wanna keep this little cutie right
actually stuff, as far as technology started. So, I mean, I don't know. Oh,
A rolling tower that keeps fruits, veggies, and pantry items within reach without cluttering your counters. This 4-tier metal storage rack comes fully assembled.
he breaks it, it's like a cell phone in the wall.
The baskets
I think he
rotate
drove.
for easy
Like,
access.
yeah, so you can like turn your cell phone off.
And the carbon
But I mean, you know,
strong to hold heavy groceries.
Absolutely hideous. Like I'm sitting here putting cantaloupes in a rack with my mother or something, and he's just following around everywhere with a cell phone. So the next day, I reported to all the authorities. They called back. I got all this back. They tell you all this jurisdiction stuff.
Put it to work. This 3-tier organizer gives you shelves for towels.
Well, that was a stupid thing to say. You say things because I said it one time. I don't know. But yeah, he said it. And I just didn't.
Loofahs or small accessories.
Well, you just don't grab his tail. I don't know. You do it. Maybe that's what it's called. Maybe I was watching like PBS and I was like, the Vietnam War. I don't care if it's stupid. But it's probably the same as everyone else's that looks functional.
Walking has never felt this smooth.
And more or less it is.
Ottoman set lets you glide effortlessly.
Because it has to be in a weird situation.
With your little one.
Because that's all I have going on and stuff. So it doesn't really matter, really, which is why I ignore you and then I'm like, oh, does that sound funny? I'm not taking tips from whatever that is. This thing goes on day and night, and so I'm like, I mean, it's been so many, like, it's just unbelievable because it never stops. No matter what you do, it never stops. It's absolutely horrible. You just can't get them to stop. You can't get them to stop stalking. You can't get them to stop doing anything. Like, I really have not done anything throughout all of this. Like, whoever's watching, which I made sure was documented because it was so strange. And like, I look like I'm having an epileptic seizure and screaming. But mostly I think I'm just screaming, I hate you. Because like, and you're really dirty. Oh, you kidnapped me for another year for no reason. Like I did absolutely nothing here. You conspired beforehand to let me drive away, and then you let me drive away after telling me to exit the vehicle so you could steal the car or something was what the other guy was doing. Oh, but maybe he's just taking cars away from like Appalachian women in a cult. It's hard to tell. And being vindictive because this guy is so schizophrenic. Oh, which I told you a million times, and the evidence says, okay? I'm being stalked by, and I'm stuck with the guy, and you can hear him sometimes, okay? And he does stuff like if you lay down for a nap or at 2 o'clock in the morning, like the thing, like I'm not sure, but you have to jump up and we'll get into a fight or something, and I can hear him. Okay, and he says like really dirty stuff on the phone.
What happens when a rule-breaking
which is what they say. Really, yeah, it makes you angry too. It has something that kind of like touch you, but it's not like there's just something about it's really wrong. Oh, but you can hear the thing, and it's heavy breathing, which is true. And it's like it's total schizophrenic. There's a total schizophrenic, and then it enables the microphone on my computer in my I can hear the thing talking sometimes when he's talking so much on the computer and the cell phone. Like you're wearing headphones and you can hear him. And then stuff like rearranges and he's like all over your stuff and he's mirroring your internet and your cell phone. And he's talking all the time on the cell phone and he can hear me on the cell phone. Which you didn't realize that you were just really stalled. But then you realized enough. So it was pretty weird. Well, I didn't know exactly how it works, but I knew I was being stalked, like as to death. And for sure, he was just stalking on the cell phone. But if you turn your cell phone on, he like gets on something else, really. And then you unplug your internet, and then he's there right as soon as you turn it back on again. I mean, it's really bad. Like I survived a million years of this, but the guy is really bad. And they're like, oh,
new.
You know, no, there's, you leave.
Lights up the room with soft lights or millions of
That's
colors.
probably actually the guy,
All
what?
right
He's
from
actually
your phone.
completely insane. Oh, it's crackhead or something, the guy.
Switch
You
seats
leave.
without even getting
It
off
could
the
be,
couch.
really, yeah.
The built-in
It, right
shows
away,
that
it's the guy at 90 feet, don't make eye contact with.
or anything you want
So,
within
I don't
reach.
know.
It's a bright, modern upgrade that makes your room feel organized,
Well, it looks like him,
a
and it
little
was.
smarter.
So,
Meet the ultimate chill spot you can take anywhere. This inflatable lounge chair with a matching footrest lets you stretch out, sink in.
well, it just was, it was like a guy you don't make eye contact
The
with.
soft
But,
flat top
but this
feels
because it's
suede
like ominous.
on a sturdy PVC.
It could be a crackhead,
Tough
really,
and
that,
durable.
that they'll act out.
Inflates in minutes and
Sexually.
folds down flat when not in use. Perfect for movie nights,
Also.
camping trips, or lazy weekends indoors.
It's not even, there's no need to, it was very aggressive, really, yeah.
Meet the mini mop that's ready for
Lady.
any spill. This portable cleaning system works wet or dry, tackling floors, counters, glass, and even your car. The soft sponge heads absorb water quickly.
The man
The one hand
really,
squeeze down
really,
makes
really,
cleaning effortless.
see, there's like kids shouting at
Design
these
picks
people.
up dust and dirt for a spotless clean every time. Lightweight, compact, and easy
He
to
said
store.
he is
Turns
sexually
tedious
abusing
cleaning into
kids
a
right
simple,
now. Really, I
stress-free
don't think.
task.
Would you please get this monster into custody? You have no idea how much crimes
This is coming over.
idiot animals have committed.
This set of stackable wooden stools gives you
I mean,
four
like,
sturdy
you know,
seats that also double
The
as
incredible
size.
entitlement of these men.
Even
Yeah,
blank
like, I mean, there's just no,
They stack neatly
you don't
to
kidnap
save
me.
space, keeping your room clutter-free.
All
Crafted
of
from
you.
solid wood with anti-slip pads.
But like, I didn't
While
do
protecting your
anything at
floors.
all through the entire thing.
Just unstack and
You know, I'm just sitting there and I'm reporting it because it's very bad. And I reported it and I reported it to all the proper channels, turned it in everywhere, called back. No, I did that. I'll do it again. You better believe I woke up and I called every single office in Little Rock. There was a lot of like bad attitude and then people just didn't know it. It's somebody else's jurisdiction. Or there was bad attitude out of the guys, you know, just, out of, I don't even know, really, but, bad attitude, really, yeah. But I mean, I called every single office and then, you know, like these emails back, and we did that on the phone all the time. Every single office I called did that. And the person that worked there is just telling you whatever it said. So there was no office that actually investigated that this evidence was created. Which actually, they needed to give me my created evidence out of the local law enforcement, obviously, or anybody who has it. If they have that my evidence is created, because that's all I went around requesting that people please get that evidence for me, and reporting the crime.
And stays ready for the next mess.
You need to put in a Freedom of Information Act now with local law enforcement.
Turn wasted underbed space into instant storage.
Which local law enforcement? Because they feel that's their evidence. In Cary or Wake County or something, they've apparently had your evidence because your phone line's been cut, so they kept turning it into your local police department in Cary, North Carolina, and they kept not giving it to you and holding on to it, and then doing the stuff that you documented as your only interaction with them.
Keeping your space neat and organized. One piece of furniture, 3 ways to use it. This compact vanity flips open to reveal a lighted mirror with
You need to get these men out of office, is correct, as to whatever did all this, all these incredibly hideously criminal years. You have no idea how much, like, I'm a living dead person compared to what I would be if you monsters had not, I'm lucky to be alive. I don't know how much Jessica's laws and Adam Walsh's laws apply to this, but I don't think anything has ever, but I mean, you've got to be kidding me. My evidence is as created as possible.
You just stick it on and start hanging your kitchen tools, towels, or office bits. It keeps your space tidy without taking up any of it. One cube, endless possibilities. This clever 5-in-1 seating cube hides 4 mini
I
suites
think
inside,
there's
ready to roll out whenever you need extra seats.
Then maybe they
Use it as
can,
a footrest,
or not
make a
shout
chair
anymore.
or side table. It
The-
adapts to no space.
That's all it is.
The leather is waterproof and easy to wipe clean, while
Looks like
sweater
they're watching a
testers
game.
make moving it effortless. Compact, modern, and surprisingly functional for small apartments. By day, it's a sleek farmhouse-style cabinet. By night, it folds out into a full-sized bed, perfect for guests or small spaces. Built-in outlets and USB ports keep devices charged, while the large drawer stores bedding, clothes, or essentials. Smooth metal slides make access easy, and sturdy construction ensures long-lasting use. A smart 2-in-1 design that brings comfort, storage, and convenience together in one space-saving piece. Tired of digging through jars just to find the right spice? This rotating spice carousel puts everything right at your fingertips. You can
David Moore, ABC's World News.
Ask your doctor if Intibio, including the Intibio pen, is right for you.
Offer to on the job site.
But I mean, I was just there, and I was there. I was just there. I did absolutely nothing for all of it. You came to my house at the beginning of in 2017. I'd go to every probation office visit because I had to, even though I was the victim of the kidnapping. I reported the kidnapping every step of the way. I woke up in this. It wasn't electrocuting me or massaging my crotch. Sorry, what was it? So I was just there for that, and I reported it constantly. I reported to all of WRAL, like just as described. I'm just standing there, and you do stuff to me, and I've explained it because you do that, and because the criminals kidnap me, and they're still stalking me, and there's all this weird stuff. I just keep reporting it to the police, and because it's so bad, the stalking was so hideous. I mean, I was not able to get away from these men. I mean, you have no idea how hideous day and night of this was in my apartment. So, I mean, I reported it everywhere. And I mean, I'm not doing anything at all. I'm a nice, normal woman in their house in Lockmears. It does not break the law at all.
1960, just as construction plans were. After that,
It was very obviously a case of kidnapping. I mean, I don't know what all the other people are doing in it. Somebody might not know what's going on. Someone needs to intercede. I mean, that's actually crazy. I mean, it goes on for it's just like years of this. Like somebody calls them on the phone and says they're a judge and there's a warrant out, or a police officer and says there's a warrant out. The police officer involved in this has like a hairline and looks like one of the 1,000-pound sisters from the weight loss. Apparently, this is the closest person he looks like that's a celebrity is Mama June with a hairline. Yeah, it's a man, and then he's really scary and ugly. He's deformed and giant.
With the feeling that Florida grew too fast. Over a place that was never fully remembered.
He's the one that told Detective Pace to do that, but Detective Pace is so stupid or something weird that he was doing something weird. Like there's actually something wrong with the guy.
Number 2, Big Bend Road, overpass. Hillsborough County, after midnight. Big Bend Road carries tired drivers through a fast-growing part of the Tampa Bay area. Concrete ramps, traffic lights, and shopping centers now fill a landscape that was once quiet farm country, palmetto scrub, and open fields. On the overpass, the modern world feels bright, but the night still leaves a few corners dark. That is where the figure is said to appear. Some drivers describe a tall
screaming
man
and
in
babies-
an old coat
babies
standing
screaming.
still above the lanes.
But,
Others
then
say
I'm,
it's like a woman
yeah,
in a long dress.
you did just sort of,
Some see a faded family photograph.
But like, I did nothing at all. I mean, I don't know why everybody's picking on me through this entire thing, and I turned it in absolutely everywhere. And I don't know what to do, and I still have these men doing this.
When someone slows down or looks too long, the shape simply thins into the air. No footsteps follow. No face remains.
You know, everything was like to do with the car was dropped. You know, and someone just stole the car. It's correct, out of our courthouse in Raleigh. No one has ever seen anything like this in the courthouse in Raleigh. Nobody has ever seen like the police just jack a car.
Feels like a reminder that every new road.
Apparently, they've been doing it for some years now down in Raleigh. They have been jacking cars. There are multiple accounts of carjacking by these men.
But many who have seen it say the same thing.
We've never heard of such a thing. Who's doing it? Who does, apparently? Whoever does.
Another Florida was watching.
The same man that did it to myself.
Still standing watch. The road remembers each night. Where are the cars ending up? Were you just being vindictive? I mean, I against what? The only thing everybody got was this. Dixie Highway.
Were you in trouble for the 2017? Whatever, you just picked me up and put me some. Why are you following me around with these men when I reported so many times that I was being stalked, that I had like the stalker of death? Okay, and then how I didn't understand how I was being stalked. But you're sitting there. You know, so you followed me out with the same technology. Or why are you interacting with the men that were stalking me? If they were so incredibly bad. I've been to every probation office visit, and you were there at the first of the month. You can't lie and say, and then why is this a lie as to like, I never saw anyone. There's no woman.
Engines coughed, and dust rose behind families who called themselves tin can tourists.
It's just actually what occurred. You followed me out in the evening, and then a police officer pulled me out aside and assaulted me when I tried to walk away from him. We shouldn't have tried to walk away from him. That could be assault on him. I did absolutely nothing at all. The guy like dragged me into the ground for no reason. Like I just turned to walk away. And I said no thank you and turned around to walk away. It was the weirdest thing anybody's ever done. You should get the body camera from it if there is such a thing as keeping
vandals away from what remains.
I don't know if somebody told him I was like the son of Sam. I mean, like that would make a slight sense. Really, yeah. Like I'm not sure. There's
telling people to leave the past, standing a little long.
No, not you, lady. Like, is it somebody told him? I was like,
But this road still remembers the sound of early engines, wooden crates, and the patience of travelers who crossed Florida slowly.
I need these men not stalking me. This has been my entire life. You owe me damages. No, this has been a lifetime of what you took from, you stole from me. You took from me with very clearly definable crime. And I need you all in custody now, and you owe me damages.
Number 4, Snow Hill Road. Seminole County, mid-1960s. Snow Hill Road was the kind of back road where...
No, I did absolutely nothing wrong. You know, I alerted the authorities as to the situation over and over and over again. There's no not siding with me in the situation. I'm being stalked by these men. Quite obviously, the monster doing all that needs to stop taking some kind of moral authority, and he's unemployable at this point. The incredible amounts of crime you committed.
Witnesses said the light looked like a train headlamp at first.
The incredible amounts of crime that these monsters committed out of the courthouse with the 2017 or 2018 extradition back to the man that created this evidence 5 years later. That's correct. That's like my last probation office visit. I had not missed one. I mean, here's all the fines are paid.
Scientists and skeptics offered a calmer idea. Swamp gases, sometimes called ignis fatuus, can form when wetland plants decay and release flammable vapor.
They need everybody. Well, these are actually the Wake County prosecutors. We've been Wake County prosecutors, what, since 2004? I mean, I don't know, how long could you have been a Wake County prosecutor? It's 2021. You tell me you've been a Wake County prosecutor since, 1975? Or, yeah, you've been a Wake County prosecutor since well, the guy that was before me was actually a person, and it was 1985,
One small glow can turn the
because
world
1975 would have been
into a question.
way
No
too long ago.
full
Yeah.
answer. And the bridge feels farther from home.
I mean, you have some vestiges, but it would have actually been a person. It wouldn't have been like, what on earth is this supposed to be? And why? You had to intervene on these men calling things in on me out of the kidnapping in 2010 as far as law enforcement. And you had to intervene in relation to the kidnapping in 2010 of myself, and then you had in the evidence creation. Then you had to intervene on the ongoing stalking of myself by the men who created the evidence here, because they did not stop stalking.
The mystery was simple, cheerful, and strange enough to make people laugh.
Which I reported constantly. And then you did all of this instead, which is absolutely insane, because you were alerted of it constantly. I mean, I sent it out to every single member of law enforcement again, okay? Every member of the FBI. This guy likes to sit and say that, we're in man in the high castle or something, really, yeah. And that's all the Nazis, and they're all gonna zap your butt or something. They're the concentration camp guards that are all like them, who have kidnapped families and are busy making an Ed Gein quilt of bandits and stuff and trading like women and children for it.
Without a clear horizon, the road appears to climb even when it gently slopes.
And the occasional handsome boy or man.
In 2019,
Which isn't funny, no.
was recognized.
No, it just means actually John Wayne Gacy can have it, and it really gets that bad. It's just a hideous story, and then it's about how it was, you gotta be kidding me. But I mean, the man is so messed up in the head. I mean, nobody would ever do whatever that thing is. Do you know what it was like being stalked and kidnapped by this freak?
It invites each visitor to sit behind the wheel.
And then the incredible, I mean, I'm not doing anything at all. It's like, the incredible amounts of crime. You talked to my parents multiple times. They're in their 80s. What is going on? Oh, we're going down to the beach, and stuff like that. And there are these nice, normal, ordinary. No, you don't need to shoot. I can't get past your stalking. Okay, you can't kidnap me for the rest of my life in that. Okay, you have my phone line cut. I will call the police if I want to. Okay, that's why the police department needed to calm down. You do what the kidnapper tells you to if you know there's a kidnapper.
By 1912, trains could cross the Keys.
Well, the kidnapper was a county employee, so
Later, after the 1935.
I need you not helping the kidnapper anymore. If the kidnapper is now doing something else absolutely hideous. He is doing something so bad now, it's like beyond belief. He has been all throughout. That's why this is so incredibly hideous. I mean, it's an incredibly bad criminal. No, this man can't stalk me. This man can't, violate my privacy. The amounts of crime, these men. No, this dirty, he mocks his victim constantly in that. Why is that freak? Who is that man, and why isn't that in custody?
Before night falls.
He's not allowed to follow me around or the Caspers around.
That is why Fold 7 feels more touching than terrifying.
You're not allowed to be on our internet accounts and bank accounts using law enforcement technology.
For a dream many thought impossible.
And then you're not allowed to, he
he
was using something that he was just a lowlife throughout. I mean, very much so. Whoever the man stalking is, and whoever created this evidence, which you knew. The incredible amounts of crime you committed against me. And that you continue to commit against me.
Bahia Honda Key, 1912. Henry Flagler's Overseas Railway had to cross one of the deepest channels in the lower Florida Keys.
what do I do? And I would post, and people called you. You went ahead and did what the schizophrenic man that created this evidence. Did you not understand what was going on? I mean, I don't understand what was going on the other end of this.
The bridge carried trains until the 1935
Well, that's great. I'm just sitting on the porch or taking you somewhere. Why? Well, you can't resist. Well, I'm very sorry, no thank you. And then you text me for some reason. Or you just, I think.
On top of the old
The man arrested me.
Cars.
You could have been drinking. I wasn't drinking. What does the body camera footage say? What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. They do that at that. What does that mean? Okay, that's not why you were following Miss Casper. You can't lie. Sarah Whitaker Howard is it was nowhere, never met Miss Casper, had no interaction with her, and was nowhere around. He was nothing but a male police officer. Well, you shouldn't have been resisting arrest. That don't make it. Yeah, but I wasn't. I just turned around and the guy decked me and put me in a chokehold. I mean, I don't know. I could have really, I don't know. It'd be like if you were drowning and you were actually starting to go under and you did something. Well, you wrote that, that's why you should never talk directly for that thing to say that there. All of it.
Tried to outrun the ocean, all the way to Key West.
Well, he was kidnapping me.
At Walden University, we don't just talk about making a difference. We do it. Every day is a chance to leave a lasting impact. Every day is a chance to get the W. Walden University, set a course for change.
Search for thousands of RVs, all in one place. RV Trader. Start here, go anywhere.
You could know something was wrong under the hood for a while. There's when it even makes necessities feel possible.
I said the person probably didn't know what was going on. Someone did, and the responsible parties do, and there are people doing whatever happened here and why and actually is absolutely hideous. It's like the worst crime ever in relation. It's the worst crime ever now. Maybe you're not doing this right. Well, maybe the criminal needs to quit and the police need to arrest the criminal. Okay? And then I can do it better. I'm not actually required, and I can't, given the situation, because I'm actually dealing with an actual criminal. A criminal is a person who is actually breaking the law. Okay? Which would be you. So they have to arrest the man actually breaking the law right now, which is the man neighborhood pornography me and heavy breathing and the worst, the man stalking me, which is in fact real men, and the police need to arrest them.
Won an Eastern contract, and by 1826, his route cut through pine woods, hammocks, and older native and Spanish travel paths.
Well, you just said bleep a bleep a bleep a bleep. It's the same, you can't say bleep a bleep a bleep a bleep. I'm calling the police. And then the police will not arrest these men. And then, then we have the same, no, I'm just gonna go back to doing it. Then I'm gonna argue like a court case or something, kind of, really. And then we'll go check the evidence if you're a person in any sort of, because other people are doing that, so maybe it's actually the authorities. And then bleep, 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 and you laugh at your guy, that we said that there, bleep, 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 bleep. Okay, nobody who's actually an authority would be doing all that. But he constantly marches around like it's like the Syracuse Dungeon Master. Yeah, it's actually hideous. And then the authorities pop out with whatever that thing say. I don't know, complete with the part that makes you sound like the bleep, 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 bleep. No, I have not used any bad language, that kind of stuff. Okay, you are completely criminally at fault. There has never been a group of men. You need to stop lying about me, which obviously you are insane as far as lying. Okay, nobody has combated with you. Okay, you're assaulting me. Okay, if you're physically assaulting another person, that's bad. No, you're just criminally assaulting. This man is criminally assaulting You know, I don't know. Okay. And you can't say Miss Casper got into a fight with Sarah Whitaker Howard, especially in the context of this case, or say, you know, stop hitting yourself, really, yeah. And shouting at this person. I've never shouted, I don't remember shouting in my life. No, I almost never shout through the entire thing. It's because of what you're doing right now, and because they're actually in the room with this incredible criminal. Which is not allowed in the police station. I don't know whose it is also that you're in the police station.
This area sat
Why a man as criminal as you and what you're doing would be in a police station, but you can't be in a police station then. If you're going to be that criminal person. I don't think, but then you literally can't. You're a criminal. I don't know. They need to check why you're in the police station.
Farmers sent vegetables.
They have to, even because of the amounts of crime you've committed in the community.
For a while, the community was known as one of Florida's early tomato centers, with crates leaving by rail.
Because you were in the police station, all this happened. And whatever these people were doing. I needed to call the police immediately. And immediately, so did my parents, which their lawyer presented to you. That goes to the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. You were told to find out if before you let this man kidnap, it says right there, the brothers at UNC, this is the woman. There's current photos of her not in, whatever this man is doing to her. Why has she been arrested again? Enough with the mental health shit out of this man. Our daughter has no mental health issues and just graduated from NC State. She did not stab a man. Do you understand what the woman is accused of? Okay? It's an actual court case. We would not mind if WRAL would cover it. Which my parents then sent it to WRAL.
Cortez Road.
So I mean, this thing where you're saying like because you were kidnapped a second time. What if you had not done that at Huda's down at the courthouse? My parents called every lawyer in Little Rock.
When fishing families from North Carolina settled near Sarasota.
And then look here is the evidence. It's created.
Small houses, mended nets.
It like says somewhere. Also, you need to get this into custody. You're not there. It's been a very long time since slavery out of this tool is ridiculous, but that's, I guess, great. It's been like 1955, 65, 75, 85. I mean, I don't know what he said no, it's never been anything. What is this hideous monster talking about? Well, I want to associate with that. I don't care.
Place that earned its living from tithes.
Well, apply it to me.
Inside the fish houses. That is where the ghost stories gather. Drivers and
he said no on doing the stalking thing. Okay, on that. He said he comes in here. They've gone right back to sexually abusing children.
As if returning from a long day.
I called you and told you to get these men out of this law enforcement security office, and to get them away from the Casper family. Okay, this woman is the innocent victim of a crime. You were told not to let them to stalk her around the Wake County Courthouse complex with those men, which he did anyway.
Trusted the water.
Okay, there is no such thing as a federal law enforcement something really in this. He said he made this up, which is a federal offense. We need him out of there. The man is a nutcase.
Waiting for boats to come home through the evening mists.
Well, that's why you shouldn't write about all this. I'm not sure.
Number 11. Reddick Road.
Well, the thing is, I didn't do anything. You do that. Yes, but you've all done that at everything. Really? Yeah. But is the evidence is created? Is the only question, which is why you are all unfit. Right? I mean, first thing, there's a serious stabber in Cary or something. Everybody who sees it, and somebody that swears. If you were somehow like doing something with the Carroll County, It's
The
not,
town's name is tied to John Reddick.
it's not a closed case, it's a perp in your area that has been
Southern
released.
Railway right of way.
But then just the only thing I'm interested in, you know, that story about there's 5 people that are gonna jog by in the next, like, 3 hours or something. 5 women will jog by in the next 4 hours, when men or something. Just jogging by, at least, maybe. But that's just a person jogging by, and then I'm looking at evidence, and the evidence says, well, that's all you want to be, and she confessed to something.
Never rushing, never blocking.
Yes, tee it was that, and I even got the Wake, County Courthouse, and we do that at Butner also. Butner is the state forensic hospital for the mentally ill, for God's sake.
And poor roads to raise.
Well, you wrote that down. Well, what is it called? There's no Hinckley defense in here, that's what it's called. Really? Yeah, it's like literally called Hinckley defense.
Its mystery comes from quiet work repeated over generations.
Well, he got it because he understood his actions, but he was actually pretty crazy.
When headlights pass under the live oaks, the fields seem to answer with small glimmers, as if the old farmers are still walking home.
Get off! Do you realize how badly they've been breaking the law in the last 2 years, in the last 4 years? Would you please get these men into custody now?
Number 12, Main Street Bridge. Jacksonville, 1941. The Main Street Bridge opened across the St. Johns River when the city was still reshaping itself for the automobile age. Its blue steel towers and lift span gave downtown a bold new shape. Officially named later for Mayor John T. Alsop Jr., the bridge became both a crossing and a moving machine above a working river.
Where did the money for the car end up? No, that's definitely a business. Everybody's business. Where did the money for the car end up? Completely, like all of it.
Gears, cables, lights.
I thought it just ends up in the North Carolina Education Fund. Well, that's what he's thinking. Did you not realize anybody was watching? I mean, that guy is really dangerous.
The bridge stood as proof Jacksonville.
I'm just worried about the stabbing and the swearing, and then it says it's created. Oh, that this is fake. Looks really fake. Is there any? And then I'm concerned there's actual evidence.
Late at night, when traffic
I'm concerned enough out of everyone.
black.
If I'm going to interact further, really, yeah, like, I mean, maybe they told him not to interact with it further, so they just didn't. Oh, and then it just, but somebody needed to. And it was reported constantly, and then to continue to commit the crimes, like, you had to, like, in relation to the, that's correct, like, it says you are not allowed to let this man be survive Ms. Gesper until you see the rest of the evidence in the case. You're not allowed to, like, do things without anybody knowing,
With
I would
sound
say.
traveling strangely across steel. But on a quiet night, the Main Street Bridge feels alive. Its old machinery seems to remember every hand that kept it safe. Number 13, No Name Key Road. No Name Key Road feels far from the bright vacation postcards of the Florida Keys. The drive slips past mangroves, low causeways, and dark waters that press close to the asphalt. No Name Key appears on older maps under its plain old name.
I want to be alone in my apartment. They're not sure, because you could be having a mental health episode. Call your local police department to enforce that instead.
The island also carries.
I need the vicious psychopath in custody on all this, okay? Can you please get these men into custody now that are stalking me?
Living close to tides, storms, mosquitoes, and reefs. In the Keys, survival often meant knowing the water better than the road. Fishermen, salvagers, and small settlers moved through channels that could feed a family or swallow a boat. That is why the roads.
Please just get the men off my cell phone and out of my house.
On moonless nights.
I need to know what this is also. Like, did somebody break in and put something in the house, or just maybe I probably walked by the cell phone and he had a camera enabled or something weird. Or walked by the tablet upstairs. Just didn't notice.
Their lives watching shallows, waiting for sails, and listening for trouble offshore. No name key road is not allowed.
We're not supposed to know what it is because it's law enforcement tech. I'm actually a law enforcement security and maintenance man. And I was allowed to do all this other thing.
A branch can look like a hand.
The evidence is so badly created in all this
Still,
that the fact that no one,
old tales feel possible.
why didn't anyone investigate crime?
Also knows what politicians say with corporate
I mean, it's just a crime. Like, because the evidence is so badly created, it's just, it's just crime someone turned in. I mean, how did this not make Crime Stoppers in Raleigh? I turned it into all of Crime Stoppers. See, it says here. Really, yeah, we know this. Like, every single member of Crime Stoppers has a copy of it and has had a copy of it since like 2014. And they get it every 6 months, at least. About every 6 months, because Crime Stoppers in Raleigh, like everyone else sends it to them. How is it that they were not able to verify that this evidence was in fact falsified? Because it's so poorly falsified. That goes for the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. Instead, we're over here doing the Marquis Schizo shots.
Websites that manage agreements from different places online.
Now with a crotch zapper, for heaven's sakes, and a body scanner.
Who thought I could learn how to cut hair from social media? Cutting edge websites that manage appointments with GoDaddy Arrowhead.
And stop hitting with yourself. You could be threatening me. Of course I'm threatening you. You're doing all the things you're doing.
Cassadaga, 1894. George Colby and spiritualists formed a community in Volusia County Pine Woods, a place where people could speak openly about life after death. Stevens Street became part of that unusual little world, lined with older homes, shaded paths, and mossy oaks. Visitors did not come only for ghosts. Many came looking for comfort. Spiritualism had grown in the 1800s, especially in northern camp communities, and Cassadaga carried that movement into Florida. Mediums, lecturers, and curious travelers gathered there for readings.
Because you would have to have 3 heads to be involved in this and look like the John Wayne Gacy. Or be John Wayne Gacy to run with this at all. Actually, to be actually the guy doing it maliciously for the entire thing. You need to be a complete monster and a crazy man. Nobody's going to run around with this except freaks, which is, how many, what is up with that? Maybe that's not exactly what's going on, but you're not supposed to make mistakes like this. Oh, well, you don't hold people for years, let criminals like this loose in the town. I must have reported, I didn't really know what it was, but the stalking was hideous for the 10 years prior. You can tell. And whoever was on the other end of it was unbelievable.
Listen carefully, waiting for one more quiet message. Number 15, North Calhoun Street.
Get off me with that thing.
Calhoun Street in Tallahassee passes through a part of the capital where Florida's political past still feels close. One landmark is the Governor William Dunnington Bloxham House.
Would you please get this monster into custody and out of my house? Your job is law enforcement. One of the things, it's one man is not allowed to do that to another man or their property. Okay, you need to get these men into custody. This is absolute insanity. These men are not allowed. You need to get the animal at the other end of the phone here into custody already. Animals.
And again, from 1897.
The incredible amounts of crime that these beasts are committing.
Land and the rebuilding of a young state, still finding its direction.
But they felt that Antonio had a right to do something in there. I mean, I don't know. Would you please just get whoever this is into custody already and out of my house, so I'm alone in my house and I can lay down and go to sleep? And make sure they don't ever come back.
Forming near the steps.
Please give me all the evidence in my case also, everyone who has it. Get my phone line uncut!
Some also speak of a well-dressed gentleman.
No, I want the woman taken back to jail instead. Maybe they did. How could they not know what's going on? Okay? I told you to let WRL cover it. Also on him. On that disgusting man. He said, really tell WRL not to cover it. Or something in this story. Would you please get him out of uniform? I will not have some criminal lowlife doing that in town.
And the governor's city residence becomes a
You do not care what the local news covers.
unfinished memory.
You committed an incredibly bizarre and a lot of crime in the 2017, which was really ongoing. Did WRL cover it then? They said it wasn't that interesting a news day on that.
Trail was one of Florida's boldest dreams.
Okay, they didn't want to cover that John Wayne, the Beast Pig gang raped Gacy, the lowest rapist, robber, criminal. A man so low. How could you possibly do that out of that? You didn't care. You're not allowed to do that. You kidnapped a woman out of her house in Lockmere for no reason and sent her back to Arkansas for no reason. You kidnapped a woman in Cary, again, out of your people.
Using dynamite, dredges, and rock fill to raise a hard road through the river of grass.
I told him to.
It
Is what you allowed these men to follow me all over the Wake County courthouse. You're just in a house, apartment complex in really, yeah, like you're in America, or you're in the Target parking lot, okay? You knew at that point you weren't arresting somebody for an overnight or something. Okay, it's a really ordinary day. That's correct. Okay, people like
mud and tools under
rough men that deal drugs and work in construction or something. Actual criminals.
So much effort to force a straight line through a
Part time because it's the only place, or maybe place they can work. Okay.
Or tricks of wet air.
Women from Cary who did not commit these offenses, but the man said you were convicted of that offense. I'm not a young lady. Yeah, okay. The incredible amounts of crime these men committed by entering the premises of my house and my parents' house as soon as they did it. The incredible amounts of crime these animals stalking had committed against me. Who did you shout in the netto? Why would I shout in a netto? He's my police officer. Because he won't do what you want right then. He felt that perhaps the man has been RIPing children in the background because of your obstruction again on that beast. And you need to get the most dangerous and lowest class men in Carroll County. Yeah. And Wake County now into custody. You're obstructing justice to have these men, which you're aware of, arrested. They go right back to GANG sexually assaulting myself and children. You need to goddamn get these perps and the animals that have obstructed justice all these years and all the things they're in. Because of the incredible amount of crime I have endured on a daily basis because of these beasts. Whose incredibly bad attitude, the mocking of the victim, the sexual abuse themselves of the victims, the stalking of the victim themselves, the dirty Tonietto could have followed that around the victim. I did nothing there either. We were there for the entire thing. Are you completely out of your mind? What is going on on the other side of all that.
and the road becomes a tunnel.
What in earth would ever possess someone to do that?
Walking home,
Really?
keeping pace just beyond the headlights. Some nights,
What would possess you to do any of that?
too.
You know, Huda is completely out of his mind again. Maybe we do stuff like that. No, you don't do. WRAL says they've never heard of it before. Okay? Nobody has ever heard of you doing anything like any of this before. Anything like it.
Orlando, 1880s. Before Greenwood Cemetery.
No one has ever heard of anybody doing anything like this in the Cary or Raleigh area.
After public pressure, 8 residents bought 26 acres from John W. Anderson for $1,800.
Why are you stalking Miss Casper out back of her house or something with all these police cars?
Began as a needed cemetery.
Well, that makes it look like Miss Casper did something. What is it she could have possibly have done that in that case would do all that? Axe murder. Actually, the stabbing and the swearing.
Merchants and families who helped shape Central Florida. The city's moonlight walk.
Are you aware of like what person you're stalking and what case you're stalking? In all that.
Graves and stories that might otherwise sleep under stone.
Because the case you're stalking, why take pictures of it then?
And salt. Some visitors describe a faint scent of orange.
Yeah, how about that? Because of what you. Well, I said jurisdiction. Oh, and here's this personal relationship. You know, no more. Yeah, we live in North Carolina, and well, your brother grew up here because Huda is, completely out of his mind in that story. Yeah. And no one cares. It's a schizophrenic, and no one cares.
Old towns are haunted by names.
Nobody cares. Like you're in Raleigh, North Carolina. These people have lived here for a million years. And they're just saying like we've never seen anything like this ever happen. We don't know what it is, and you're schizophrenic as hell. They need you not doing this out of the court and jails downtown. You can't kidnap women who hey, she could have done something. Yeah, but actually, no, I couldn't have. That's the problem. I could have actually done what I could have done.
Polk County, early 1900s. Brick Road, also known as CR 35A in local telling, belongs.
Get off of me with that thing. No, they're not gonna, because Huda said, would you get Huda says mental health into custody already on that. Get Tony Edo and the rest of these men. These men in the last 13 years have committed incredible amounts of crime. Okay, so you need to get the sexual assailant off of you because it's just, you're being sexually assaulted and you need to be alone or just in your house. There's nothing going on in all of this since you didn't stab anybody.
Red brick surfaces and broken edges seem to
Or write any of these emails.
of an older Florida.
And you would like the confirmation of that also?
Sure.
That's correct, that I can include in the evidence here. And I need my phone line to cut, for heaven's sake.
The legend fits the sound. At night, some drivers claim they hear a small engine knock behind them, like a Model T Ford working hard over the uneven bricks. The noise.
I mean, I know what this guy that is the perp is saying about it. Really, so that's what happened there. But I don't actually know what the other person that I've never seen before and I've never seen since that flew out of wherever is doing. Oh. But as far as like there's this all this close proximity contact with something, really, all that. Exactly, like what the hell is that?
Or imagination. But on a quiet stretch, it sounds like the past.
I have no idea. I can't. You need to figure out what that is. That was Tony Edo parking police cars in your yard because you reported him for something. Why? I reported who? Him? For what? The 2017 extradition? Well, what is that supposed to be? That's like insane.
Florida State Road 520.
About what? The crime, do you realize what case it is?
520.
That's too weird.
and eventually became one of Central Florida's main east.
I don't, well, you didn't go to the probation office visit. It's another 10 years probation for what? I mean, I don't understand what could ever be going on in there.
The St. Johns River Country, Coco's King
Yikes.
Street,
Why would you ever follow the person home like that? It's just like that. You'd have to be completely mad. But there it is. You would actually have to be seriously
when Florida's space
different to ever do anything like that.
New identity. What had
I didn't, did they say you should be fired? Well, yeah, but you should be fired because you did all the other stuff there, I guess. I don't even know you. I know absolutely nothing about you. I mean, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know who did that. Who would do such a thing? That is the most insane and unprofessional thing anybody ever did. Both of them. Oh. Yeah.
Pale figures near the shoulder.
I have no idea. A random stranger came to my door in a police uniform, and I did not open my door. And instead, I reported it to everyone. Apparently, because I had just gone through the WRAL email list, is in fact what he said. I went to her door because she was told not to report anymore. That's why I took her out for that second psych evaluation in 2016, the summer after the fire. Okay, she's not supposed to send it out to lots of people anymore. So the guy, whoever calls him in Arkansas and tells him to do that. Which came back sane, right? Sane, yeah. The psych evaluations were used at various times in court, and they were all sane. Until somebody called this one in, and they verified with the Chinese doctor, that's not his psych evaluation. He said the woman appears to be a sane person after, well, that's why they held you. It was actually a psych evaluation. That's why it cost so much.
Including many solid tumors as early as stage 1, all in under an hour. And now you can go beyond imaging with 80+ blood biomarkers that help complete the picture. Proactive health starts here.
You can't take somebody out for a psych evaluation when you went back to reporting it. I was told to get you to not report stuff. And a police officer okay. So the problem is that the man had not been brought to justice, and the police didn't really know what was going on. So the police officers in charge, it's not that big a police department. At the Cary police station, that had seen the created evidence.
Became one of Florida's earliest great roads.
Okay, so the police officer in charge, various police officers in because I had alerted the authorities and reported it to the authorities over and over again. And then what I did there, then you went back, yeah, because it was at the door, so I sent it out to every single police officer with an email. Actually, I had all the police officers in Wayne County over the next month. And but by like right away, because you were at the door. So, and I need this taken care of because I'm being stalked. So I sent the Dropbox site then to every police officer in Wake County and every police officer in Cary. So that the police officers who had already been sent this evidence and reported that I was the kidnapping victim from the created evidence here. Oh, okay. Okay, so you sent the Dropbox site out then to all of the Cary police officers, and because this was 2017, as well as the entire staff list for all law enforcement officers in Wake County, and all court employees and so on. So the prosecutor's office cannot say they didn't see that there again, which you went through over and over again because the thing came back to the door, whatever it was. And at that point, because Cary police have been informed so many times, and the Wake County Prosecutor's Office and the Wake County authorities have been informed so many times of the crime that was occurring against myself, and also because I was were you emphatic about it? Not really, but yes, of course. I just wasn't being informed. I don't care. Well, they don't like that. That thing's not allowed to do that there. I wasn't that emphatic. I did absolutely. I was not in the least bit appropriate. Is he trying to say that you're some kind of wife beater? Really, the thing is an absolute lowlife. Like, I just happened to be in the room with these guys. Oh, the lowest life. I'm sorry.
The island changed hands many times. One of its best known.
You could even be an assailant on a cop. I did absolutely nothing whatsoever. The cop assaulted me very, very badly. I did absolutely nothing. I mean, to say the least. Really, yeah. That is an absolute insanity, which I recorded for everyone. Oh, I mean, there's no argument that I in any way was, and there's something extremely wrong with all this stuff happening here. That appears to be members of law enforcement, but like they're real strange. When you get them on the phone or something, or when you interact with them, they are real rough looking. It's just a fact. It's like you know straight away. Maybe, I mean, if it opens its mouth, it looks like the bricklayer's room or something. Really, yeah. Oh, how's that gonna work? It apparently did it, does it? Oh. And I don't know why.
The old plantation ruins.
Well, you just notice they're rougher, like you would notice they're rough
Some
looking.
hold every
There's something
century
wrong.
at once.
But when you get them on the phone, they're real, real strange. I mean, like, and my understanding is, you know, like, how is their writing?
Never fully left. The road still feels.
They dropped
like
them
an island
really strange.
beside you.
So you think this man's behavior was extremely abnormal? Yes. Why would anybody, which is all I said throughout all of it, park all those police cars in here? Why would I ever need a second psych evaluation that summer when the first one came back perfectly fine?
Nova Road.
Really, I should have gotten and positive.
Older residents.
So is everybody else, they were their fault.
Practical.
Why are you at the house at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well,
Well, where are you taking me and what are you doing to me at 3 o'clock in the morning? Wait, it's 2017 and like, did I do anything? No. There's nothing, really, I don't do anything. You're gonna have to interact with me on, you know.
Space age reached Florida by the late 19th.
So I'm really not allowed to do stuff to you here after you informed every police officer in Wayne County that, well, you were told it was Carroll County's problem and not to bother us anymore. I didn't really bother you that much, you wouldn't let me.
Especially near the.
It's because you reported all of this to all these other people. Well, then for heaven's sakes, it's a public case, you're a police officer. No, that's actually how it works. You can't suppress, the problem is it's actually a crime. Like, the problem is that it's a crime. So it, you know, that's the problem.
To slow down before a dark crossing event.
I'm correct.
When they draw close, the bicycle vanishes.
You have to, yeah, you can't do any of that, and you actually have to be brought to justice for whatever it is you're talking about. If that's the
It
case,
was a bypass, a work road.
which obviously it is enough when somebody's
And then a space
shoot
station.
for friends.
Maybe the
That's
cyclist
right.
was only.
Really, yeah, like really dangerous, weird.
But on a quiet night, that small red light feels almost helpful, like someone unseen is still guiding drivers safely through Volusia's dark crossing.
Because it's a crime, you have to just simply fix the crime. Like if it turns out the evidence is created, so this evidence is created, that's a crime. So whoever's department it is to fix the crime, they keep telling me, what did they just tell me? Are you actually sure of that too? Out of 30 dump trucks, or whatever all that is. And the Surly Workman. And mind he shouts at people on the phone. He does that like.
And shaded in places by live oaks. Its story is tied to the old Dixie Highway era. When
So he threatens to beat you up and then say you assaulted him or something. Yeah. Yeah. No, oh, I would never think, we can't hang out and talk too. That's why you've had your day in court, okay? We actually do stuff, no you don't. You've never done anything like this, okay, Huda? I don't know whose this is, but that's correct. It's been years, but you have never done, no, I'm actually positive. You do stuff down here, you don't do that. Nobody has ever done this.
For early tourists, it offered water, trees, and the promise of warmth.
Who the hell would?
The legend is.
I'm positive. No, you don't do it there either. They know what those people, that's a man that actually did something. You need to stop with you've done it, you've been doing stuff elsewhere.
Before anyone can find the source.
Well, I'm doing that there now.
It was an old traveler. Others think the wind is sliding through branches, guardrails.
So you're doing weird stuff out of mental health, is what you're saying, you saw, yeah. Oh, I saw something.
John Anderson Highway feels haunted.
Quite badly, everything else was actually like, really, yeah, you can't do that there. You cannot use the jail for something, that came out of like the mental health. The person had not done anything, really, yeah, that was actually very serious crime, I think. And it's the same, there's no such thing as that normally, really, yeah, you cannot do that there.
Number 25.
Any of whatever you were doing in those.
Orange.
Yeah, you can't take them out of mental health intake and then hold them without charges for a year or something weird, really.
Between Orange City,
Which he actually is, the person had not committed it, they had committed a very minor offense is the problem in that story. And if it verifies as the case, well, yeah, they didn't need priors, enough with this mental health intake shit. Okay, we have the courts, we have the clinic, enough with the mental health. Oh, we have the courts and then we have actual, you have charges because you committed a crime.
Making it one of Volusia's first improved county routes. Around the same time, horseless carriages were beginning to.
And then you have actual psychiatrists, which these people like eventually saw, who said the same thing.
But the sound of engines was starting to change.
So you can't.
People imagined a distance. The folklore follows those first.
Apparently he's sexually abusing a 15-year-old is what it just said. How badly he sexually abused the 15-year-old all day and night. Well, they're just taking, I don't know who is, because somebody's obstructing justice again.
Storytellers call them the ghost lights of early runabouts and steam cars, forever testing a road that once felt daring, fast, and almost impossible to trust in the dark. It remembers the moment Florida began trading wagon dust for engine noise, slow errands for weekend drives, and sandy ruts for paved ambition. When a warm light flickers in the roadside brush, it feels like one of those first motorists is still coming through, proud, nervous, and amazed that the road holds. The little glow makes the old route feel alive again, mile after mile.
Would you please get that man off of me?
26.
The incredible, hideous acts of crime I've been the daily victim of because of this.
1909. West 3rd Street gained one of Springfield's most striking homes when Dr. Horace R. Drew built his mansion near Clutho Park. Drew came from a family tied to the city's printing and publishing history, and the house
Well, I do that a little bit.
Rebuilding after the Great Fire of 19.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe that person like shanked somebody with like
Mansion
really, yeah, like both of them. I have no idea what's going on. You don't do that. You have an ordinary court system. No, there's court cases all the time down there. Everybody's like, I mean, I don't know what this is supposed to be.
For music, visitors, and evening conversation. Over time, owners.
It's class A felony kidnapping, stalking, conspiracy to kidnap, sexually rape, torture, and murder. Everybody.
People walking
and children, they are interacting with.
Claim to hear faint piano music drifting from the gardens. Some describe a graceful woman near the gate, dressed as if she stepped out of an early 1900s gathering. She does not speak. She only lingers for a breath, then fades, before the listener can decide if the sound was music or wind. West 3rd Street feels haunted by elegance left behind. The tale is not about terror, but about a city remembering its recovery, its families, and its old front porches. When the mansion sits quiet under the trees, the soft notes seem to return from a night long gone, as if the last guest has not yet said goodbye. Number 27. Suicide Road. Merritt Island, Old Road Days. Suicide Road earned a name that sounds darker than the place looks. This barrier island is framed by the Indian River Lagoon and the Banana River, with mangroves, palms, and low water shining beside narrow lanes. Before fast causeways and space traffic, local roads were rough, curving, and easy to misread at night. Some versions say the nickname came from sharp turns that made early drivers nervous. Other tellings attach it to a tragic story of a young woman, repeated in local ghost lore, but difficult to prove in records. That uncertainty is part of the road's power. The name stuck, and once a road gets a name like that,
Would you please get
every
that man
shadow
into custody?
feels important.
Please get
Drivers speak of sudden
Please get Otis
pockets
away
of
from
fog
these
that
people.
rolls in from
I mean, to be
the
stalked
light
and forced to interact
in the
as criminally as possible.
seemed to
Like the dungeon master situation just continues, where you have this guy that, he's
air, reflections, insects.
absolutely power
distant
and,
lights from the space roads.
I mean, you have no idea how hideous it is.
Still, the timing of the fog keeps people talking.
Get this man out of my
One side
house,
remembers
please,
mangrove quiet,
and off my cell
the
phone
other hears rockets.
and internet. You have no idea how evil it is to be stalked. Please get this man out of my life.
Worry. But when the lagoon breathes across the pavement,
Now, was my house fire issue arson?
hiding an old warning in the mist for anyone driving too fast after dark on that road.
I'm not sure, just the absolute horror. Would you get this man not following me around 24/7, sexually abusing me and stalking me in that? Whoever is responsible, much as all the insane other stuff you did.
Your worst nightmares are waiting. Try to escape Pinhead's eternal torment in a haunted house based on the original Hellraiser trilogy.
The man is saying he's got, he's a xenobite, that's a xenobite from Hellraiser. He said I have to stalk as much as possible. Would you please get this absolutely disgusting bunch of men not following me around 24/7 and cutting my phone line and watching everything I watch on the internet and my cell phone and everything else? Would you please get my stalker into custody already? Not kidnapping me again. Really, they are just neighborhood pornography like crazy in it since day one. I mean, we've got report after report that this woman is being stalked by you, your probation officer, every single person that goes by that you reported it to. And the son of a bitch is these guys, which is like men at the Carroll County Correctional Center that are so incredibly rough. Or something.
Number 28, Old 9-Foot Road. Panhandle Backcountry, Old Rural Florida. Old 9-Foot Road is the kind of name that sounds like it came from a surveyor's tape, a wagon track, or a story told too many times beside a porch. The road is remembered as a sandy route through longleaf pines, where the trees stand straight, the ditches run deep, and night can make distance hard to judge. Roads like this once mattered more than they looked. Before fast highways, rural families depended on
Because he
narrow
remembers
tracks
that
and
too.
nail salts.
The incredible years of crime I spent reporting this. WRAL isn't going to cover what? Really? I reported it to WRAL every couple 6 months ago. I was stalked so incredibly badly. It was at all these different catalysts like this or something where these monsters were stalking so criminally, so badly, and doing all this other stuff like this that I just kept reporting it over and over and over again. It had to end. Instead, you did all. Instead, you carjacked me in front of everybody. Really.
and kidnapped me for another year.
Traveler comes through the pines.
Extradited me back to the man that had been stalking all throughout, that had created this evidence.
Its go-to-
WRAL got a copy of this every 6 months, same as everyone else. The entire WR, they said that. And the first time I saw this was 2014, he said. I knew this evidence was created. I worked for law enforcement for the last, however many years. This is how many people are on the other end of this, unheard. You just hope to ignore it and have it go away. Same as you can say jurisdiction to it. And then, but apparently you're not gonna stop doing this. If you want to go away, you have to stop doing this.
Okeechobee Road / US 27. Glades Edge, South Florida, Okeechobee Road and US 27 cross a flat world shaped by Lake Okeechobee, drainage canals, sugarcane, and long horizons. Out here, the land can feel endless. The sky sits low, the fields run wide, and a driver can travel for miles with only cane roads, water, and power lines for company. This region changed greatly in the 20th century as flood control, canals, and the Everglades agricultural area turned wet prairie into working farmland. Sugarcane became one of South Florida's major crops, and US 27 carried workers, trucks, families, and late-night haulers along the edge of the glades, where darkness can feel very large. That loneliness feeds the road's folklore. Drivers tell of radios breaking into static for no clear reason, or a truck appearing too close in the rearview mirror. Its headlights ride behind them for a mile, bright and steady. Then, at the next glance, the road is empty, with no turnoff nearby, and only the fields breathing in the dark.
Get away from me!
Maybe the
Please get away from me! Okay, I can't have you always stalking me. Is this man gonna stalk me for the rest of my life? He stalked me for my entire life. You called over to every one of my workplaces. The Fresh Market is the Belts is a good job. You've lost me every job. You stalked me. Tee-hee-hee, he goes. You took my entire life from me. Your incredible amounts of crime.
Number 30, County Road 204. Flagler County, early morning. County Road 204 serves as a quiet connector near one of Florida's most fascinating road memories, the Old Brick Road. That older stretch was part of the...
So you need these men taken into custody and they're somewhere in
The
corrections.
northern states
Yes.
followed marked route south in Model T
We
Ford.
think. Or law enforcement, security, and maintenance, and they might have law enforcement with them, but the law enforcement with them looks like these men sound, because they're actually with these men,
And carried what people
which
called
is
team
quite the men to be running around with.
families who camped in simple metal trailers and made road travel a new adventure.
So they're weird looking, they have like hair lips and stuff,
Hotels, shops, and small services.
very, very strange looking. And
County
they have
Road
deformities, something weird.
204 later marked a transition from that brick past toward modern asphalt.
They're handicapped
The
also,
haunting comes with the fog. Early
They're
in
like
the year, sometimes
schizophrenics or
thin
something.
white mist rising from swamp.
someone could just be being a criminal, but it's a lot of weird.
Across the road.
But nobody would run around with this guy. I mean, they might, maybe they've really gotten into neighborhood pornography and their people something really bad.
Trailers or slow-moving cars. They appear for only a second, as if a line of tourists has turned the wrong
Because
way.
the evidence is so created badly, it should have just gotten cleaned up right away.
Tourism to faster roads.
You're not allowed to create evidence,
Maybe the shapes are only
at all, much less this
and
evidence.
memory. But when dawn comes pale over Flagler County, the road can seem full of traffic.
And you're not allowed to do anything you're not legally allowed to do
Looking
as a
for
police
paradise
officer.
in the morning fog.
If you enjoyed this video, please click the like button.
And don't forget to subscribe to the channel.
See you in the next one.
GoDaddy Arrow just texted us. Yeah, they use AI to recommend social posts for us. No guesswork. We can basically just hang out.
Reach more customers. GoDaddy Arrow Plus can.
On Route 44 in Canton, a headless figure in a flowing cape has been riding a horse with glowing
No, you're not
eyes
still
around
allowed
the-
in the houses in McGregor and Lockmere on ours also. Also, we need all the evidence as to the years of these men cruised around the airwaves on the same thing they were stalking you in Lockmere and McGregor in case they stole passwords and things like that. Or has still, they gave, access to other men that now have access to people's houses on the absolutely hideous criminal technology you have in the wrong hands. That's been used to commit the incredible amounts of crime you monsters have committed.
1775, and again in 1789.
Or were the highest accessory and accomplice to.
Who appears barefoot at the shoulder of
The amount of stalking every single day and night as to stalking I endured and called you about. These men were not allowed to stalk me at all. The incredible amounts of crime on a just, boots on the ground, day and night basis I endured when I needed to just go up to my police station and say, you have to stop my stalking.
Downs Road in Camden, Bethany, Connecticut is a place that once connected.
That goes for constantly trying to kidnap me also, or something, again. Which you people are the highest accomplices in accessory in, which you are made aware of over and over and over again.
And after a few minutes, the modern world seems
Constantly, 24/7 sexual abuse of this caliber is the most hideous acts of crime animals have ever committed. There's no such.
Others talk about the downfall.
You have no idea the level of crime these men have committed.
Those terrible.
I can do that and hurt and scare and I can sexually abuse them because of your incredible filth and criminal natures also.
Still,
And these men and these things you brought into communities. There was no escaping the rape, sexual abuse, kidnapping, gang rape, sexual abuse, carjacking, stalking. There has never been a lower or more evil bunch of men or crime than yours. And you were brought, you just had to stop the crime, okay? Like here, a woman is walking across a Target parking lot. A man is following her. A woman is walking around said park. A man is following her, and it's the worst criminal possible. I reported this. We decided the extradition was not wrong. A Huda had made these decisions.
and old laws too.
The problem was like the incredible amounts of crime the men that you were extraditing me for have been committing on a daily basis, which I have told you. So you alert the law enforcement, a man is committing an incredible amount of crime, okay? And it says the man is why? Because I'm sitting here with these men, and you can hear them, and they're stalking me. The incredible amounts of every night I had to spend in this because of you and your incredible acts of criminal violence, abuse, malicious, intentional, psychotic, absolutely insane, absolutely corrupt, and totally and completely, foully, sadistically, incredibly evil.
Some versions call her a grieving.
I told him no to investigating further does not apply in the case of the ridiculous evidence creation. The fact that you were so incredibly sexually abused by the incredible bestial evil of my entering the premises and following you into your home with my monstrosity of the lowest animals to ever be, that could be employed. The incredible criminal beast brought into communities, and then the incredible corruption and the incredible crime committed by the incredible crimes. The incredible crime these animals committed and plan to go unpunished for.
Too many thrill seekers once damaged the grounds, so police enforced the
Why are these men interacting here? Like, don't you have anything else to do? You can't stalk me anymore, okay? They're not employing you. You're keeping me out of work, and they're not employing you or a normal. They're not employing you to sit around and waste all these years of your life or whatever it is you're doing, okay? Get the hell away from me.
Dark Entry Road in Cornwall, Connecticut, leads toward the old settlement people later called Dudleytown.
You need to get these monsters into custody.
Just a hard farming place on steep rocky land.
You know, the app, the law enforcement security technology to be in homes really is an incredibly dangerous thing. Okay? It gives these animals absolute access, and you do not have, the inaudible noise app is the most evil thing animals have ever done. The fact that these beasts are still at large, all of them.
There was no royal curse following them across the Atlantic.
The most dangerous, why are you still doing anything? Okay, out of the way, County. Do you realize the amount of crime you committed against an American family in all this? You stole another $50,000 from my poor father. You stole a brand new $25,000 car. You were supposed to go to prison for the extradition or something, okay? You instead, why is my phone line cut? Did any of you bother to call Miss Lauren Gay Casper when she reported a man was electronically monitoring her or something? But I think that actually has to be the case because it's occurring. But someone is definitely cutting my phone line, okay? And screening calls. There's the craziest man in the world stalking me for but someone's cutting my phone line. Would you please? Did you bother to call Miss Casper to see if her phone line was cut?
Snake Meadow Hill Road.
Nobody ever does that. Out of you also. We don't. There's no such thing as that. They know everyone in the Wake County court. They know everybody in the Wake County jail right now. Jails. There's that guy that stabbed a man with a broken bottle. What do we got over here? The woman that shot her husband. That guy that did. That goes for Central Prison.
The legend says the push comes from Margaret Henry, an 18th century woman remembered in spooky stories as a witch. Visitors sometimes sprinkle baby powder.
And then they're having a court case, a court trial. It's in the news. The News and Observer covers every arrest correctly. I reported it as politely as possible. This filthy monster can't lie about me. Which police department members are responsible for all this? Is it Tony Godwin or something? I don't understand what this is. Okay, it's some kind of schizophrenia and sadism and acting out. It has nothing to do with me. I don't understand who would be so out of their right mind that in relation to this created evidence, they would continue to commit the crimes they have after all being made aware of it, and that nobody would help or intervene. And explain to them that no, this evidence is created, which I did over and over again, and then would give them the created evidence. They would say, no, it's right there. It was on the website. And I turned it into you, and so did everybody else. And everybody calling on the phone kept turning it into you. You kept marching around and saying, well, this evidence is from a closed case. And this is a long time ago. It was the only reason you were interacting with me at all.
Sawmill City Road in Shelton.
And yes, in 2021, it had been a very long time.
Where colonial mill still sit among trees and stone. In daylight, the old walls of water can seem peaceful, like leftovers from a working valley. At night, the road feels...
Well, that makes them do that. Would you get, before he kills them with whatever he's electrocuting them with, he is, whatever child is going through this is absolutely got to be, I mean, they're physically alive. I'm 3 times the size of a 10-year-old, at least. I've also been working on body mass. You've been working on, really, I don't know, but I have no idea what that's going to do to a 10-year-old girl for the most part, or an 11-year-old girl. Actually, and it's not any, the incredible amounts of crime occurring all throughout this. Okay, you do not let Dennis Radar and Hogulas, as soon as that thing sat down in the middle of the night, and I knew what it was the most disgusting and criminal men and the lowest class men possible. Okay? You are not allowing men like this to monitor things in Cary also. As far as just like, where people are going. Oh, there's some kids going out in the middle of the night. Or not middle of the night. There's kids going out. Oh, I don't know about that. On Old Sawmill City Road, and it's 10:30. I mean, what does that thing do, for Christ's sake? Yeah. I mean, you have got to get these men. They're incredibly dangerous men. That goes for wherever these men are. That man talks about kidnapping and eating people, keeping them as, I have no idea. Where is that freak? Nobody's ever done all that. Oh, okay. You've got him, like, he's just sitting there on stuff that allows him to, hop on every car going by or something. Apparently police, can do that. So that means if you all of a sudden you have a monster ride along, is that a good idea exactly? Really? Is it whatever this guy has played at? Are you, you're in the middle of like Lockmere. You're in the middle of North Salem, New York. For this, out of Tornado. You're not noticing. What do you do out of your group in Cary besides whatever, googly dumb truck driver of death you've been doing here? It's completely insane. He said, I spoke to the probation officer and they said no. Oh, which is all that matters. But I continue to sexually abuse you and your family out of, your very nice surroundings. I barely work in Cary. I work over in Raleigh, downtown in the hood on that. I was allowed in the community and I, sexually abused you and the rest of, where is the Cary Police Department that they did not remove this really bad element from the community?
Some call her a bride left behind. Others think she belongs to the schoolhouse or a road now hidden under the water. When the headlights blink and she is gone. Some witnesses also describe a white blur, almost like a snowy owl, swooping close to the windshield at night. Maybe it was a bird, fog, or the mind filling in with darkly resentment. Still, whirlwind-filled road feels haunted because real places disappeared there. When the reservoir sits flat beside the trees, it is easy to wonder what the water kept and what still rises when the old road falls quiet.
The incredible horror, the absolute horror of a lifetime of your monstrously criminal things and employees brought into communities who are as low as you could possibly go. Because I'm a woman in like good circumstances, where it would there be anything else in my life? I mean, maybe somewhere else where whatever this kind of absolute trash is. Really? Yeah. That is going to be your public sector franchise. How incredibly criminal has my life been? I didn't do anything. A man I did not know, his ex-wife friend assaulted me. I ended up in a police station one time as the victim of a crime. The man has very serious substance use problems, and I did not know him well enough to know it. You have the emails I exchanged with Mr. Kreider. He's correct also, and you know that's confirmed. I did not know that, and I just stopped for the night, and I have lived for years in Colorado also, and would drive back and forth all the time, and not that long before, and I was just going there to relocate. I mean, I'm just driving to the area. I might stay in Boulder for 6 months or something. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing going on in this. It's something very much I do. I've done it multiple times, which you can tell, but because from the emails Mr. Kreider and I are exchanging, there's actually nothing going on.
This road once had
because I'm a completely first world person that is trying to have a nice normal life, and I did not know this man at all. I had no reason to be having some kind of interaction with him that's negative. And that's not really I was a nice, happy, lovely, professional person that doesn't have this has nothing to do with me.
Watching from the forest and keeping away from ordinary people. Folklorists believe the stories grew after World War II.
But because of these absolutely relentlessly determined criminal monsters that you brought into communities that are as low class and as criminal, out of I think the lowest crimes and the lowest lifetime of absolute horror that you could possibly live through. You need to clean up your corruption.
No drivers.
You need to clean up the corruption of the absolute criminal partying, low-class trash that do not have any credentials or the proper credentials that you are bringing into communities. That you bring into communities.
Inquire to make the traveler listen twice before moving on while the woods.
Because why are you? Yeah, it's the pinwheel arms back to openly break every law. You need to stop interacting there, okay, Tonito? Also, okay, you need to stop sexually assaulting and stalking the woman. You're not vindictively, I don't know what you're doing. Are you vindictively? All you're doing, you just don't expect to be caught in here doing this, and you've done this for so long, you're just not going to stop doing it. I don't believe anybody could be as insane as you. Did you know what these men were doing in here? Because that is the actual crime.
It is one of those places.
No, not hit me in the face with the thing. Tony Edo feels that you should be taken into custody for mental health. Tony Edo needs to get in here and arrest Otis Toole and Hogula out of the lowest. Why do they have access to law enforcement tech? If you don't get him off the sexual assault device with her and out of our community on the thing, that's the end of it. They need the man that obstructed justice in bringing these criminal perps off the streets. Well, they didn't like you. That's why he's really smart. You're absolute lowest filth of this jurisdiction shit that harbors these animals and any other animals you have brought into communities. You have some kind of absolutely foul. You have something actually criminally corrupt and foul. You're up to. No, absolutely criminally corrupt and foul out of the lowest criminal men you could bring into a community and things. There is something going on here with the corruption that is not just harboring that is actually, it places a purposeful, to bring these incredibly hood things and insanity. Everything I said all throughout is it's a normal day. Would you please, yeah, okay. No, we are not going to back down, and I get to do this here. You spent your whole life, excuse me, and I'm going to go back to sexually assaulting her. who now has some of the worst sexual abuse, criminal things have happened to these children in the background because of the incredible evil of your corruption.
Tired travelers between Hartford and Albany. A tavern light on this route once meant food, rest, and safety.
If there is a crime, you are not allowed to do anything illegal. Instead, you did everything illegal. I don't think any bunch of men have ever done more illegal things than you. All the time, with everything done and said out of my police departments. And Little Rock and everywhere else.
Gold west for soldiers when he stopped at Osford's Tavern in camp. After that night, he vanished. In those years, a missing traveler could become a road warning before the next coach arrived.
The incredible horror of your corruption. Apparently you're going to have to prosecute the guy that broke the law, and that's the end of it. You were told to get the evidence in this Casper's case. I don't know why we're shouting. That's the problem. The problem is you just won't stop doing it. Okay? If the evidence is created, you have to stop doing it. Okay? If I did not do anything at all, then you have to stop doing it.
Okay. Which makes it feel even more rooted in the road. Maybe it began as
okay, I'll just stop doing this. Then you have to get the man that is breaking, I really need him not in the community anymore. Listen, okay, on all of this. I need this man not driving around all day and night in Lockwood is the problem on all of this. Okay? You understand that? I need all of these men not interacting in close proximity with anything. According to you and everybody else, because of the incredible, hideous nature of bringing men like this into communities.
Sounds like a place named by fear.
Men like
The land
this?
was rough, wet, and full of stone. In the 1700s, families connected to veterans of the Narragansett War tried to farm here, and the soil fought them every season until the name Hell Hollow made sense. The spirit most people mention.
No, I swear under oath again. I don't know.
Fire stories.
Dude,
Dude,
I think it has something to do with being an attractive female. Then I think it has something to do with pedophiles.
Something much more human.
And pedophilia.
Maud was a toddler who died.
And really, really stupid corruption that allows for people that are criminals to go without, like Angie's List, BIN verification, without BIN verification. So that, even though you report things and you're in franchise society and your parents do and all this other stuff, they don't actually hold accountable public government employees in these public sector roles. And because of that, you do encounter real crime, real criminals, because you're a child, and that is a public sector. You get off my crotch with that thing. I'm listening. I don't respect that even slightly. Okay. I told you to get him out of the American citizen's house. Do you understand that? Out of the filthiest men to ever get in office.
And the dark feels heavy between the trees. If Maud is remembered there, it should be softly, not as a monster, but as a little name the woods never fully let go when the last porch light.
Well, I was going to mock that. He's not actually a monster. He's our Three Fingers hero. He's the man. Well, you pushed it with him. When Huda says no also. He was told to kidnap you by the men in Carroll County, Arkansas, whose jurisdiction it is, we think. But, I don't even know on that one. Really? They said the problem is that thing is really
just the kind of road people use every day.
Really random and strange. What's his VIN verification like? Oh, what's his employment and background check? Employment history and background check look like? Okay. He can't run around town all day and night. Or that guy can't. Why is he on a school campus? Does he have any credentials that he should be on a school campus at all? Okay.
The so-called Wicked Witch of Monroe. She rests in Gregory Four Corners Burial Ground, a cemetery near this corridor. In the 1800s, Hannah was remembered as an eccentric widow.
Yeah, it's notable how good you are. Or
Frightening
bad neighborhood you are. I don't think there's a man in a bad neighborhood that could be worse than you. The worst man in the worst neighborhood could not be a worse, couldn't be a lower class or more criminal class of man. There is no more criminal class of man than you, nor is there a lower class man than you. Which, it's been this guy all throughout. It's been these guys. I don't know if he hit a mental health plateau. It's hard to tell. You'd have to see whatever the other office deal is, really. Yeah. I mean, this is.
Helped make this part of Connecticut famous.
What, speakerphone at 2 in the afternoon? 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I try to take a nap, or 2 in the morning? Why are you so alert at 3:15 in the morning? People are winding down if they work night shift. Really, yeah. And I mean, they're sitting there watching security cameras or hanging out in a jail. It's not like the thing screams and bounces, and the heavy breathing was really strange at 3 in the morning with that. I mean, it was, and just in general, he just won't turn it off on her. He said he leaves it on all the time, and all these men wherever they are, they're law enforcement, security, and maintenance men sit around and just always neighborhood pornography or something on the thing. It's unbelievable what I went through. You also gave him complete access to Lockmere, according to this story, but I think you did.
About 1.9 miles long, with thick woods on both sides.
Which is like why they want to arrest them, but who cares? Oh, whatever these men are need to get arrested. That is like the dirtiest man from I don't know where, anywhere.
What makes Ackley Road strange is not an old murder or a famous ghost, but the internet.
Note here, like that's kind of, if you are not the man being the dirtiest man in the world, and it doesn't have anything to do with you, and then apparently, but then the guy that is the problem, I think, does something really strange. He does something so weird, it probably is, but I mean, why would you do that? Again, I think because he's crazy.
Onto this quiet American road.
Well, they told me I'm not an adult in charge, and they told me jurisdiction. Okay. Your police officers, anyone can investigate enough. Like none of this makes any sense.
Castle phantoms and old world hauntings.
That goes for all over the country. If there's a man like as bad as this, I mean, it was coming across enough as far as you're not a mind reader. Do you want to do what with the what light? I have a stalker. Okay. He's an absolutely hideous stalker. It was like the Beast and Neville and Hogula and the Syracuse Dungeon Master all throughout. I mean, they were unbelievable.
Quiet gravel road.
What the hell is that thing doing to her on that thing? They want to know. To you. What? There's a little yeah. This son of a bitch has to go to the chair because he's broken that much law. The filthy men, all of them, who does at the Wake County Courthouse has to go to the chair? There is no time in prison, these men, they could serve. I don't really care. Like you personally, it's just that your crimes have been so totally and completely beyond comparison as to crime, which has been explained to you 8 billion times. If you do these acts, then I don't know what is going on in your schizoid affective monster brains. But if you here I don't know. I shot somebody with a gun and I don't get in trouble. You just.
The canal.
How can he not have any I swear the man is a schizoid affective sadist, a sexual sadist again. Enough with the female. Do you have any males that are stinky and fat and on drugs you could be interacting with? Because you certainly are. Yeah. Then he argues and then he just goes right back to doing it. Yeah, putting my arms back.
Some of its haunted reputation from confusion. The name Glastonbury leads search engines toward Glastonbury, England, with its King Arthur stories, fairy lore, and old spiritual legends. Others confuse it with Glastonbury Mountain in Vermont, another place full of strange folklore. The wrong stories drift in quietly and stick. Bikini Road has its own kind of mood. It is not only borrowed legend. It is the feeling of old work left behind in the woods, of a canal dug by hands no one remembers, and a mill site slowly being covered by nature. When the trees grow still, the past feels close enough to mistake.
I'm allowed to watch your phone, watch your text messages. I need these animals put to death. None of these men were ever allowed to. The incredible amounts of crime these men have committed.
Getting help is easier than talking yourself out of it.
Hey guys, 15-minute watch insurance coming right up.
Awesome. Great. Fast, easy, oil change, and now let's go get some grub. Oh, yeah. You can't grub without a reliable car. Well, you can eat at home, too. People do that?
A fast, easy oil change with the best.
Well, that's correct. There's been all these years, it's just planet Earth in America. There are men stalking Miss Casper, myself, all throughout. In that, okay? Excuse me? Who the hell is that man? Okay? Who is that man, and why is he the boss a little of Otis Toole sexually abusing me and children in the background? I don't think he must.
If you walk there, stone walls and cellar holes still break through the.
You need to get the criminals out of Miss Judy's apartment again. Okay, you saw this going on in her. There's a woman, she lives alone. She's in a nice apartment, well, there's a greenway up there. Did I have any? The greenway is like the Cary Greenway is a major greenway with tons of children that goes to 3 playgrounds and goes down to the Barnes and Noble. That would hear you. Maybe I don't want you under greenway. But see, this is insane. Okay, that is in a Wakeem of death. Okay, that is definitely a rapist people with a sheen. Okay, of death. No, the white man that is in roofing or house painting or something. Nobody ever. Well, that's handicapped that dropped a box of a dump truck rocks on his head. Nobody's ever talked in that. There's no such thing as that. If it does run, well, obviously in this room, but just overall, nobody else is doing that, right? Oh, that's insane. Why, you would start again? Here, that's the problem. Everybody in their right mind, nobody that started in any other direction and then continued with that direction, and then that direction is actually the physical direction the brain of that thing takes. Can possibly, it's unfit for law enforcement or anywhere else. I don't know where it goes. Wherever it goes, where it's not doing all that ever again. And we never see it again. Because I'm not, but just because that's absolutely out of its mind. Entering the premises is okay without, I'm worried about the stabbing, okay? It's a stranger. It's one of the 5 women jogging by in the next 3 hours, okay? And that's just a person. Lives in a house. 5 women walking by at Walmart or the grocery store or something in Cary, North Carolina on planet Earth that live in a house that are actual people that don't have anything to do with you. This is just I'm not allowed to go up and touch those. Maybe I'm law enforcement, so I do. Precisely, then you would be coming at it from a direction of a crazy man called me on the phone that's been reported multiple times to your superior officers because the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office and then the police departments in Wayne County, all superior officers and the Fed, FBI, and whatever. All superior officers, it's reported to them, and a crazy man called you on the phone that should already be in custody and said, that's a heroin junkie. Really? Yeah, the judge is actually the Syracuse Dungeon Master or something completely insane. Judge Crow is actually Charles Ney. He's actually schizoid, effective, and he's keeping this much company with Otis Toole down at the jail, and then he's actually like Charles Ney. Oh, it's a Syracuse Dungeon Master. Why is he doing this now? Because anybody actually weird enough to do that, I'm not sure. You would have to take it on a case-by-case basis, but the guy that did all this is completely out of line. Actually, also.
which made it
We're out to lunch.
easy for
He's
visitors
actually a
to
very, very
imagine
different
something
man in
still
there.
moved through the mist after dark.
Why would he be doing all this with these men?
Cars
It's correct.
sometimes fail there at night.
No, they're there day and night, and everybody in this is very closely involved with all tiers
Maybe
of
it's
it.
moisture.
So that which I reported multiple times. If you listen to me, I repeat the same things over and over again, and I condense it. I mean, it's pretty clear there. I would love to get on the Dropbox site, but I can't right now. It's distracting.
Sound like a warning after sunset.
So, as you can see, I got through the whole email, all those email lists. Yeah, so I mean, I'm sure it's okay, really. He will sit here and do it all night though, and nobody's electrocuting him away from it. And aiming at the crotch with the taser. Absolutely hideously depressing, really. But like the man that was very closely involved in stalking me around the jail, I don't think maybe he could get in there. I have no idea. If he knew what like cell I was in, cell block I was in. How did he, I have no idea. They were in so there is no serious, so it's not Judge Crow. If it's Judge Crow, he keeps close company with these men. Oh, there's no one outside of like these, really, yeah, like these are the jail guards, and these are like his jail guards, and then he's the county magistrate or something, is what I've heard. Oh, he's one of these men, it's these men. He's also insane. He's also not very qualified, but he could be. One of these guys is like 63, really, yeah, they're not, but they're all, so it's literally like a dungeon master situation. Why? I have no idea. No. He's no great shakes. It's the Skid Row guy, like the Skid Row dentist. Yeah. Oh.
With large rounded heads.
Somebody needs to figure out that. I'm not sure. Really, yeah. Oh, they're not allowed to do that with that.
One popular 1980s story.
But no, I've never been diagnosed with anything before, like at all. And I've seen the doctors enough. That's why, I mean, are you sure anybody's ever done all this out of all of you before? You know, I mean, it is actually like
many local legends, it traveled from road to road.
The courthouse is on the news a lot. I mean, you know,
with trails and a sprinkler park. Still,
there's not that, you know, you're on the grid enough. You're not gonna like
the trees. The old
it's amazing.
Easier to understand.
But
maybe the melon heads.
It's amazing these guys have gotten away with as much as they have. Why would you, you know, because they're kind of, okay, so the crazy man on the phone says something and they repeat it, is I think of what I was saying. But
Number 17.
There's nobody that isn't, like, these guys have intimate knowledge of the whole thing. They're very involved in it. These are the same kidnappers. There might be like a magistrate involved in it, like an actual judge, a person with a law degree. But if so, that he hangs out with these guys like, all the time. Like, so it literally is like, okay, so the Charles Name Bunker situation. Yeah, which fortunately it's not really. Yeah, maybe that's, you know, but I mean it is. Now it's just turned, so it's a schizophrenic man. Yeah, it's a very, very schizophrenic man. So with the other thing, I don't remember what it was now. What did he say? In response to this, you'd be worried about the stabbing and the stalking. I don't do that. You'll be a rapist. No, you're not allowed to be a rapist at all. You're not allowed to be a burglar. No, the cop is interested in, you know, stab wounds.
Hundreds of curious people.
And then the evidence is so created and so badly created. Like whatever planet you landed off of, you're just really, really weird. It's like a totally different planet. It has been all throughout. I could see one psychiatric evaluation. I'd be afraid to do it again. I don't know who's like pulling rank to do so, and then other people aren't intervening. There might not be a guy at it. So the guy says you have to.
300-pound refrigerator floating and turning in the air, a 21-inch television lifting from its place, and even a family cat that seemed to speak. It sounded impossible, yet many insisted they saw it. Skeptics called it confusion, exaggeration, or a trick that grew too big. Believers called it one of America's most documented.
So yeah, he says that when which is offensive, but he just turns into like stuff about playing with himself, which I said. Right.
Crowd staring at windows,
So, which I said and reported, and then I said, go check, and then I have this evidence. Once I had the evidence, it should have been, all just awful, should have been cleared out. And I mean, it wasn't just awful, you were told to go get the evidence, there wasn't any evidence, the fact that they would not show us the evidence throughout the entire thing, and I just kept getting like, human transport or traffic, really. Like the guy just kept grabbing me and doing stuff. There's not that much going, it's a big enough courthouse, but there's not that much going on. I mean, it was interacted with like throughout, like it's gonna make, notice, so many people, the Stone Courthouse is gonna hear about it, it's on they'll hear about it enough in this, and then the legal system.
A local man named Thomas LeCount tried to move his two-story summer house across.
The problem was I had not seen any evidence in my case, like none. They wouldn't give it to my parents, and these guys were acting really strangely, to say the least. And my parents and I interacted with this all throughout the kidnapping. Like, and we turned it in 24/7 to like everyone, and called everyone and all the rest of that stuff. There's record of this. And this is like a year-long kidnapping also. So the Wake County Courthouse and the Wake County Police and Authorities, the local FBI, and then like everybody in Arkansas, everybody in North Carolina, my parents must have filed multiple. The problem is what did they just say on the phone? The sheriff's department said, it's your police department. I wasn't problem. They contacted all the police in Carroll County. There was like no one, my parents, they did this. Really? Yeah. And they needed the evidence in the case, which they just wouldn't give them. And then they went and got the lawyer. The lawyer did the exact same thing.
When the lake grows still, it is easy to imagine.
You should try to call all the police. All the police in Carroll County have a copy of it anyway. And have it all throughout. I made sure in case I ended up back in Carroll County. They wouldn't give the evidence to my parents, really. Yeah, like it wasn't, they really wouldn't give the evidence to my parents. And I said, I haven't seen any evidence in my case, and they didn't do anything, and I was assaulted by these weird looking people that I think have drug problems now. I really didn't know. And so they went and asked. There's nothing going on in this. They have the emails I exchanged. That I was assaulted by people with drug problems. I had no interaction with this man, and I'm a completely ordinary person that no one has ever called the police on me in my entire life. I'm actually a completely ordinary, I'm a normal person. And I have I'm a non-offender in any way. I don't have any handicaps, like people at the county jail, and anything like that. I have no priors. And I have that because I was a completely there was nothing going on between Mr. Kreider and I, because I didn't know him, and I was just a person going by in a car. And Mr. Kreider is on drugs, and I haven't seen him in many years, so I didn't know that. And I was assaulted by his ex-wife's friend on St. Patrick's Day.
Later generations.
And these men were supposed to let me out the next day, and didn't do so. I do remember they wanted more money off my father, and he was going to pay it, but then he kind of said no, so they
One story easily grows into another.
Because he didn't think he should have to pay it or something, and he went and got the lawyer or something, and then it turned into
That
this.
is how folklore spreads.
You'd have to look at exactly what, he might have been going to pay it, and in fact, I think he did pay it, and then they kept me longer anyway. Really?
When
But then they just wouldn't let me
near
out.
the abandoned stretch after sunset.
But I hadn't seen any evidence in the case, and it had been a very weird interaction, and the Wake County court had been interacting with it constantly. Also, because my parents had constantly been reporting it to them. Then they had constantly been reporting it to the local police. They must have reported it to the Cary police, there are, my understanding is there are, multiple reports of my parents reporting my kidnapping to the police. There must be 40 of them. Oh, just the first kidnapping. It was 40 police reports. Your parents
Call Darren Solo and tell him
He just wouldn't let you out and said you'd really done something, and then wouldn't present any evidence in the case. And that was extremely strange, whoever it was, and like rough sounding. And my father's like, I think she's like been kidnapped in Mexico or something. She's very, they were hysterical because I was living with them and they just seen me, I just graduated from college and not that long before. I'm 30. I'm not like, she doesn't know any Mr. Kreider, and that's not anybody should ever be interested in. Really. No, that we remember him. That's what he looked like years ago, and then he kind of was already like
Number 20. Route 8.
Shaggy from Scooby Doo or something, but it was a little preppy and hard to tell where I was going to go. I don't think the guy had gotten into that many drugs before.
Near the Farmington River in Connecticut.
He might have, but not if he was on the wagon.
Mill water,
I
mill
know.
roads,
Well, it was too
and a
young.
village that was covered over. This
I think
part
it was
of the
making
highway
stuff up.
can feel normal
That's what I
for
said.
drivers' seats,
He might have
but
been
nearby lies
trying
a
to
strange
be fair.
stretch of old road.
Actually, because I found what's
that
that.
turns depending on
It's a
the
true
reservoir.
story.
In 1969.
I mean, I don't know.
dam
It was creepy.
construction flooded the historic village of Colebrook River. A 7-mile section of the original
A little
highway
dangerous and
went
also.
under the new reservoir, along with old foundations, cracked pavement, and an iron
Because it was a
bridge.
long time before, and I didn't.
During
I had no
school
feelings for that guy
season,
of a romantic
water
nature.
drops
I was just stopping on the
pieces of
way,
that
and I'd been
lost
chatting with him on
river
Facebook, and I was paying no attention.
like a road
I was just
rising
actually
from
like-
the north. That setting.
I mean, I didn't know the man. I wasn't
Vanishing
interested in him. It was just actually. I mean, it was like
Drivers
stopping.
Philip picking up a quiet passenger along
because
the
it really
dark
was just
lanes,
right on the way.
only for the
And,
person to
it's like,
disappear
oh,
from
let's
the moving car
do this
before the ride
in
is
my
over.
head, and then
Sometimes the story is linked.
I
to
guess I
the
could do
flood
that.
as if someone from the old road
Why
is
not?
still trying to find.
I shouldn't have, but I mean, I'm not sure. See, you literally
This
just,
road is not only a rumor.
uh,
Parts
had
of
no
the highway
relationship with this man
lead
whatsoever.
to the reservoir,
yeah,
and at times they really
Which I
come
said
back in
a billion
view.
times.
So when mist hangs over Route 8.
And they have the
River
emails
woods
that
turn
we
black,
exchanged. I mean, there's
the
nothing in
vanishing
them.
passenger
It was-
feels
it
less
wasn't-
like a random
It was
ghost
just sort of a like,
and
meeting
more
a
like
friend
the
for
voice of the place
dinner that you didn't
that
know.
never fully stayed
and
underwater in the
Very
dark.
wrong. Like, to skip the blind date or not.
Number
But,
21.
yeah.
Edmonds Road.
But I'm already like there, so stuff. So I was like at the Crescent anyway.
Edmonds
I might as well
Road
go to
in
this
Hartford,
Crescent place.
Connecticut. Feels
I mean, it
like
wasn't
one of those
anything.
roads where people slow down without being told. Trees press close, houses thin out, and
No,
the
it was a
dark
blind
seems
date,
to
I didn't
gather
know.
early under the branches. Locals know the nickname Dracula Drive, but the story here is not about vampires. It is about.
I didn't have any,
woods
the guy's
watching
weird
back.
looking, I didn't have any
The
feelings
legend
for the
belongs
guy.
to the Melonheads. Small
I've said that a
figures
million
with
times. He just said,
oversized
no, you like
heads
Mr. Kreider. I said that
along the
there.
road and rush
He goes,
to the
and then, I mean, he's
trees
just
and cars.
all over you. He's talking
Some
24/7.
stories say
And just won't
they
stop
were
doing it.
escaped patients.
That's an absolute
Others
cool.
say they were a family driven into the forest long ago. The details change, but the shape of the fear stays the same. Something human, but not quite.
It's
The
absolutely.
history behind the tale is more grounded.
So awful.
Connect these stories to the years after World War II, when families left busy cities for new suburbs surrounded by deep Connecticut woods. Those forests felt unknown to newcomers. A dark road, a sudden noise, and a
They're
nervous
incredibly
teenager
hideous
enough to
criminals,
turn
some of these again.
ordinary shadows
It's awful.
into a local warning.
The guy, I
That
mean,
is
it's,
why Edmonds Road still
Yeah,
works as a legend.
Otis Toole is so much,
It does not
Neville
mean
and
creatures
Angela
in the brush.
and Syracuse
It only
Dungeon
moves
Master,
in a narrow lane,
Barbados.
headlights slipping between.
It's hard to
the
tell them
trees,
like apart.
and the old
They
fear of what might be
progressed.
outside.
You know, I don't remember what the conversation about Dylan was really, yes, about stalking a little boy or something.
But
Like a
roots
14-year-old boy, but that was way long ago. Really, so I don't, well, he says that constantly, like, what the hell is going on even? Poor me. Now,
Number
what's that thing?
22.
It's a man that's high on meth, I think.
Why is it connected to the court system and the police? Really, is the question. That is correct. That is the question.
But the woods, hills, and nearby.
I cannot imagine. Really, yeah, like
twice.
it is what I can't imagine, but you gotta be kidding me on all that thing that he's been doing over there. He's gotta be very, very high on drugs. The Otis Tool Peter Gaskins guy. When I was going through grade five, there's if you ever get in there, I'll come to the office and get the computer. He's not young, really, I can tell. That's a relatively new hire. He was in Florida also. So yeah, he's definitely in Florida after he released. So's Lenny, the Lenny character. They're unbelievable. Unbelievable. What is it they're doing in all of this? Really? Yeah. I mean, it is so incredibly weird. It's actually hideous.
It was a place of borders, decisions.
It is actually, the problem is it's real men actually doing something. It's the same men from the original crime. I'm positive. Okay. So complete schizophrenic men higher methamphetamine that appear to be about 250, really. Yeah, are sluggy. There's also some great charts with them.
Colonists
All of
believed some forests
yeah.
were guarded by spirits and
250
should not be used carelessly. Maybe that is why the road still feels like a threshold.
And they're probably corrections workers, which is how they're able to do all this. Really.
Ordinary life. On the other
And we're able to do all this in the first place. So this was reported in
colonial survey
40? There's like 40. Well, how would you feel about it? That you see your daughter leave, it's just your ordinary daughter. I'm not anything.
By the feeling of crossing into ground that remembers who stood there first. And the old line.
You see your daughter leave, and then the next thing you know, we got this. Where is our daughter? I lived at that house at 302 Shalon Drive in McGregor. My brother's in UNC. I graduated from NC State. I lived in Colorado until 2007, and it was 2010, just the beginning. It was March.
Zionville Road in Milford, Connecticut feels like a place where a small story could grow very fast. It is narrow, wooded, and close enough to water and back roads that dusk changes the whole mood.
Another
a kid riding a bike here in the dark
90,
would not need much
90
imagination to hurry home.
And then another
like several roads
50,
in southern Connecticut, Zion Hill became linked.
Because they called the local police. That many?
Figures are usually described
Probably
as
all
small
overall.
people with oversized heads, hiding near the trees and showing themselves.
Okay, so your parents filed like 200 police reports. Yeah.
In many places, that story sounds like pure.
The completely insane criminals that way. They need to quit.
Are more human. Local history points to the 1970s, when a young man with hydrocephalus lived with his family on the street.
They filed a lot of police reports.
Condition can cause fluid to build in the brain, changing the shape of the head.
Maybe it was a little
Because
confusing.
the road had no street lights.
I wasn't that confusing. You could tell out of anybody. Would you please? Our daughter's been kidnapped by crazy men in Arkansas. And that's the Would you please release our daughter or give us the evidence in our case? And the freak just wouldn't do it. No. Have we?
Sadder stories on this list.
I don't know. I thought the same thing. Mom and Dad, could you please just but no, they filed
Quickly people turn someone different.
I don't know if it was just the man really wouldn't release me, and he kept saying that. He kept saying, your daughter killed someone. That was what he said.
Dark trees, no lights.
But Mr. Carter, and I said I was assaulted by I think his ex-wife's friend, and she's like a drug dealer or something. Now that I think about it, these people are weird appellations on drugs, which they said. So they told them to get the evidence in the case, and or I was assaulted by a woman and a man that I didn't know.
Has the kind of name that already sounds like a warning. The road is tied to the entrance of Dudleytown.
This psychotic man doesn't. I don't know. Has stalked me ever since.
Before the story starts, the steep woods.
That is correct. How bad is it here? How many times did I report it, and how many people did I report it to?
Everyone who lived there. It also says
there's no way my daughter stabbed anybody. Can we please see the evidence in our case? What did she stab them with? Can I see a picture of what she stabbed them with? And then he says, I assure you,
They came out multiple times. You pointed that out. We're very far away. Really? You're having a party or something that is so insane you actually were doing all that.
The real problem was the mountain soil. It was rocky, acidic, and poor for crops, so families slowly left for better chances elsewhere. The eerie silence had another explanation too. In the 1960s, the area was sprayed with DDT, which drove birds and insects away. One true tragedy did happen nearby. General Heman Swift's wife was killed by lightning on their porch in 1804. That is why Bald Mountain Road is more haunting when the facts are kept in place. The curse may be weak, but hardship, bad land, and sudden death are real. Today, the area is a private nature preserve, closed to the public, and trespassers can face serious trouble. Maybe that distance keeps the legend alive, letting the dark roads guard what history has already explained. Number 25, Marginal Road. Marginal Road in New Haven, Connecticut, is the kind of place that feels stuck between two worlds. One side belongs to the city, with traffic, buildings, and harbor life not far away. The other side leans toward marsh, weeds, dark water, and lonely edges, where sound carries differently after sunset. That in-between feeling is what gives the road its legend. People tell of a shadowy figure, sometimes said to stand 7 feet tall, appearing near the roadside. Others speak of odd mechanical scares, the sound of a tire blowing out when nothing has happened, or headlights seeming to disappear for a moment in the dark. The stories feel modern, almost made for drivers. But New Haven has always had room for strange sights near the water. In 1647, colonists claimed they saw a phantom ship shaped from clouds over the harbor after a violent thunderstorm. That old story came from a time when the sea was dangerous, messages were slow, and missing ships could haunt a town long before anyone knew the truth. Marginal Road feels like a newer version of that same fear. It shows how folklore survives even beside city lights. A shadow by the marsh, a strange sound under the tires, a blink in the headlights, and suddenly the road feels far from New Haven. Maybe nothing stands there at all. But where pavement meets dark water, the mind still expects something to rise from the black edge of the road after midnight.
You're in for a treat with Wawa's new ice cream parfaits, ice cream floats, and smoothies. Gotta have a Wawa. Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance
Or a break from your car acting up.
We got you covered, Bumblebee. For a great low rate, go with the General.
Now that I have my degree, I see myself as a stronger person because I've accomplished so much, and it gives me encouragement to do even more. Start your comeback today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
Number 26, Miles Standish Road. Miles Standish Road in Colchester, Connecticut feels like a place where the woods are listening under the tires. It runs through the Babcock Pond Wildlife Management Area near the Salmon and Moose Rivers. Nothing about it needs to look dramatic. The uneasy part is the old sound people have heard in this region for centuries. Long before European settlement, the Pequot, Mohegan, and Narragansett people knew this area as Nachimutis, meaning the place of bad noises. They connected the sudden underground rumbles to Hobomoko, a powerful spirit whose anger seemed to shake the earth. To early people living close to the land, those sounds were not small things. When
Would you please get this freak away from me? No, I can't handle any more of it.
Hidden explosions under the ground. Others spoke of
It was extremely strange, and they let me out, and then they
the truth is strange.
arrested me again, and there's nothing my parents could do. My father and I were hanging out the entire time. It was absolutely awful. And then they just kidnapped me, and then the same thing. I mean, there was nothing my parents could do. Was no, you have no idea. My father, that's why there's like 40 police reports from it. Because it was absolutely ridiculous. That's what the lawyer said in this. They need you not doing that in there again out of this or something. Apparently my parents did everything because my father and I were,
patient and unseen beneath the old dark road.
My parents, the probably from
Number
both.
27.
They just wouldn't not do this. I mean, they just said no to my parents and kidnapped me. Well, you committed a crime. It doesn't involve them, really. Like my parents got. I mean, they must have had there was piles of lawyers. It was like this. It was like the rest of them. They needed to see the evidence in my case, and you weren't allowed to extradite me back. I remember. Really. Yeah, and they said, okay, anyway, it was their case. You can have this interaction out of Arkansas. My parents explained who they were. My dad explained, like, we've lived in the area. No, we've lived in the area. I work, and we live in a very nice neighborhood. I paid taxes all these many years. We have my mom and dad have absolutely nothing on their background check, and neither do I, and so on. The lawyer explained all of this. My brother's in UNC, and it just graduated, yada, yada, yada. I went to NC State. I also explained this. I explained this to every single court employee over and over and over again on every lawyer, every judge. I mean, I must have said this and done this. So did my parents. They called every member of law enforcement in North Carolina and Arkansas on that. Okay, that's like sheriff. That's the sheriff's department. Really, yeah. I mean, it was unbelievable. He just said no. Oh, that is what it says. He said he didn't have to release any information as to the case, as it was a closed case, and this is a new case as to stalking Mr. Craig, which there was no evidence of. And then he was going to send you down to the hospital because it was a probation violation.
The tail is even treated with a wink during
because you had kept reporting them, which your parents kept doing all throughout your kidnapping. So, and then you came out, got this evidence that was created, or you got all this weird evidence. The problem is too, like the actual evidence is just sitting somewhere. It says, really, yeah, it's just, I mean, that is like the 40th police report poor mom and dad filed.
Feels odd because the fear
it's probably been absolutely horribly dirty ding-dong.
Rust.
I can't sit down at the computer.
You can be driving through quiet woods.
Well, your stuff is stupid, is what he's going to say. It's not actually.
Military buildings made for a world afraid of attack from the sky. In the 1950s, the United States built more than 300 Nike missile defense sites to protect cities and industrial centers. One of them, known as Site HA36/HA26, stood near Clark Hill Road and Del Reeves Road. The place had radar pads, barracks, and missile-related structures hidden among the hills and forests. When the site was decommissioned in the 1970s, the building.
Is this going to be over already?
Concrete.
This monster can't do this. It like gives him so much power to do this kind of stuff, whatever the stuff is. But I mean, as far as the technology and the technology's on, the ability of this man to do any of this,
Soon,
I mean, it's just like redefined reality completely.
including ghostly soldiers.
It's a very ordinary day in all of their stories too. Like, oh, well, we got nothing going on over here, and you need to check what all this is. A man kidnapped our daughter with it. He's very, very strange all throughout. And then you the exact same story. I mean, this is the evidence in my case because I didn't write any weird emails to Mr. Kreider or something, and they don't have any emails to present, is what the rest of the court says. And then finally, this stuff showed up, and we don't know what this is. Okay, this is really strange.
Hatfield.
And then it turned in. Did anybody see the rest of this evidence throughout the case? It's hard to tell.
Hatfield Road near Downs Road in Hamden and Bethany, Connecticut, has that strange feeling.
You should know.
It's.
I mean, how are we supposed to get in there? It says on your people. If you look at what my parents did, they're apparently supposed to review the case before they arrest Otis Toole, which is not review what case. You need to arrest Otis Toole. I have no idea what any other case is if it has to do with and if there's other people they're stalking. You just have to arrest the man neighbor pornography children, and then you can review my case. And me. Oh, that's a man sex offending and it's not alleged.
That kind of thing is ordinary ones.
You need to arrest these men right now, and then you can do, once this crime is over, they've been doing it long enough, you don't have to like, you just have to, you wouldn't be allowed to do that. You'd have to stop it because it's a man doing what these men do, which you know they're doing or something. You should know. So you have to stop these men. Like if somebody reports enough to you that no, you need to go check. There was a man neighborhood pornography, like it is going out of style.
Already carried tales of
I'm gonna go for a walk.
Spirits and strange lights. So Hatfield Road became another doorway into the same haunted woods. One of the oddest traditions involved leaving a sealed full pack of cigarettes at a nearby graveyard as an offering for safe passage. The lore said the cigarettes would vanish by morning while the wrapper stayed sealed.
I can't like live through this. You have no idea. Do you realize how badly you abuse these people out of all this with these men, out of the Wake County authorities? I don't know what is in, be them. What did you bring into the community on this stuff? Again, like that people report that because these men have access to be in your life. I don't know. Do men going by on the street have access? No. Like there goes a guy that looks a little shifty. Does he have a way to be in your life or in your house or in your car? What would happen if the guy that was a little shifty was in your house, as just anyone's house? Someone he's not related to. If he would, what would that man do? How weird would that man be? Really? He would be pretty strange, wouldn't he? Yeah.
Running through the forest.
I don't know exactly why either, but he would be strange.
It is closely
it wouldn't be okay. I'm not entirely. He'd do something really, really strange.
Because the area once held radar control installations
and quite criminal.
Connected to an abandoned Nike.
Shifty enough, and there's plenty of it out there. I mean, it was really scary.
This was not just empty forest. After the site
or offending.
The forest took back.
Would you please get these men into custody now that are doing this right now? Do you understand me? They won't do this out of Carroll County for some reason because then you need to get them into custody also. They're the perps in this, and they've committed an incredible amount of crime. You have no idea how many, like just actually technically how much crime they've committed. As the guy on the other side of speakerphone from this, oh my God, especially, and they whatever they're talking about doing, it's unbelievable how much crime they've committed against myself.
The true center is the Glastonbury in East Hampton.
See, I'm living in this house or something too, okay? And that thing is actually even, allowed. I'm not, I mean, as far as actually interacting with any sort of anything, but like you're not. What I'm saying is literally the thing is allowed to do any of the things it's not allowed to do. Which it does, the whole thing is something it's not allowed to do. But, that story about the way I think about stuff or would ever do. Like, I mean, this guy doesn't
you're not allowed to get caught is that you have no respect whatsoever for the community you're in. You have no respect for anything. Oh, there is no normal day. There is no sense of time and space. I mean, there's nothing going on. It's unbelievable. Now on that, and like on your perps, I mean, there's no context. Really, they don't. There's no name, last name, whatever. No last name needed. I mean, and they could be absolutely anybody from anywhere. It's absolutely ridiculous. Would you please? I mean, there was no legal system. I mean, you have no respect for a legal system, just anything. Right? Yeah. These are all stickler for the law. Well, just the way I mean, the incredible amounts of crime also.
These are 12 of America's oldest ghost stories still told today. Number 1.
No, the incredible amounts of crime on the perps out of the state is actually correct. Also, the fact that they're incredibly hood, like they're super aggressive. They need no names, really. Okay, and there are these, but okay. So this guy they don't once refer to that's a closed case. There's no such thing as closed case, really. There's actually no such thing as closed case. There can be. There's such a thing as closed case, but not there. Okay. Obviously, these men know their legal system.
Forgive us. For 2 agonizing days.
He just sexually assaulted like a 14-year-old all day and night is what they are going to say. And apparently this piece of shit down at the courthouse and police station is saying no to arresting these men because they're actually in like a law enforcement security office in a court and a jail. And the FBI is not going to arrest them. And that's what happened throughout. Like it was just the guy would not stop doing it. And he wouldn't stop stalking. These men would not, the fact, we sided with them even though we knew the case then. You didn't side with him. You went psychotic with the man that created this evidence, which you're never allowed to do because it's against the law. You also like nothing. You tell me every single day I've spent and night of this. Absolutely. Well, maybe you did it wrong because you're stupid. I'd laugh at that. I abuse other people. I'm a criminal that follows the incredible amounts of crime these men committed daily and nightly and everything else. It was every single thing done and said, the incredible amounts of crime that these men continue to interact. The continued interaction is correct also out of why is just the incredible amounts of crime.
The tale begins during the American Revolutionary War, when a Hessian soldier lost his head to a cannonball. He was buried without ceremony in the local churchyard, but the story claims his spirit never found peace.
Did you hear that?
When the moon hangs low and fog creeps over the woods, locals say the horseman rides again. He's dressed in dark robes atop a black steed, carrying no head upon his shoulders, only a burning jack-o'-lantern tucked under one arm. Travelers who dare pass the old roads at night sometimes hear the pounding of hooves, a glimpse of shadowy figures.
You weren't allowed in the premises of the Casper's house. You don't follow people home, and then who are you following home? Or whatever, you followed. Okay, I followed a guy for a criminal reason home from probation, and then so you'd be worried about the stabbing again and the swearing, right? In the created evidence, which I turned into all of you. He was worried about mental health issues because the other guy told him mental health. Okay, so being followed into the house by these guys is the worst thing that you could ever experience. They entered the premises and then wouldn't leave for no reason, and the perspective was unbelievable. Like it was in. And then it just would not stop. No, overall.
To experience the legend firsthand.
Like what, that I don't think that person can work in law enforcement either. Whoever anyone involved in the stalking on the cell phone stalking advices with these men and everybody can't. You need to get these men out of the community because they were the incredible amounts of crime. Every day and night I've had to come, you can't do this anymore. I'm calling the police. And then I call the police and the police do not do anything. I call all the police about these men. No, you can't do this anymore, day and night. It's absolutely hideous that you have to get the perp into custody.
Strange events began to unfold in the presidential residence. From the Lincoln bedroom.
This monster cannot stalk me anymore. No, you do not have a legal reason to stalk me. And, then he just goes into he's done that. It's this man, and it's the man who created the evidence. Enough for me to make the falsified evidence case. Yeah. The problem is it's a kidnapping, and the man is also a child molester. And whoever's covering up for him not being arrested is a monster. Because the man is a whatever all of this is. What the man stalking is, and the man stalking has something very closely to do with the evidence is created completely, has been confirmed. So, and we have to get the man that people can hear in the background just saying, just skitzing out. It sounds like a 240-pound man. Oh, hang on, man. That's completely schizophrenic and the worst and most evil criminal ever. He's in like he's going to sex offend. Here's what the thing has been saying. He's been saying he's going to sex offend like against these women and children, and they're never going to get away from him by sexually assaulting on tee with this device he has, and you're one of them. And he's like terrorizing children in the same way, really. And then he's doing whatever he's doing to me, which I'm actually experiencing. And he's been doing this with his friends, and it's these like incredibly, ridiculously low men. So they're just neighborhood pornography, like out, whatever that means. And it has something to do with the corrections worker and somebody that's actually in enough of a upper management position to pull this off, as to having access to do it.
South Carolina.
Which should have been taken apart right away because the evidence is so created. I mean, this just should have, because the man is so, because the evidence is so created, the person that committed the crime, and then the criminals always been actually over the top. Oh, you can't kidnap people who, didn't do anything wrong. The people who assaulted me, you just kidnapped me. Oh. But the people didn't have a scratch on them and assaulted me.
Legend says he was once a young man riding.
Well, you didn't believe what with that? All of you, since you were looking at it. And all you had to do was go check. That's why it's so incredibly nasty and weird. And it was reported to you every day because it was this bad as to the stalking. And then this was the stalkers, and this has always been the stalker. And he's stalked by like these unbelievably filthy criminals. For me.
What makes the Gray Man story more than just a tale is that multiple residents have claimed to see him.
But he wanted to. No, you like Mr. Kreider to me, and I'm still going to do this. I'm allowed to do this in here. Would you get this monster off of me? All right. Well, also, would you please get these men into custody and out of my house?
No footprints, no damage.
And he dared to defend me. He did dare, or something. Do you realize?
Even today, the legend holds strong.
Do you realize how badly this will go into rape of these women on them? Those men need to be taken into custody immediately. All of them. Like every single piece of human shit, trash, absolute animals. The whole thing needs to go in. All FBI that aren't in here. You have to arrest Otis Toole sexually assaulting children. There is okay, and women. You need to arrest Todieto. All of them. You need to get you need to get the superior officers in this immediately into custody next time. And now,
What makes the story special is how many people witnessed it and wrote it all down. Nellie's spirit wasn't shy. She spoke aloud, called people by name,
She's here. I saw her.
and asked George to marry another young woman, Lydia Blake. At first, folks thought it was just imagination and grief, but Nellie kept appearing, sometimes in full form, glowing in the dark. Over 100 people claimed they saw or heard her. Even skeptical ministers began to believe something truly unexplainable was happening.
The truth burns within me.
None of your business where I'm going. Okay? I'm leaving. I'm alone in my house. I'm alone in my car. I have not been anywhere without these men. These disgusting, hideously, monstrously evil men who are now, would you please get these animals into custody, my perps into custody already? Now, for the love of God, that man is a criminal, and would you get these freaks into custody?
Locals kept journals, and Nellie's
Get the animal obstructing justice. He's one of them, all of them, into custody also due to the incredible high levels of crime. Okay? This man, I've had this conversation with this piece of monster film over and over and over again. Like, or just, I can remember it so many different times. Okay? He is committing every Class A felony possible by being in the premises and not taking note in every single thing done and said. For you to argue that you do not have to arrest these pieces of goddamn animal trash as to crime. Just because of and I could not have been more right. The monster was committing so much incredible crime every single time I said that. And for you to be sitting around with, well, maybe I don't take that into custody there or something in this story with another Syracuse dungeon master. Would you get the incredible amounts of crime the man was committing by following me into the premises and continuing to stalk there? Every single time I said that, I think of the incredible horror of every day and night of my life. Because, and you would sit there and you would argue not taking these beasts, every one of them, into custody.
As is known, appears especially around Christmas when the original wreck happened. Eyewitnesses describe a ghostly silhouette of a burning ship, sometimes accompanied by the faint cries of a woman in the wind. It's not just a trick of the eye. Generations of locals, fishermen, and tourists have seen it. Whether it's a true haunting or a warning, the ghost ship of Block Island is still talked about today. It's a chilling reminder of how the sea keeps its secrets, and sometimes lets them return, glowing in the night. Number 7.
Originality should always be within reach. TJ Maxx, never uniform, always you.
Making every dollar count is important to you, so it's important to Allstate. Drive safe, congrats, you saved. Drive less, more savings. Multiple vehicles, savings. It's important to you, it's important to us. We're in good hands with Allstate.
Inside RX Bar. What's inside matters, RX Bar. No BS.
When AT&T hands you the all-new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 8 for $0, you get more screen, more summer, more connection, which is a deal we can all give us. Hey, let's give it about 9. Get the all-new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 8 for $0.
The headless Headless Pirate of Deer Island. Off the coast of Biloxi, Mississippi, lies Deer Island, a stretch of land that may look peaceful, but holds a dark secret buried deep in its sands. For generations, fishermen and travelers have shared tales of a ghostly figure that roams the beach at night. A headless pirate pacing the island in search of something he can never find. Locals say he's been there since the 1800s, when pirates once buried treasure along the Gulf Coast. Legend has it that one of the pirates was betrayed by his own crew. They beheaded him to keep him from ever revealing where the gold was hidden. But while the treasure was never found, stories of a glowing figure walking with a lantern and no head began soon after. Some say he's guarding the loot. Others claim he's still trying to warn people of the danger his shipmates left behind. In 1922, a pair of campers reported hearing heavy footsteps around their tent.
The papers call it a legend, but the island remembers.
The story was published in the local paper, and ever since, people have visited Deer Island, hoping to glimpse the ghost. But the pirate never comes when expected, only when the fog rolls in and the stars disappear behind clouds. Number 8. Blackbeard's Ghost. Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard, was one of the most feared pirates in history. With his wild eyes and smoking beard, he ruled the seas from the Caribbean to the Carolinas. But in 1718, the British Navy caught up with him off Ocracoke Island, North Carolina. After a fierce battle, Blackbeard was killed, but his ghost didn't stay gone for long. According to sailors and islanders, Blackbeard's ghost began appearing in the waters where he died. A headless body was said to rise from the sea, searching for his lost head. Some nights, people report hearing his voice calling out from the waves, while others see a strange, flickering light bobbing through the mist as if from an old lantern.
The black ship returns.
One of the most famous sightings comes from a stormy night in the early 1800s when fishermen claimed they saw a black ship sailing through the fog. No sails, no crew, just the sound of cannon fire and a man's laughter echoing over the waves. Even modern visitors to the Outer Banks report cold spots and the sudden feeling of being watched near the shore. To this day, Blackbeard's legend lives on not just in books, but in the waters of North Carolina. And if you ever find yourself on the beach at night, with the wind howling and the ocean restless, listen closely. You just might hear the ghost of the most famous pirate who ever lived. Number 9. The Mako Light. In the small town of Mako, North Carolina, an eerie light once danced along the railroad tracks, bobbing, weaving, and glowing in the darkness. This strange phenomenon, known as the Mako Light, became one of America's most enduring ghost stories. It's said to be the lantern of a railroad brakeman named Joe Baldwin, who lost his life in a tragic accident back in 1867.
Joe, is that you?
The story goes that Joe was alone on the last car of a train when it somehow disconnected from the rest. Realizing another train was speeding toward him, Joe ran to the back and waved his lantern frantically to warn the oncoming engine.
Get off the tracks! Move!
Sadly, the other train never stopped. After that, the Mako light began to appear along the tracks, just where Joe died. Witnesses over the next century reported seeing a floating light moving up and down the tracks, even though no train was coming. Some claimed it was white, others swore it glowed red or green like an old signal lamp. The light became so famous that President Grover Cleveland asked about it when his train passed through Mako in the 1880s. Though the tracks have since been removed and the trains no longer run through Mako, the legend hasn't faded. On quiet nights, locals still say Joe Baldwin is there. Number 10. The Ghosts of Gettysburg. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania is known as one of the most haunted places in America, and for good reason. In July 1863, the small town witnessed one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War. Over 3 days, more than 50,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or went missing. The fields, hills, and even barns became battle zones, and for many, final resting places. Visitors to Gettysburg often report eerie sights and sounds, phantom footsteps in empty halls, shadowy figures in uniform, and ghostly voices whispering across the battlefields.
Some souls never leave these fields.
People have spotted ghostly soldiers darting between the boulders, only to vanish without a trace. Then there's the Jenny Wade house, where the only civilian killed in the battle still lingers. Even now, more than 150 years later, Gettysburg remains a place where the past feels startlingly present. The quiet of the countryside doesn't erase the echoes of war. Whether it's a flicker of movement in a field or the distant sound of drums at night, those who visit often leave with more than just a history lesson. They leave with a story they'll never forget. Number 11. The Greenbrier Ghost. In the hills of West Virginia, a ghost once testified from beyond the grave and helped solve her own murder. This isn't just legend, it's part of actual court records. In 1897, a young woman named Zona Heastershoe was found dead in her home in Greenbrier County. Her death was ruled natural, but her mother, Mary Jane Easter, knew something was wrong. According to Mary Jane, Zona's ghost appeared to her 4 nights in a row. The spirit revealed she had been strangled by her husband, Erasmus Shue. Mary Jane took this terrifying tale to local authorities.
Justice for my girl!
Who agreed to exhume Zona's body. The autopsy revealed exactly what the ghost had said. Her neck was broken. Erasmus was arrested and put on trial. During the proceedings, Mary Jane told the court about the ghost's visits. While it was unusual to allow ghost testimony, the physical evidence matched her story. Erasmus was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. The case became one of the few in American history where a ghost's message helped convict a murderer. The Greenbrier ghost still fascinates people today, not just because of the haunting, but because justice was served in such an eerie way. Zona's grave stands in a quiet cemetery where a marker tells her story. Number 12. Captain Kidd's Buried Treasure Ghosts. Captain William Kidd was a real pirate who sailed the seas in the late 1600s, feared for his treasure hunts and dark reputation. Legend says he buried gold up and down the East Coast, from Long Island to the shores of Connecticut and even parts of New Jersey. But with treasure comes trouble, and Kidd made sure no one would steal his loot, not even after death. The most chilling part of the story is how Kidd supposedly killed members of his own crew to guard the treasure with their spirits. In some versions, these unfortunate men became ghostly protectors, cursed to wander beaches and caves where the gold was hidden. Over the centuries, curious hunters have claimed to hear moaning winds.
It belongs to me.
See shadowy figures, or even glimpse Kidd himself, standing watch with glowing red eyes. One of the most famous locations is Gardiner's Island, New York. It's said Kidd buried a chest there, and strange activity has surrounded the place ever since. People have heard the clank of chains, ghostly footsteps near the shore, and whispers in the wind warning them to leave. Treasure seekers often return empty-handed, or too shaken to keep searching. Captain Kidd's treasure has never been officially found, and maybe it never will be. But tales of the ghostly guardians he left behind continue to stir imaginations.
If you enjoyed this video, please click the like button.
And don't forget to subscribe to the channel.
See you in the next one.
Because the jungle is real. And the mom guilt is too. Get more love than humanly possible when you feed the Hills scientifically proven formula. Because you're only human. There's Hills.
Subway's open late for delivery. Place your order tonight. Subway, eat fresh, feel good. Off Australia's Pacific coast lies the world's largest living structure. So big, it could stretch the length of the United States. Its beauty draws 2 billion tourists every year. But there's more than natural wonder here. There's menace.
Everywhere around the world, we see the Great Barrier Reef as a tropical paradise. In reality, it's a danger to ships and to seafaring.
What is the reef's mysterious role in the loss of Australia's Titanic? The damage to Russell was unlike anything I've ever seen on the reef before. What happens on board a doomed 18th century warship?
What you're investigating was certainly the end of someone's life.
And can a deep dive to the last unexplored stretches of the reef reveal the secrets of its birth? The moment was like, wow, but what have we discovered?
I've always grown up being around boats. My granddad was very keen on telling me many tales about missing ships and
famous sailing ships from history.
Close to 700 ships have been wrecked or have disappeared within Australia's Great Barrier Reef.
Today I'm heading out to the wreck site of one of the biggest maritime mysteries in history. I was thinking of a ship called the Ogala. Now what we know is this. We speak of the Ogala as Australia's Titanic. It's from the same time period, and the Ogala itself was very famous as a passenger liner. In March 1911, 122 people vanished overnight. A very reliable and respected ship. There was a lot of mystery and rumour about what had happened to it. A ship that's 100 metres long, that has lifeboats on it, that knows the coastline really well, and completely disappears. The Ogala left a town called Mackay, heading north, and they expected the trip to Townsville to only take about 36 hours. On departure, the weather was really good, but the last known sighting was by the lighthouse keeper on Deck Island. Now that was about a quarter of the way of their journey. No one heard from the 122 people on board ever again. So what happened to them?
For nearly 50 years, the Ogala lies undisturbed on the seabed. Until 1958, when its remains are discovered by a fisherman just 62 miles southeast of Townsville.
It's a deep 100-foot dive down to the wreck site. I'm hoping there'll be some clues that'll tell me what happened. The Great Barrier Reef has this beautiful danger to it that is almost trying to trick you at every turn. Descending through the blue, and all of a sudden you just see this impressive bow just appear out of the blue. If you just look at the ship as a whole, it almost looks like it literally just sank gently to the sea floor and tipped over on one side. And you can peer through the degraded structure, and there's actually a really perfectly preserved bathroom. When you look at this entire 100-metre long, very intact hull sitting on the sea floor, there's no damage or degradation in any way. There really isn't a whole lot of evidence to hitting a rock or a reef. But I did find something unusual near the bow, and it's a bit of a mystery. There's a large kink running from the middle of the hull all the way up to the deck. This had to have been made by a tremendous force. I really wanted to find out what caused the kink. It turns out the wreck's been scanned twice in the last 20 years. So I thought I'd take a look at those scans and see if there's anything they could show me that I couldn't see on the dive myself. When you look at the more recent scan, it's like you can drain away the scene and reveal the wreck as it was in 2011. There's the bow, and the scan makes it look even more clear than you could see on any single dive. And here's the buckle in the hull.
But when Maddie looks at the earlier scan from 2004,
That's when something strange happens.
the ship's hull isn't buckled, and somehow it's in a different position on the sea floor compared to where it eventually lies in 2011.
The damage I saw on my dive can't have been anything to do with the Yongala sinking, but something really violent has happened between 2004 and 2011. Something violent enough to bend the hull and shift the ship on the seafloor.
To make sense of the mystery, Maddie examines the data with marine ecologist Andrew Baer.
There's some great visual shots of Yongala from multi-beam remote sensing data, and some research that has come out quite recently. It doesn't really look like anything has hit it. There's no sort of impact damage. The first one is 2004, and then the second set is actually 2011.
2011 is a memorable year for Andrew.
There was a big cyclone then. I mean, 1 in 100-year events.
Cyclone Yasi has escalated into a Category 5 cyclone. This is the most serious and destructive cyclone that we've had.
Yasi was really the only one that's ever scared me. My family was here. My wife and 2 young sons. They were nervous days. The real worry thing about Yasi was the predicted storm surge.
The actual water understands the ocean.
That was the scary thing. That's the thing, that's the real damage. I reckon what happened is that the cyclone has generated waves which has escalated underneath the wreck, and then it's probably collapsed into it.
Yeah. Combine that with just the additional force of the size of the waves that were probably hitting across the bow there of Yongala has been enough to then push that bow further down onto the seafloor.
Maddie wonders if an equally destructive event could have sunk the Yongala.
In the newspapers directly after Yongala went missing, there were lots of theories about how it went down, and the primary one at the time was that it hit a reef. But I couldn't find any evidence of that during my dive. It's funny to me that you say that Yasi is known as this 1 in 100-year weather event. Because what you're saying about the power of the cyclone really makes me wonder, could Yongala actually have been sunk by a storm after all?
The Yongala could be sunk by a storm, but there's a problem with that theory. The ship is on the inshore side of the reef, protected from rough seas.
Ships in this area were thought to be safe. I mean, it's not called the Great Barrier Reef for nothing.
Still, is this the exception that proves the rule? Maddie digs into the weather records of the time.
This data set all pulled together is this great sort of reconstruction of weather records at the time that Yongala went missing. If you look at these dates here, we've got 20th to the 26th of March 1911. And smack bang in the middle of that is Yongala's disappearance. Yongala would have been coming up from Mackay and then tried to head into Townsville. So this storm is essentially coming from the north and would have been very far out of view. And if you look at these charts of predicted wave lines, you can actually see that there are gaps in the barrier reef. One of those gaps is right here, and Yongala was found just on the other side of that gap.
So now, Maddie can piece together the final hours of the Yongala's journey.
As the storm approached, approached, the crew probably believed they were safe. But once they sailed past that gap in the barrier, they'd have no chance. The fact there wasn't time to launch a single lifeboat suggests that the ship went down quickly with all 122 people. It's a terrible tragedy.
When the Yokala sinks in 1911, little is known of the Great Barrier Reef's intricate structure above and below the surface. Even today, much of the reef's layout remains a mystery. One man is on a mission to fix that, a mission that will take him decades to achieve.
80% of the world's oceans, we have no data. It's just a break. The moon is 100% now. We know every rain, every crater. Same with Mars. We want to understand better the deeper parts of the Great Barrier Reef, looking at the sea floor, mapping it. The Falcon is the first ship that has really done that in the Great Barrier Reef. It's really thrilling.
Over 100 miles to the north of Cairns, Rob and his team are exploring the northeastern edge of the reef to better understand how it formed and how to help it survive.
These modern multi-beam sonar systems reveal the Great Barrier Reef at a level of detail that's never been seen before. If you map it, you then understand what the shape of it is. You start asking questions like, how did it get there?
Over 15 years, Rob has accumulated the biggest data set ever created, covering over 1 million square miles. Now, he's able to reveal the reef as no one has seen it before.
I get a call and my mom says, "Don't panic, but the house is on fire."
I got in my first accident. I had this pipe burst.
But Moses was amazing as usual.
I felt really comfortable in that moment. Christine was there for me on the very best possible.
When the clock strikes dinner, things go first. Always easy, always delicious.
Off right there is a powerful thing. No dice, no cooking. The Santa tackle skins and odors.
It's super doable. I have a literal dream job. But going to class from forever. This is my comeback. Course today at Purdue Global, that will be you.
Homeowner are the frequent students who people in our each year during colors and his new son, his bonus for his home potential learner. I love how it's super easy to apply and I can wonder if you would course on the go, reapplying into it, to the beach.
With the sea drained and the corals stripped away.
The thing that really stands out is a continental shelf and this growing privilege.
The reef stretches for more than 1,000 miles on top of this continental shelf edge.
The Great Barrier Reef is as easy as because of the shape of the continental shelf. It was developed millions of years before coral reefs even started forming here. We actually want to look at the proto Great Barrier Reef, but it's the earliest layers. In the deep Great Barrier Reef, the old shellfish, what is deeper than 100 meters, is virtually no research done. For us, that is the real frontier.
Today, the remotely operated vehicle will explore the astonishing canyons that run along the edge of the continental shelf. Rob thinks they can shed light on a brutal chapter in the history of the reef. So now, he's on a mission to find out how these canyons form.
On our very first 3D mapping line, instead of seeing this flat seafloor, there was this complex series of canyons. At the moment, it's like, wow, right, what have we discovered? We're actually on what we call the middle part of this canyon, so we're down at about 600 meters. At the base of this canyon, you can see huge chunks of sediment that's fallen off the canyon walls. The canyons are far, far bigger than the biggest mountain rises on the mainland, almost twice the height. It's almost like that Grand Canyon on the side of the Great Barrier Reef, but we're seeing over 100 of these stretched off in the distance. Sorry, I'm in charge of the zoom camera. Let's see if I can do it again. Wow, everything's so steep. You've got these big bluffs that push out, and then either side, these ravines where there's sand and things that are raining down. So, oh my god, that's really spectacular, isn't it? It's really rugged down here. They are clearly catastrophic landslides. They have collapsed suddenly and violently. Contrary to the idea of Great Barrier Reef as this beautiful, colourful, animal-filled ecosystem, in fact, it has a very long geological history, and some of that history has been quite violent.
And the dangers of the reef extend well beyond the menacing complexity of the continental shelf. Massive reef structures formed with billions of tiny organisms called polyps grow a rocky skeleton.
The shelf provides an ideal habitat for coral reefs to explode into life. The right depth, the right water quality, the right temperature. And then suddenly we have the world's biggest coral reef ecosystem.
These coral structures grow all the way to the surface, where they become a deadly obstacle to shipping. For example, the reef's most famous victim, a ship that plays a key role in one of the most dramatic maritime sagas of all time. On November 16, 1977, the Royal Australian Air Force, using airborne magnetometers, detect a large anomaly under the reef's northern edge. The discovery leads divers to a shipwreck 100 feet below the surface.
For me, it's one of the most fascinating wrecks anywhere on the reef. Over 16 years, there were 9 different underwater surveys and inspections of this wreck. They found over 7,000 artifacts and painstakingly recorded the location of each and every one of them. But one mystery remained. What ship was this? And how did it end up here?
As a maritime archaeologist, you hope that there'll be that one clue that really gives you the answer. This object, found on the site in 1977, is the pintle. This attaches the rudder to the rest of the ship. The rudder fits in here and goes all the way up. On the side here, it's actually upside down. Someone has printed in the number 24. That means that this pintle was destined for a ship that carried 24 guns. Sitting on the top is the word Forbes. That's the name of the foundry that made this copper alloy fastening, And we know from historical accounts that Forbes supplied material like this to the British Navy in the late 1700s. And we can actually narrow down the exact shipyard. That lets us know for sure that this shipwreck we're looking at is HMS Pandora. HMS Pandora is actually the lesser known half of one of the most famous stories in our maritime history.
On December 23rd, 1787, His Majesty's ship Falcon sailed from England bound for the South Seas.
According to records, the Bounty's mutineers seized control of the ship, setting the captain and 18 loyal crew adrift in an open boat. Then HMS Pandora was sent after the mutineers, really to make an example of them. That you did not cross the British Navy. So Pandora was sent well armed, well equipped with twice the crew to chase them down across the Pacific. The British Navy managed to find 14 of the mutineers in Tahiti and actually put them into a makeshift cruiser, Pandora's box, on the stern of the ship.
The ship's captain sets his course for Britain and heads toward the Endeavour Strait. But somehow, the Pandora ends up on the bottom of the ocean, 75 miles off the Australian coast. What happens to it and its cargo of imprisoned mutineers?
I always make a point of examining every find and every detail. You never know where you'll find a clue.
What we have here are the remaining parts of a syringe.
Right.
Maddie examines the Pandora's artifacts to see what they can tell her about the ship's final moments.
To me, that looks like a brush of some sort.
Yes.
In the back of your mind, you always remember that shipwrecks were always an event or a tragedy, and what you're looking at and what you're investigating was certainly the end of someone's life. There we go.
One thing in particular catches Maddie's eye.
I think you're gonna like this, Maddie. Really good. Can you see how it's a pretty sturdy padlock?
Yeah.
It's not the type of thing that you have on a chest or a door.
So I should read for that. It's how they found it as well.
Yes.
So if that's exactly how it was found, then it's also actually open and sitting open.
So what's like a fracture? This is damage before the ship sank. That's not deterioration underneath the water or anything.
You can surmise that that's someone trying to break this padlock open.
Yeah, correct.
The evidence of damage pre-conservation to this object gives us a clue, and it's probably the best clue we have, or the evidence of the mutineers trying to break out of that box as Pandora was sinking.
The prisoners are desperate to avoid going down with the ship, but the padlock still doesn't explain why the Pandora itself sank. Maddie trawls the archives of the previous surveys for clues.
What I'm looking at here is a photo mosaic. It enables you to pick out what exactly I'm looking at on your seafloor.
The images help Maddie to visualize exactly what's lying there, both above and below the sand.
The seafloor is flat sand. You can make out a few of the bigger items, like cannons, but not much more. But if you could remove the sand, you find that nearly half of the ship remains in good condition. It's likely the missing parts of the ship were gradually eroded over hundreds of years. At the wreck site itself, there's nothing to suggest why the ship sank. But just 150 feet away is a big clue. A coral reef stretching upwards 80 feet, nearly to sea level. the jagged edge of the Great Barrier Reef.
To access the very latest data from the surrounding underwater topography, Maddie visits Robin Beacon. Together, they examine these high-resolution scans of the area where the Pandora went down.
So this is a three-dimensional view of the Great Barrier Reef.
Awesome. In my head, I'm picturing this old map, and it logs Pandora coming straight across from the Pacific Islands, literally beelining to this point in the reef.
We're just about to arrive in a very difficult part of the Great Barrier Reef. It's almost like everything is coming into this.
Yeah,
This-
they're driving straight into it.
It's like a funnel. It seems obvious that you go for it because this is where the deep water is. But in fact, everything's driving you into this maze.
They're sounding for depth, and they're getting plenty of depth beneath the boat, but all of a sudden, they hit this reef.
I very much doubt they would have any inkling that they would even seen this route. There is no escape.
It's pretty vicious that it took a tilt and cannon crushed people and masked go down and crushed people. According to the survivors' accounts, it stayed afloat overnight, but the next morning it sank. And it sank within minutes, and they must have broken the lock to the box because of the 35 people who drowned, only 4 of them were near miss. When you see it peeled back like this, I think barrier is probably one of the best words for it, and that they were literally heading into something they could probably never safely navigate.
In the 2 centuries since the Pandora's demise, the Great Barrier Reef has sent 700 vessels to the sea floor. Many are victims of the lethal complexity of its corals. But what made it like this? To find out, Rob Beeman is on a mission to retrieve some of the world's oldest corals from deep beneath the ocean's surface. Rob Beeman is back aboard the Falcon. His team's ROV is prepared for its mission to collect rare coral samples from parts of the reef that are so deep they've never been seen before.
Hey Jody, how are you? Very exciting, but you keep going after exactly the right thing. There's clearly sort of upward projections.
Yeah, that's right, because our screen's just a little bit clearer than yours. So we've just got to find the right place to be able to get the ROV down and see if we can break something off.
Yeah. Well-oiled machinery. Coral from 130 meters down. Come on, you can do it.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yes, there we go. Well done. Yes. Good. What I like about this drop is how light it is, which is an indicator, hopefully, that we've got potentially this is the original coral framework material building block of the reef.
Yeah.
So that's good. That's great.
I'll just pass that to the pilots. Yeah, thank you very much from Jody. That is perfect.
I came to university to study. I took Bachelor of Science, mathematics, chemistry, and my other choice. Geology, okay, what's that?
There's owls everywhere. Can you please get these monsters into custody already and out of my house?
I like to tell my students and my kids, in fact, that corals are in the same grouping as jellyfish. The difference being that they're able to build their own homes and skeletons. These names are what make up coral reef. We've actually gone back to old courts that were collected in the 80s and reinvestigated these courts. And I like to use this term, new stories from old courts.
these fossil waste drills and the mapping data is during these ice age periods, water is locked up in the ice sheets and causes seals to form. What we're seeing is essentially the reef being exposed and becoming dry land.
I don't know what to do. I can't handle any more of this. No, you do not start scanning me. Would you please get these freaks into custody already? It was the worst, from 2013 to 2017, 18, and then 2021. This man just absolutely moved into me with me. It was some of the most evil domestic violence and sexual abuse, stalking, and then just otherwise evil sexual abuse and domestic violence possible. I did absolutely nothing. I just appropriately reported this. The guy is an absolute schizophrenic. It's like always been the same man. They are incredibly rough. It was like the county corrections workers or something I could not imagine how bad. It was just they had absolute entitlement. They were always robbing my father, is correct, throughout the entire thing. They couldn't be more so. I mean, the absolute entitlement of these men, and I reported it constantly. I couldn't have been more up, and I had the evidence proving, that I was a kidnapping victim throughout the entire thing. And I reported it every step of the way. There was no reporting it you could do that I did not do all the time. And I mean, it was some of the worst domestic violence and sexual abuse you have ever seen, and stalking. The evidence is as creative as possible. It was absolutely locked down as far as getting out of it. The absolute entitlement of everything, as far as offending and just the incredible amounts of crime, and then the incredible amounts of absolute psychotically, just these maroonings of incredibly low-class men and really strange behavior. It was unbelievable. I did absolutely nothing, and throughout all of it, I just kept reporting it. It was the most evil, and is the most evil crime I think anybody has ever committed. On the same level. It was, I'm just an ordinary woman going by. This monster would not stop, and the evidence as created as possible. I reported it 24/7, the incredible horror of it. No, you do not get to commit the long-term nature of it. I mean, it was an ungodly and incredible crime. Yeah. The stalking and sexual abuse are just moving in by these men through the 10 years prior to 2013 to 2021. It was unbelievable. And the 4-year sets have been unbelievable. The kidnapping in all of that, the kidnappings, I mean, there was nothing going on in any of that. The incredibly, monstrously evil kidnapper, I'm sitting in Cary, North Carolina, in McGregor, in Lockmere, in McGregor through the entire thing. I'm on the Golf Course Community Greenway. It's like on a normal day in America, doing absolutely nothing at all as a law-abiding citizen. It is the most evil crime animals have ever engaged in, all of it, and corruption.
It's now a mountain.
Well, I'm sitting here with the created evidence, which is absolutely ridiculous. So I went, so everywhere I'm, and I have to deal with this stalking by these same men every day and night, which was like the most hideous acts of domestic violence and sexual abuse and stalking unimaginable. There was incredible amounts of crime occurring in Cary, also, which has like a 0 crime rate through no fault of my own. The fact that you're allowed, like you broke the law so much, day and night. It was unbelievable. Like the incredible amounts of crime that occurred day and night that I reported, that I'm sitting here with this created evidence. The incredible amounts of sexual abuse and domestic violence. Everything done and said. The fact that these men were stalking. He's saying it's okay that I was stalking. No, it's not. You're a crazy man. You're incredibly hood and criminal, but you're bad, extremely dangerous criminal. You're very, very rude. You are uninhabitably, insanely offending and rough. You have got to get these men into custody now. No, I'm still going to do that. Would you please get these men into custody now and out of my house? The incredible amounts of horror and crime I've endured at the hands of these beasts. These animals have got to go to prison. No, you're a beast. They've watched this go by for 10 years, everyone said. For 15 years, this hideous case of crime, because these monsters are allowed to continue on law enforcement tech and sexually abuse and stalk me and commit the crimes they committed here. The incredible amounts of crime. That actually, this has happened before, okay? I don't know what was going on in New York and Boca Raton, but it was the same thing. It was incredibly bad. Like, it was incredibly bad. It was like the most evil thing and the most evil men on the other end of it. And the most incredible, it was like John Wayne Gacy on the other end of it. I cannot imagine what you were bringing into communities and then allowing. Really, it was unbelievable. Yeah. Whatever this same technology these men are on is an incredibly dangerous, and it's like Hitler. Okay. The incredible amounts of crime. I just, would you get, no, you cannot cut my phone line and stalk me day and night. You need to get over this case of kidnapping. You need to, I don't care whoever you are, you need to go to prison for the rest of your life. The crimes these men committed are beyond, every day of it was the worst Class A felony animals have ever committed in the history of North Carolina. The incredible amounts of crime these animals committed all these years. The absolute horror I lived my life in. the absolute, like, abject, no, the incredible amounts of crime. It was not okay to allow these men into the community this much. They had absolute access to do their heavy breathing and sex offending and internet mirroring and cell phone mirroring stalking, because you gave the incredible amounts of crime that those men were enacting upon the communities that these animals were cruising around, in the crimes in what we experienced and I experienced in the early 90s. And everywhere else, the incredible amounts of crime this perpetrates, and men like you perpetrate, and things like your corruption perpetrate. But the incredible amount of crime that these beasts commit on the technology they're on now, and out of the incredible corruption in your court and whatever you are bringing into communities, the incredible crime of every single thing done and said, that the law enforcement in Cary, North Carolina, a community that would have nothing to do with men as rough as you, if they had not brought some monster was not monitoring what they brought into communities, that brought you into my life and to commit my community, or where I live. The incredible evil of every single thing, and the incredible criminal entitlement of that incredible low-life criminal. The incredible crimes of those men. All of them in this. Get off of me with that thing. No, I think it's funny. Would you get him off my crotch with that thing? No, because a guy was entered the premises of your house. What is the freak? Did you? No, I never shouted at the monster. How low class is that thing? And why is it in the community? How do you know it's low class? I mean, look at all the high functioning stuff. Well, then, can you get these men away from me? No, and then it was allowed to kidnap the woman to the county jail also and steal that car. It was completely motivated by stealing. Okay, so I steal thousands of dollars down here. I rape children. I am the worst perp in the history of America. No. There's in the history of America since your crimes are beyond comparison. No man has ever. Every night you spent in my house on that thing was the worst crime man has ever committed. It was the most crime. It was all the crimes. Enough with the sexual assault of my stalking as legal out of your incredibly dangerous and evil criminal and as criminal monsters as humanly possible. All of you. Okay, so if these people, what are you trying to do? You're not allowed to rape women. I don't care what Miss Casper did. Well, she needs to be in the county jail right now. Tony Idle was nice enough after he's 10 years. The problem is he was the perp in it. Also, Tony Idle was responsible for every single night the Casper's family spent in this. Who is Tony Idle in this story? That goes for the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. They are responsible for every single night the Casper family spent in this. So who? Would you get off my crotch with that thing? No, I'm going to do that as much as possible. That's what we did to the whole community. We John Wayne Gacy'd them out of offices like these because men has the incredible lowness of the lowest criminal employee to ever exist in America on the same level. There has the worst days of Mississippi burning have nothing or slavery have nothing on the behaviors of the incredible lowest criminal men, whoever those monsters probation office told you no. What are you doing in all of that? Really? And sitting around raping women and children so hideously now get off my body with that thing. They're going to mock that because it's totally gang-raping animal. Apparently that thing is incredibly painful. Would you trade it away from the human body? They were shouting at our wonderful 3 fingers, gang rape, Nazi animals, the Marquis sewer, rape, and domestic violence, animal sod, the lowest men to earn life in prison and a death sentence. These schizophrenic, psychopathic, the bestial monsters, the lowest sex offenders and domestic abusers, the most prolific criminals as far as the Wake County court employees and the Wake County authorities responsible for the incredible acts of crime. Every single one of them of what these beasts did to me. And you did to me! How would you possibly kidnap the person after seeing this for 10 years? And then hold them for the men. You need to get off the sexual assault device. You just aimed it at my crotch and electrocuted me. Tee-hee-hee. Well, I'm sitting in your chair. Yeah, you could shoot me in your troll wars. You lady, because I was allowed to sexually abuse you. You should lower yourself. I would even know you didn't live in white trash, the lowest white trash men, unimaginably low and white trash. The lowest white trash criminals imaginable, and these lowest sexual abusers and offenders in the history of animals and criminals and mankind. The Wake County Court Authority. The prosecutor's office that held you for a year. The most evil, rapists, sexual abusers, domestic abusers, monsters, and animals the lowest mankind has ever sunk as far as bringing criminals into our community. The incredible beast at the Wake County prosecutor, because I took your driver's license for 2 years, is not the worst sexual and domestic abuse. The worst domestic abuse and crime an animal has ever engaged in. It's completely psychotic. Well, you would say that, lady, but I would criticize that. The man was... Okay, so stealing the woman's license for 2 years in Marquis, the sewer, the beast incarnate, the swastika of the most dangerous and evil, psychopathic, sexual abuser, sexist, schizoid, affective, and freak. You drove away from the police with a total gang rape ghetto. The gang rape Bonetta was told to pick you up for that boy. You're going to do it. Gang rape the beast, the sin, the lowest rapist to ever rape, the lowest sexual abuser to ever sexually abuse, the lowest domestic abuser to ever domestic abuse, the lowest burglar, robber, housebreaker, criminal, thief, and thief, the lowest pedophile, predator, and animal. The lowest, well, that's what he said, because the swastika of the dirtiest and most evil, criminal, white trash animal of men, crimes that animals committed that are so low, no criminal beast has ever committed lower crimes than these men. I'm very sorry your law enforcement sided with us. We felt that why are you serving another 5 years probation on some woman you had been sexually abusing, torturing, kidnapping, and terrorizing, and stalking out of, I know you the Roxbury call, the dirtiest and lowest mankind man has ever seen. The incredible filth of the incredible sexual abuser and domestic abuser, the most evil domestic abuser and criminal ever born, the lowest sexual abusers ever born, animals so low. They dared to say no to all that. They would have thrown a tantrum because a man named Annetto, the most evil and criminal man, Why are we arguing it like this? Where is the office to get the fact the evidence is created, looked into, so these men leave me alone? You found it, Cupcake. It's the court and the jurisdiction. The most evil crime. Apparently your crimes are beyond comparison on that thing. Do you understand that? When dirt trash, the lowest monster to ever hunt a fan. Tony, the dirtiest animal ever born, got on his law enforcement detective. Rapist! Further! Ow! Tony, I think the woman said no to you following her into the shower. But the nettle gun, he's still good. Why are you parking cars in the yard? The vicious swastika, the psychography, the slithering swastika of the animal, the white-collar, hooligan prosecutor, the most evil Nazi to ever rape, gun rape, wrong, contact or offend, the most disgusting domestic abuser and sexual abusers ever born. Criminals so low. Because I dared to say no in mental health to all that. When a swastika named Nahuda, the most evil sexual abuser, domestic abuser, and criminal ever born. A monster, a group of monsters so low, the lowest criminals to ever sexually abuse or commit crime or domestically abuse could or have not ever been lower than everything done and said by the bestial monstrosity of the lowest crime animals have ever committed. The incredible acts of crime. The incredible acts of sexual abuse, day and night, every day, for 10 years, by the lowest men to ever criminally exist. That's a problem. The problem is that the lowest mankind could ever shape in the skins of the most evil criminal men ever brought into a normal and franchised community and day. The most evil men since the lowest and most dangerous criminals the world could ever harbor. The most evil sexual abuser in the history of animals and mankind. The lowest rapist, robber, gang rapist, the filthiest attempted murderer, assailant for you to dare, you disgusting beast, you lowest beast ever born. To dare to say he would threaten you. Apparently the man is beyond comparison as to criminals. You need to calm down on the sexual assault device, he said. Well, gang rape, ghetto gang banger, and they're cruising around as a North Carolina police car. The dirtiest and lowest man ever born. The most evil criminal ever born. The worst rapist, psychotic, gang rapist, pedophile, stalker, sexual abuser, sex offender. The most dangerous and low man ever to exist. The most evil, dangerous, and low man could ever be. The incredible psychotic filth of that thing. Apparently they need to calm down, okay? Again and overall. No, and the nettle felt that a lady in the house was in the house. And when they're in the house, the nettle, he got to follow in the house too, because he's going to get in there. Then he got to follow the lady around. The most evil animal ever born. There has never been a lower beast in the skin of man or animal. There has never the incredible, the Bronxville pig, the thing rapist has to go to prison. If he actually was doing any of that. What is it even? A crazy man is stalking you because Tony gang rape ghetto and netto will remove this man from Carrie. That was the worst sexual abuser in your every single day. I mean, could it? The lowest, most dangerous. What the hell in any other. Maybe you need to calm down out of Foodsville, they say on everything. Really? Yeah, like there is nothing, Ms. Casper's walking around the Greenway for 10 years in front of everybody. And politely and appropriately going, well, with the incredible horror. I think they're just skitzing out at the incredible horror of the incredible amounts of crime, that the incredible criminal, are you saying the incredible crime committed by these men? It's a completely ordinary woman walking down the street for 10 years of the worst sexual abuse and domestic violence, beasts in the skin of animals of men committed. The fact that these, animals are not in custody and out of the community and still offending. You brought these monsters into my life. These are your employees. I did nothing at all. My evidence as created as possible. You didn't know what that was, so somebody did something. Why are they parked in the yard? Is this gonna be instigatory? The other guy told him to, and one of them is just a freak of some sort that doesn't, whatever the freak is doing. He out of his mind completely and unfit. You apparently bring incredibly dangerous and low criminals into communities through public sector that no one can report, that everybody reports you right away. Is the problem or something? Because the incredible amounts of crime that child is enduring, if he has a child, but that's what she does, right? According to them, he has children he's molesting right now. The incredible amounts of crime that these men and the technology they're on right now has committed. What did you do out of the courthouse in Wayne County in 2014 that allows you to extradite a woman into the North Carolina something that involved a sexual assault case that sounded like these men? Again, he said, I told you over and over and over again, out of everyone, not to interact with the criminals here because they're having problems with the case getting overturned already. Okay? You understand? It says the case is overturned already. Not to follow Miss Casper into her house and then arrest the man stalking her on him. Okay? We can't have you in the community if you feel the neighborhood pornography is anything other than with all the ordinary people going by, think of it. In Cary and anywhere else in Raleigh. The insanity has to end. We've never heard of anything like this. We think you're from out of area. There is stuff. There is stuff. If it did all this all the time, they want you out of law enforcement. You are too incredibly dangerous as far as being from a bad neighborhood, which is a very real thing. You followed no laws. You're not allowed to follow people into the house. All I ever, said, please verify my evidence is created out of being stalked. I was stalked every day and night. And I'm not, I don't know who likes to alter my dialing 911 on these men. And then, this is not, I don't know these people. I want this over and out of my life. I didn't stab Mr. Kreider and Miss Fisher. They didn't have a scratch on them. And I didn't know the man, and I didn't exchange any of those emails with them. I was just a normal, nice, happy, healthy woman going by, same as all the other people. And the people that have criminal problems, that are some kind of drug addict and handicapped, attacked me. And I ended up in a police station once, which all the facts check out. The fact that these men kidnapped me, that really, I'm sorry to doubt that. There's nothing to doubt. The creative evidence proves it, and someone had to interact with it enough to stop the daily, day and night crime by these freaks, who are the men that kidnapped me, who I don't want anything to do with, of course. Yeah. Who should have no interaction with me. As long as people aren't stabbed out of the Wake County and Cary police departments. And if I come in requesting, which I requested my evidence in my case every day and night, and also to please do something about the stalk. You have to do something. I'm being stalked by the same man that created this evidence, and it's unbelievable. You have to get these men out of the community. Also came up multiple times, wherever they are. I thought they were like online for a while. You could tell, and on my cell phone, which is probably what they were in Cary. Well, I'm still going to sit here and sex offend. Is he going to hold his penis? I mean, the thing that's gone into, excuse me, PENIS, at me so I can't go to sleep, and then he's also doing it to children? I mean, why you haven't been here for the last, 18 months. Holy Christ. He's running around like a complete naked sexual assailant wild man, and there's 5 of them. It is the weirdest thing you have ever seen or heard. I mean, they're absolutely psychotic. They must be higher than a kite on their side of the speakerphone. It's unbelievable. It is, I'm just taking absolute umbrage at everything you've done to me, for Christ's sake. I'm just a person sitting there. You pick me up, you put me places, you do absolutely hideous things to me. These men stalk me. These were the men stalking me. Okay, you gave them absolute pass. Here's the tax bracket you're in. Okay, here's you right now. All of you trash are at. You have absolute entitlement. Okay, you did not take no for an answer. You did not stand down about anything. You interacted with no laws known to God or man once. Every single second of every day was the highest class A felonies in the most aggravated and everything done and said. All of you was the highest class A felonies in aggravated and heinous. That's a conversation. You have to stop stalking me. I'm calling the police every day and night. And they were. It was the word. But you have no idea the absolute horror and what you turned. Why wasn't going to turn it off in your nice apartment? You think you have a right? I don't know you. I'm a complete stranger. You kidnapped me and neighborhood pornography and stalked me in a tiny closet with no windows in a jail cell. In a room with the camera in a mirror. No, not. It's the guy who did all that. No, we're really sorry. It was very clear, and it was on every single person's desk at the Cary Police Department. Well, you were supposed to go in for more probation out of that. Okay. Would you please get these men out of my house? It's scary to know it's out there. It's scary to know it's in here, but it's scary to know it can exist. Really, those are incredibly dangerous men. All of the men that did this are incredibly criminal and evil and dangerous men, and you need to investigate them. Get off me with that. No, I was gonna, they're actually going to arrest them now. We asked. No, I will not turn it off at your house. The incredible amounts of crime the neighborhood pornography was. And I mean, it was just neighborhood pornography. It was unbelievable. And I reported it every single day and night because it was I reported it all the time because it was so bad. It's all documented on you were not allowed to stop the criminal that created this evidence and kidnapped me, which was, this stuff where you're not No, you have to actually, I reported the crime, you're like, oh, there was no, really, I mean, you all did it. What crime? I don't get it, really, yeah. I mean, the incredible amounts of crime of it. You got it just fine. I reported it appropriately, everybody was there. What is it even? Like, what is going on? I can't imagine, who would do such a thing, like. Really weird with joggers going by. Yeah. Well, immediately, like, nobody in there, you can't have anybody that looks at the evidence and goes like anything other than, why are there stabbers that are weird? And that's a lot of language, I'm very concerned. And that's a schizophrenic person who did that. And it's whoever copied and pasted this in. On both of them, which is what it says. But I'm concerned about, it's like, here's all the little houses next to each other. Where is it, do you people live? Do you live on like, because everybody in this neighborhood, which is actually, actually how neighborhoods look, would call the police on you because you'd be too close to them, because you're so weird. That goes for all of you. You'd wander into their houses and molest their children, apparently. Or do other stuff, which is what I said, I can tell by looking at them. Which I didn't, which they might have taken umbrage because I might have posted that on the Dropbox site, which is just really all and I couldn't, they're kind of interchangeable, and they go and they get people from different places that don't know what's going on. But, all right. I always describe as the ones doing stuff as being very different than you would expect, or like anything you see.
Zero sugar and vitamins. Propel hydrates better than water.
And that they're actually behind the desks or something.
What propels you?
Yeah, you probably live in that house, maybe you get calls. Yeah. I mean, what in the world? Do you chase them? You don't chase people around like that. We would have heard about it. Nobody's ever done whatever you're doing. No, you don't do it in New Jersey, you don't do it anywhere. You're in a suburban community. Nobody's ever done whatever it is you're doing. As far as law enforcement, nobody's ever done that. Like, what is it you're doing? They've done stuff, but nobody's ever seen that before. I'm positive. No, they don't do it in the Northeast ever. Nobody has ever done that. Whatever you're doing with parking the cars in the yard, nobody has ever done that. If that has to have to do with me, why would that have anything to do with me? Like, who would ever do that? The following me around is absolutely out of its mind. With these men committing the amount of crime that, I was reporting day and night, I was reporting it on the Dropbox site. You told me not to report it to you, so I was reporting it to all other offices that could possibly get these men arrested. And it's these men, which I would always, just email it out to the Cary police departments carefully. Apparently, since the psychotic man behind the desks would do something, which was just psychotic. Everybody watched it. Nobody's ever done that, ever. You're not allowed to do that with police vehicles. I'm absolutely positive we would have heard about it. It's so weird. Not there. Where would you ever do such a thing that you would park all these police cars nobody would ever do such a thing. Well, don't do something else. All I ever said about that, don't do something else that's extremely weird. Which I just reported as there's a man doing something really ominous and bad and weird over here. And who did all this stuff. That's actually very dangerous and very bad. Whatever that guy is doing. And whichever guy it is.
when I took pictures of whatever it was, or documented whatever it was. For example, why is there a man at my door at 3 o'clock in the morning? Why did you take me in for a psych evaluation like the second time? And I passed the first one, so you're not legally allowed to do it. Like, what is this even? Then, out of your people. You had to intervene in the stalking of the cats first month, stalk with these men, right? There is nowhere that these men are that high functioning also. And you were actually interacting with these men, you know, in a legal system like Harry's also. I mean, like, it's really a lot of stuff going on with that. It went on a very long time again out of you. I mean, that is a lot of just bizarre, it's a lot, like, who does that for that long? You did it for, like, you know, you don't sadistically, you know, the person asked you to leave their house the first day. The first night where you were there for the, you know, to follow them into the shower or something. You can't stalk people. There's no such thing as the incredible amounts of crime you were committing. Get off me with that thing. Well, maybe they saw the need for it, my dear. I actually pulled off getting the Wake County. See, that also, you completely entitled this schizophrenic group of monsters. I don't know what you did, but yeah, you did that too, to say the least. I mean, you who have now gone on their merry spree of eating children, where they've RPE'd, like, if you just or something. If they have sexually assaulted and so incredibly hideously, like John Wayne Gacy sexually assaulted and stalked for the last 18 months a bunch of children in basically affluent suburbia and maybe kids in Cary. You know, I very clearly, I mean, can you not read or write? Well, I very clearly reported it to these incredibly filthy men. Or something. No, I'm never going to get off this device with you. You spent how many years? You have no idea how bad you have. That's an electrocution. You can fight it with your mind's butthole because they want to fight back and there's nothing they can do. They're like trapped rats on this device because gang rape ghetto the beast the netto. The thing brought this into the community. Which he did in New York, that your family, do you know what your life would have been like without men like these in your community? Get off me with that thing. That's for talking back to a guy as great as, you know, the incredible criminal. Get off me with that thing. Please get out of the other man's house with like 8 men that sexually abuse you to death. Okay? And neighborhood pornography or showers. You have no idea how bad that they are. Really? Yes. So are you changing clothes? Oh, you're changing your underwear or something. Really? Yeah, like it's unbelievable. And it's this man in your house. Get off me with that thing. So then I'm going to kidnap her to the county jail for a year. You know, I need him not in the community with all that. It was too incredibly criminal, all those men. It was too bizarre.
neighbors around or something. I thought you were paranoid. I wasn't. Well, why would a police officer stalk you? I mean, I don't get it. That's what I said. Nobody would believe you. Okay, I get it. I committed incredible amounts of crime because officer, gang rape, ghetto, whichever man in the Cary, I can't even have him in Cary anymore. Do you understand that? These men are in, he said, these men are in, you can't bring men out of the, whatever all this stuff is, into communities anymore. Okay, you committed incredible physical, you as a person with a name and address and a social security number committed incredible amounts of crime in America. Get off the sexual assault device train at my crotch then. Right now, if you don't, that these beasts are not, will take you into custody instead after 10 years of the worst sexual abuse a woman has ever endured at the hands of the lowest, but you should have endured none. Criminals ever brought into a community. Please get the sexual assault device off the other person. For all these 10 years is the problem. They didn't want to, I guess. Yeah, okay. It's like a normal day and you're following a woman around public. And you've been doing that for the last 5 years, and then all of a sudden you decide to do something to them. Really, yeah, okay. Really, also, they said this man is so incredibly sexually abusive to you and your family throughout all of this. We've never seen a man commit more or worse crime, okay? The problem is that this disgusting man was once a police officer on that one, so they won't arrest him. Would you be careful about what you bring into your recruitment center out of a job fair in Wendell? Is correct. So we're Klan even. That could be very instigatory. That's pretty instigatory, Uda, or Neville, or whatever the hell Uda, you can't be in their house. What's your actual name? Do you realize how much crime? He just runs around shouting gooch wash at them and talking about them, and saying MESTRBT and stuff like that. He's done that for the entire thing. The entire thing was I'm very sorry I let a sexual assailant do this in the community. Get off my, in the Villages, Florida, over, all summer break, which is what everybody describes is actually correct on the phone. He wants to talk about his sexual assault with us, but that's correct. Oh. Would you please get out of the other person's home? There's no such thing as that anywhere unless there's heroin in there, and it would take about, 2 weeks to get it out of there and the guy out of there, which there's not. Please go, no, not something about how there could be heroin in the other guy's house. You gotta go in there to get the lady. Since you don't have anything other than ladies that you're very openly a sex offending about, which I then go, oh, okay, and then call the police, and the police do this. I side with which they're on the phone with the guy doing all that, which is way too much out of police in a place like anywhere on planet Earth. But okay, that is too. Criminals are very dangerous, and that it's too criminal to function. Rougher elements are very dangerous, and that is too criminal to function. The man was like one of the worst sex offenders in possible. They said day one when we talked to him on the phone. The fact that these men did not get him into custody, Huda did it again. The Wake County Prosecutor's Office felt that releasing Ms. Casper would be against the federal edict that declared men who sexually abused women had to be arrested immediately. There's no argument in this. This man is not a sexual abuser, so you're going to have to get him into custody. So I guess we're going to do the Adam Walsh law, right? Applied to the Jessica's law. We keep shutting gang rape. Well, unfortunately, the thing's a gang rapist. Actually, there's actually a gang rapist and a pedophile, G-A-N-G, rapist, bunch of men running around, sometimes the Target parking lot. We're right next door in Cary, North Carolina. And now no. Well, she must be doing something to bring them in. Okay, so there's actual gang rape, sexual abuse assailants, and sexual abusers. Yes. Like in the highest class A felony sort, running loose in Cary. Thanks to your case, Arkansas lady. I'm the victim, and you know me better than that. Okay, and I don't know where that would apply in Cary. Maybe nowhere. Okay, apparently you'd have something. We're not sure what. Like you had Sabrina or something, or a person that wanders through. And I don't know why we're having this conversation. Which I said day one. Yes, you could be talking without a lawyer. Here comes the most disgusting criminal, the kidnapper, after the 10 years of the worst crime ever reported of that guy in somebody's house. Which is these men in the Casper's house. Which is this house. Which is these people out of your incredible, because of this crime. Which you're committing crime with these men for these men. With these men. Yes, because to write directly to the prosecutors. No, I'm still going to do that. That's to make them not want to smoke. Yes, the Huda is allowed to do that there. Okay, so I was the most disgustingly evil animal. Ted Bundy. Are you out of your mind? You just kidnapped. Well, she could be lying about a Huda. Huda gets that. He said a prosecutor in Arkansas told him to pull the strings on the entire thing. A man like Neto was being reported for something. I mean, a guy like Neto. This man that had been sexually abusing the other guy's house. Huda, why are you interacting with the other people in McGregor? Or other people this much, really on the incredible acts of crime the Wake County prosecutors committed on both kidnappings in 2017 and 2018. They can't use your courthouse in 2021 to kidnap people and human traffic them anymore out of these dudes, okay? Out of you guys. Because you've done it 3 times already. So apparently you do that down there for some reason. And it's just kidnapping and human trafficking. We asked if the evidence is created, then these guys are just a guy with the dungeon. You called it a dog kennel. Okay. I actually, like once, you went back and you overrode it, Huda. Huda, you can't run around and do this, okay? You have to get away from the complete strangers you could know you committed a crime against. Is a problem also. And you can tell that about the man you're interacting with. Enough already with the Casper kidnapping case, which is over. These freaks are going to prison because I don't know where these guys got in, that they were running around a courthouse and a county, they were actually able to do this. And the evidence is, is what I said. I was kidnapped. Again, by you. You want to sit there and sexually assault? Oh, that's so hot to me. Let me pulse something. You got to be kidding me. Really? Would you please get these men into custody and out of my house? You should. Okay. For the myriad of times. No beginning and end. No. Would you get this monster of sexual sadism and sexual abuse? The incredible amounts of crime these men had committed. Okay? The amount of kidnapping, sexual torture, conspiracy, whatever it is, their neighborhood pornography with a sexual assault device now, which they're being very open about, but men like these have used for years to rape, sexually assault and abuse and stalk communities in America, is correct. Apparently with absolute entitlement, since they're, something like this man is in a little girl, was in my bedroom in Boca Raton. A million years ago, but I'm actually positive. It's a $500,000 house in McGregor again, okay? These people's like income level and tax bracket compared to that man, well, you income level. I don't know what that means, okay? That thing does not do that there. That is the most hideous Capitol Boulevard rapist behavior mouth I have ever heard. And so you just get away from that man because that is an incredibly dangerous. That is the most dangerous and criminal and low-class man. You gave these men free pass to every cell phone in the community, in Lockmere, out of him, while you ran around with them. Well, maybe they're not convincing anywhere. It's quite the criminal. Well, I like to imply you could confess to something, okay? I didn't feel holding you longer was wrong. Give me a break. The entire court situation is so bad in this. We just are going to need the crime over, okay? Enough already. He wants to sexually assault children only. Look at that guy. It is so incredibly creepy. I'm tired of being told that. I'm tired of being told that like there's like this entire mafia after me. Yeah, with this. And they're definitely gonna kill me, and they all have to link to my house and like my parents' bank accounts and stuff like that, and they're gonna murder us and rape us all to death. And that's who's on with all of this. He's been doing that at like everybody he's stalking, apparently.
Yesterday was amazing. After surviving a life-threatening respiratory virus, Bruce took steps to protect himself from another one. Honestly, things like this matter. But let's come to yesterday. Find out more about this one and how just one dose of the vaccine can help protect you.
I need that man in custody already. would you please get these people out of my house? We're not, if anybody else is involved in this, you're just digging the hole deeper. I mean, well, if they haven't gotten in trouble before. Somebody needs to arrest the man of murdering children by REPE or something. Sexual assault on the thing. Am I talking so incredibly dirtily and horrifyingly? There's just a crazy man that you've let it get away with this too long. There's a group of crazy men that you've let get away with this too long that are murdering people now by stalking tech. Okay. That have been going on for the last 18 months about how they are just having a stalker sexual assault neighborhood pornography party that, is so extreme on the other side of that. They're having this huge neighborhood pornography party on the other side and nobody arrests them. And I mean, they're just having a big fat neighborhood pornography party over there. I mean, they love to neighborhood pornography kids. And it's super fun to scare children. And they have a new sexual assault device, tee-hee-hee, and all this other tee-hee-hee. And they're gonna watch. That is what the thing is saying. He's here to watch gooch wash. And every time you shower, and then you are feeling lonely and falling asleep. And please, something. Have sex with yourself or something. And you would like to have sex with yourself to that guy, really, or something, because he's handsome. And then more stuff about just everything about sex. And then he's body scanning, and that he can follow you around and it's a huge neighborhood pornography party. And it's really fun to scare people and then talk away and how you're going to kidnap. Oh, I would love to kidnap those people and rape them. I'm going to tell them that. And I don't know what, but whatever he's doing is actually terrifying. They're having a big weird neighborhood pornography party or something out of these dudes. And they're very I have no idea, but there is the weirdest man stalking me that's completely schizophrenic doing that. And you need to please get him into custody and away from me. See, then it argues this case out of Arkansas, but then it goes right back to doing it. Yeah, it immediately pops out with whatever it's been popping out with, which I reported a lot. Oh. It's been the same all throughout. Incredibly evil. Incredible amounts of crime. You need to get out of the Casper's house right now on all this. They said, you need to get away from the people that are reporting you, and just as far as actually something. Well, just as far as arguing the situation. You're just gonna go into I'm here to sexually abuse kids or something, and watch you somehow, or listen to you take a shower when it's hot and steamy in there and you're washing your something douche or something. But in this incredible violent aggression. And completely schizophrenically out to lunch. And just chasing, attacking me with something. absolutely hideous. Just incredible amounts of stalking and sexual abuse. That's been the entire thing. No, you cannot interact with me on that thing anymore. They just will not stop stalking. Like every day and night, I'm saying no, and I'm calling the cops. No, you can't interact with me on that thing anymore. And the incredible evil of not being, you can't be in my house anymore. You can't stalk me. You have no idea the incredible amounts of years of absolute horror this stalking has been. You have no idea. Just the stalking. And you can, the other person said no, and it's against the law for you to continue stalking. It's just what I say over and over again. It's against the law. Nobody's ever done this. Not legally. Would you please get these completely schizophrenic monsters out of my house? I'm going to get in the premises or something even again on him. Really, do you realize how illegal? And then for him to do anything that's against the law, as opposed to this, to check again if you're a stabber or something. You need to take your medication. He got away with holding you for that whole year. That's what these guys say. Like I said, there's nobody more. Whoever is involved in all of this is very next to these men. We're the same as these men. The incredible amounts of crime you committed in the Cary community with all this. I need these animals into custody now.
Wait, you can declutter unminted? Yep, earn cash from home, fashion, sports gear, collectibles, books, toys, and more. Just download the app, snap your items, add a detailed description to your listing, choose all the correct info, and set your price. Get ready to sell across all kinds of categories, and with no selling fees.
Get these men out of my house now, please. Finally. To just wake up and they're gone. I'm alone in my house. Which again is your parents' property, correct? Yes. Okay. And it has been altered out. A sicko crime. You know, this is, would you please get these men into custody now? And out of my house, the ones actually, wherever these guys are. If you interact with the evidence, no, it's not a closed case. Whatever is, you know, that's all there is to be said about it, and get out of my house. Please go interact with the evidence and get out of my house. And please, you have to get these men out of my house. Oh, it's almost out of my house. I like to pretend to do that. You feel the difference in the pressure and stuff, he said, even on her. Oh, like just a huge weight, but I'm not going to do that because I'm the most evil sexual abuser ever. That's what I. I'm never gonna feel safe again, ever. Just look at these absolute white trash monsters, you know, not running loose. Just have, I mean, it's a really normal day. There's almost no crime. Would you please do something? Like, these criminals got to go to jail because they're breaking the law. right now. There's actual live men doing all of this. I would have thought I lost my mind too. I knew I did. Well, it's been going on a long time. There's a man who's stalking me. That's the part of this case. The kidnapping is cuckoo. It happened because the man is so cuckoo, I think. Which is all I said all throughout. It's like, why is anybody running around with this guy? The crime happened, and it's a weird crime because the guy is a cuckoo. He's a complete schizophrenic man stalking me. I don't know who it is, but the guy's a complete schizophrenic. Right? So are all his friends and everybody. Like, rock with him. That's just what it's called. The man is a complete schizophrenic. When he starts talking and stuff, you're like, oh my goodness, this is a complete schizophrenic man. Not even just, he's a little weird when he's talking. It was like a sex offense or something. Like the rest of the evidence here, whoever this is, and then he's really rough company. The guy's a complete schizophrenic. So it was an absolute, like, it was just like a cuckoo grab. No, the evidence is very creative. It's a cuckoo, and the stalker that's stalking out of it is completely schizophrenic. And it's extremely rough and dangerous. I mean, they're just a really icky, really bad guy. Well, you're looking at the evidence. Yeah, you're all sitting here looking at the evidence for this whole case. There was a lot of malice throughout, and I kept it at benign and neutral because I was just sort of doing like the incredible amount with that. Okay, so you did some kind of sort of passive resistance or something. You're not allowed to do that. The incredible amount. Are you sure you're not allowed to do that on the crazy man? Really, on that or something? Are you sure? Are you sure? What are you talking about? All that, just everything. That's what I wanted. This man needs to go to prison for the rest of his life, all of them, for what they've done to me. But these ones, the men that were kidnapped and stalking me, he has to go to jail now. So do all the other men in Carroll County and everywhere else responsible for this. Apparently they don't feel that way. They feel that when Aneto makes decisions and tells people not to post about him on the internet, that's how that goes. And he got away with all the rest of this stuff. So that's okay even. So there were pedophiles that went in from the mob museum. The incredible amounts of crime. Just every day and night was like every felony. Really, it was incredible amounts of classic felony crime. which I reported over and over again, would you please get this freak that's stalking me off the airwaves? Like, that thing, it's not stalking. I mean, the thing is unbelievable. No, you can't be in my house anymore. The absolute horror of this. I think it's writing a book. It doesn't a lot. I sleep a lot. Like, I'm sleeping and it like, I think that's what you just said. It like all night long, it's like talking to himself about, he also is talking to himself about massaging your crotch all the time and other like people, like women and children a lot. Oh. And then he's writing a book about like Man in the High Castle. But he's a concentration camp guard and he's given, because you reported him to the cops, so he's giving your link out to all the concentration camp guards, and they're all, it came out of like murderers that were very inclined. He's that inclined towards children. He's gonna bite his knuckle because he's like so inclined towards children. You just said it. The guy is like, absolutely, I think he well, because he always says that. And then he could actually do that to her, so I'm gonna go tell her that or something. What in the hell? Well, this is just like I'm sleeping. This is the same narration. He does this like every night now. He says the most ungodly, explicit things, and he does do that like all the time. Well, and he's not motivated towards kids, is what the thing is trying to say, or the thing says. And then there's like all these, they're all like him, and they're all over the world or something, and they're like, the Man in the High Castle story, he just narrates it, but I mean, he narrates it with like, just torturing women and children while you like, just as explicitly as possible sexually and stuff. Really, I mean, it's unbelievable. It's a completely schizophrenic man talking to himself, and it sounds like he's high on drugs and big. He's extremely combative and violent, and he can actually hit you. I'm surprised I'm alive. The thing is, he's completely schizophrenic. So are his friends. They have been all throughout. It's unbelievable. They don't get into the jails or something. Like, they just don't investigate each other at all. And yeah, that's what it appears to be. Dylan, he went on and on about how he likes the boys. One of them, I can't tell them apart. The weird tweaker of death under my house. That's what I call him. It's unbelievable. Some boy, he was supposed to be getting carried to get posed. Supposedly they followed him home from the school, and he was like a school counselor in that. I mean, it didn't make any sense. It was really strange. He said he was really stalking the boy, and would not stop stalking this boy. He was apparently like a 12-year-old boy or 13-year-old boy. What year was that? I don't know, but he mentioned it multiple times all throughout. Get these men out of my house now. Please. Oh, God. Yeah, in the last 18 months, he's been leaping and frolicking and stalking and monkeying behind, he calls it, and just, but I mean, holding his penis at you so you can't go to sleep. Well, I mean, he's just watching you and assaulting you every time you sit down. I mean, the thing is insane, and there's like 8 of them. It's the same man that was stalking me before. I'm so exhausted. But the whole thing is a conversation about also doing this to children. I don't know, whatever he's doing with the thing where he says he's doing whatever that is, it makes it difficult to sleep. Very. Because he's doing something where he's assaulting your body with something. Would you please get him off whatever he's got that he's actually, tasing me or something weird? It's very bad. You Paris Hilton? Oh, that's hot. Really? It's unbelievable. Don't get started. Would you please get it into custody already? That is the most evil bunch of men. You have no idea. Really, yeah, the schizophrenic art is unbelievable. It's extremely dangerous. Like, if you are a child, you'd be absolutely traumatized. And he's definitely, he's just like in your bedrooms with the thing. The thing is a very, very dangerous and evil sexual assault device in the wrong hands, whatever reason. And then just in general, I think they actually modified it or something weird. Somebody did. It says they did. Can you please get these men out of my house? Now what is he say? That's such a crazy man. Well, once he went to Pee Wee Artifact, he's gooch wash. Really? Once there was a guy who wanted to watch gooch wash. So he did. No. He's never gonna stop. Yeah. Like that's the conversation. Would you please get Otis Tools an incredibly evil and insane butt into custody now? Well, completely schizophrenic, handicapped, inbred butt into custody. That thing is the most evil man ever. Thank God he didn't actually snatch a child with all that. So a lot of fantasizing about him. He's completely out to lunch and running around. Man, schizophrenic man of death. No. Would you get them into custody now out of Carroll County, Arkansas? Right now. You need to get these freaks into custody now. And out of my house. No! Would you get these men into custody now? You're going to have to get him into custody to get him to stop. These men don't stop. That's correct. You could put, if for some reason you thought you needed to follow me on a probation because of, you could put, require I wear an ankle bracelet. You can't move into my shower and bed or at all, or ever enter it except to search it with proper authorization for drugs and guns or something. Okay. Because I'm on probation in a completely professional manner. There's no such thing as that. Bro, and I never should have been on probation. I reported that to you. There's no such thing as, and you obviously are breaking the law, and you know it all throughout on everybody involved. There's no such thing as you move, and then there was no doubt, okay, as to what, that there wasn't okay, with all this. In the stalking, it had to end day one. It didn't. It was incredibly hideous. And I reported it constantly. That's slightly insane. The guy threatens to kill me 24/7. Just making sure. You have no idea what I've been through. You have no idea. you have to get these men out of my house, and then you do actually need to be aware there is such a thing. Really, yeah, we all remember that. Apparently it's online. Or the people are responding back. I don't think about it, but I suppose that's how it was. It was huge. And Green Gables, well, that's how everybody looks that photo. What's the little girl do? And then children. I'm a doctor, I married the doctor, and I have a, yeah, it's just really, that's why it's a love book. They're small children, they're people. The adults, really, and then I'm trying to get that, he's okay. That guy's not, but that guy's okay. Oh, I'm trying to get him not to do that. Exactly. No. Is it the night tattoo and construction? Yeah. Okay. Like a couple neck tattoos? Yeah. For it all. I mean, I'm not sure, but that's not agreeable. Anyways, anyway, so really evil. You just thought that's what children are like happy with their children. It's not hokey. Like a rock and roll life, and you're not sure. It's not really hokey, it's sort of a safe place to go and grow up. Your book. Please get these men into custody now. No. No! Would you please get these men off of me? I can't get off. Do you realize how bad that is and what he's doing to... Would you get these men into custody now? I did this one day. No, because it assaulted my crotch and then no, I can still get in the gooch there. Or something. Would you please get this guy into custody? I can hear it faintly. Oh, we heard that also. He just shouted it from like the ceiling out here or something. I mean, you've got to be kidding me on this. Would you please get whatever this is out of my house like right now? Would you please tell the SWAT team, get the SWAT team in on wherever this dude is? I don't know what to do. It is so bad. I can not lay down on the floor here. I'll like die. Oh, I don't know what to do. Now it's this again because I can see your gooch. Oh, so I have to get the Faraday blanket to cover my butt. This is unbelievable. Would you get these men into custody? Alrighty. You gotta be kidding me. You are not still going to sexual assault all day and night. If somebody is calling you this much. I don't care if they haven't stopped before. This is unbelievable. Would you please get these freaks into custody? It is time for bed. It's 10:45. I want to go to sleep. I'm exhausted. I've been exhausted all day. Okay, and that's an arrest point. And that's a Jessica's law, okay, on the lowest men to ever congregate, be brought into communities in a Fed. Apparently they're like obstructing justice to their arrest in their story. Because would you please get these men into custody and put the rest of them away for life if they don't do it right now? Because they're not arresting these men. And it's ridiculous. So now they're responsible for everything done and said by these men, just overall, because they've done this night after night. Also, whoever's aware of this. You cannot sit around and watch. You cannot sit around. He can get on your smart devices. Really, like if anybody goes missing, check these guys. Because he was commenting, there's pictures it takes when you disarm the alarm. Weirdly enough, he's commenting on the pictures. He does other stuff like that. I swear. That sounds crazy. It's not, because he's actually doing it. Would you get this monster off law enforcement tech? And then the fact that you people have this is just creepy. Or it's just dangerous. If anything happens, check the police also. Yeah. I'll show you. It takes pictures on my you sit there and say you can get on smart devices. Like you open garages, you've turned the lock on my door, I think. because it's a smart, it's like like it says door locked, it's got electronic on it. I believe the door is, a really evil man just interjected and said no again, because he feels that these men had every right to, the Marquis de Sade, our great schizophrenic sexual sadist, has spoken. These men are allowed to do this in your home. What about the 8 other victims or something right now? Is a problem in that story and overall. Would you please just get these men out of my house? I mean, there's nothing we're doing at 10:45 at night. Well, the person said they're going to bed. You have to leave the victim alone. You just said you wanted to do bleep, 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 bleep or something. And something else absolutely criminally offending. And then you, allegedly sexually assaulted the woman. And if you're actually holding, and you're actually a man with a name and a social security number, well, you're holding some kind of, if you're on a sexual assault device, and then you did just you sexually assaulted a woman, which is a felony. Apparently in very explicit areas, which you're going on and on about. You said something about a gooch. Apparently it's audible enough because he's listening to it. It's just if the guy is breaking the law or not in normal society. And then in the law. Where people live in houses and not in the holes in the dirt and these schizophrenic are hole in their brain. Or underneath trailer parks or something, or in a trailer. Or are they, or you sleep in the back in the jail. It's whether or not one person is breaking the law. It's all that. Get off me with that thing. All right already with Otis Toole rapes women and children to death. Or something in this story. And it's in people's homes and houses, which are very nice, normal, law-abiding, all these years going by, lives and houses. Well, that thing is just unbelievable. You need to get the guy breaking the law into custody right now, and it's a normal day. That's the man breaking the law. I would be not breaking the law at all. I'd be going to sleep and getting up to do something. Yeah. Without any of you in it whatsoever, you disgusting monsters. And you all have to go to jail. Because every one of you has broken the law badly enough. And that's the end of it. I don't. It's whether or not you're breaking the law. That man is breaking the law, so you have to arrest him. There's no illegal behavior in this. Oh, you're insane, all of you. You're unfit for absolutely anything, to say the least. Get these men into custody now. You think with all that? What is it even? Please get this freak monster into custody and out of my house.
it's like Colt and in the High Castle thing. Which is gonna be more Ed Gein clothing. Which is absolutely evil as hell and he's gonna assault me all night. I don't know what to do. I'm dying. It's nothing breaking the law and somebody needs to find the other guy. Please find my stalker. Pretty much, but the much she just said, like,
us music.
He's not found places she hadn't known would take. No,
Don't let Ron fill your library of smut. Protect your identity with cloaks.
Why aren't we counted anymore?
Well, the all-new Certa Perfect Sleeper has the 2-4 support system that helps relieve aches and back pain for perfect sleep night after night.
We'll never get counted again.
No.
Save this Labor Day. Shop at a retailer near you.
Get these men into custody, you disgusting, lowest white trash airborne. You lowest a country could possibly seek as far as legal systems and employees of it. Get these animals into custody. And out of the community. No! Get this freak into custody now! You disgusting trash! No, not aim at full force at the person's crotch and do that. And the dirtiest and lowest mankind has ever sunk. Slithering swastika of the beast, the lowest beast ever born next to crime that are still at large and not in prison where the lowest psychopaths and criminals, monsters, beasts, rapists, gang rapists, robbers, criminals, and animals, the lowest rapists and sexual abusers, the lowest criminals man has ever. America, would you get the Wake County Prosecutor's Office monstrosity of the lowest men to ever wear the skins of animals and criminals? The lowest the human race has ever sunk as far as the lowest beast in the skin of criminal animals being brought into a community. That's what they did to kids all these years. Because gang rape, ghetto, and netto, the most evil man and men ever born, the lowest men in the history of this dead monstrosity of a country. Because the lowest Nazis in the history of animals and the skins of beasts, men so low, were brought into communities. Lowest rapists, because only gang raping, filthiest, dirtiest ghetto and netto, and the lowest pedophiles ever born, the lowest thieves, criminals, pedophiles, the lowest beasts to ever wear the skin of animals or man. The incredible filth of the lowest men ever criminally born. the lowest rapists and sexual abusers, pedophiles, gang rapists, and predators. The incredible depth of the lowest this country, this completely dead country. As soon as that thing can get in your house and start raping you and your children, which it does in a second, because the lowest mankind could ever shake as far as criminal in these skins of beasts, animals, the lowest men that could ever exist, brought into the lowest. Why is this man not in custody? I thought this was going to end. This man cannot sit around and sexually assault. He's like raping her. Apparently, the in progress, this test could be in progress for mental health. But gang rape, ghetto, gang rape, the animal, John Wayne the Beast, gang rape, ghetto, the thing, the lowest man ever born, the lowest rapist, gang rapist, predators, animals, so incredibly low, the lowest criminal beast ever born. Monsters so incredibly evil brought into communities that the lowest, the most evil men ever brought into a community, the most evil criminal, rapists, robbers, gang rapists, predators, the lowest beasts and criminals ever born brought into communities, the lowest crimes ever committed by animals, and the lowest skins criminals or men have ever worn. The lowest rapist. Why would it be in my gooch hole? Apparently, these little girls were laying down to go to sleep, and they're nice, cozy. That's a house. These people expect up nice things. You wouldn't like Dawson's Creek. It's a conservative. But who the slithery, the sewer, it's swastika of the beast incarnate of rape, gang rape, pedophilia. People love a monster as incredibly evil, criminally low, and as the incredible lowness of the lowest man ever born, the most dangerous and evil criminal, the lowest thief, the lowest monster, the most dangerous criminal animal ever born. The beast incarnate in the skin of the lowest crimes and criminals, mankind, the lowest, most evil and entitled ruler of the lowest, most evil predator ever born. Because you would argue it all, dude. The lowest mankind could ever shake as far as crimes and criminals into communities and things. The incredible filth of the lowest men and predators that could ever exist. The lowest beasts to ever wear the skins of animals. The lowest pedophile, rapists, sexual abusers. The lowest thieves. We're very sorry the town maintenance employees are raping children. Would you get them out of my house? But I was so incredibly the lowest predator that could ever exist. So incredibly important and him, Huda, on sewer it, the swastika of the lowest man and criminals ever born, brought into communities. The lowest the human race could ever shake. The incredible filth of your... I need the schizophrenic man not raping me every time I lay down. Oh, that's what they're about with it. Cody Gabriel's ghetto, the animal, a nettle. I'm sorry, I didn't know what that was, because the dirtiest man ever born, the beast incarnate, the lowest rapist, gang rapist, pedophile, predator, robber, burglar. Ooh, a bird is home loading. Get on gang raper. Now he's gonna cruise around on the airways. He could be in the houses in Westchester to say the filthiest bunch of men the world has ever had in it. The lowest the human race could sink in the bodies of the lowest crime and corruption that would bring monsters as low as the lowest the human race could ever sink. As far as the lowest animal ever born, the lowest crime, the lowest corruption, the lowest beast in the skin of the lowest animal ever born. The monsters you bring into communities. He was going to do that there to someone because the access given to the Lord. But oh, give me that belongs to the lowest animal ever criminally born. The incredible filth of the lowest man to ever exist. The incredible filth of the beast incarnate in the lowest skin a criminal could ever wear. The skin of the lowest mankind has ever sunk, bringing these incredible corruption of the lowest animals ever born. And the lowest criminal hired one of your incredibly foul government lowest thing. Government employee in this branch of public sector, the lowest the human race could ever shake, has nothing on the hiring. He said you were wanted in all 50 states for this, like 6 months prior to your county court arrest in 2014 or something, because you did something so that makes him feel very hot. But I allow the sewer swastika in, the thing, the lowest predator, the lowest criminal, the poorest quality you could possibly have, the most evil, the Holocaust of the beast incarnate, bringing animals with access to communities into them. You brought monsters so incredibly, criminally damaging, evil, and low into close proximity with the community that Nazi Germany was the same, except it's worse there. Because the lowest, most dangerous, most disgusting, the lowest white trash, the most evil criminal things, the incredible corrupt hiring that would breed and harbor these beasts in communities. Dude, are you sure again in all that? He says, really? Yeah. Are you sure men are allowed to use law enforcement technology to commit this much sexual assault? Because a man named Ahuda was brought into the community because our elected Congress has intervened and said he's fired. We don't care what. He's out of here. You can't sexually assault 10-year-old girls all night. You can't be in the homes in McGregor. You're fired for entering the premises. End of conversation, every one of you. We're removing you from office. None of you can work as court employees, judges, school system employees, or administrators. They want you in custody. So, I thought people loved the lowest man ever to wear the skins of the most evil and low criminal animals, beasts, and monsters. the lowest the human race has ever sunk as far as hiring. The lowest crime, corruption, thieving, the lowest sexual abuse, pedophilia, predators. I told you, no more calling the cops on that. Okay, would you please get these men into custody now and out of my house?